a tutti, il colpo di testa in rete, Hassan porta in vantaggio,
Here's Crawford, a chance, it's the only goal for Rovers!
It wasn't hyperbolic to say that the 90s was a torrid time to be a Celtic fan. Not only had Rangers matched their feat of 9 titles in a row, but Celtic had offered virtually no opposition and teetered on the brink. Then Martin O'Neill showed up and revived them. Even with the new firm, even with Graham Souness's revolution at Ibrox, Celtic had still been the preeminent team of the past generation of Scottish football by the time the 90s rolled around. Billy McNeill's time at the club was over by 91, his successor needed to be chosen carefully and correctly amid an always improving Rangers. So when Celtic opted to hire Liam Brady, a legendary footballer but still 35 years of age and entering into his first football manager job nonetheless, it was a quizzical move. From the unimaginative return of Charlie Nicholas to the underperforming Gary Gillespie and Tony Cascarino, for every high note that Rangers hit in the transfer market, Celtic were consistently making the opposite decisions. Only a miraculously good end to the season dredged Celtic into a European position come the end of the 91-92 campaign, a season where they finished some 10 points back on champions Rangers. But that wasn't the low point, nor was being eliminated by Rangers in the Scottish Cup or even their loss on penalties to Airdronians in the League Cup. No, it was this.
Non è in posizione di offside, come a torto ritenevano i giocatori del Celtic, ancora ha ribattuto la palla alla trasversale, ancora Bové di testa, gol! Gli avevamo detto prima, il passaggio per Osama ed è gol, clamoroso! Attenzione però il pericoloso Coin, passaggio dalla parte opposta e la palla in rete di rigore, Bové in buona posizione, il tiro, attenzione ancora, gol!
Going out in the second round of the UEFA Cup was no longer embarrassing, but it was when it was done so convincingly by such a poor team. So when you've won nothing all season and endured a bit of a shit show, it's important for the board to get the fans back on side. Naturally, this board announced plans for a new stadium, shunning the idea of redeveloping Parkhead. They went for the nuclear option and the fans were not happy. Their patience with the Kelly family had gone, even more so when another poor third place finish was teamed with yet more embarrassing cup exits, the 2-0 aberration at Falkirk in the Scottish Cup 4th round this time being the most humiliating. There was a good night in Europe though to be had this season.
Chance it on this time! With John Collins, the deflection, it's a goal! Good play by Collins, he's made it!
But that was the long and short of it. Eventual UEFA Cup finalist Borussia Dortmund comprehensively disposed of Celtic in the very next round, and there was no shame in that. The following season unravelled with supporters already pissed off with the jungle turning into an all-seater part of the stadium. Then, when only 2 of their first 11 matches were won, prompting Liam Brady's resignation, there was open revolt. Celts for Change was formed as Lou Macari steadied the ship for a time, but only temporarily, as Celtic finished a morbid 4th place and without Europe. Not that they wouldn't have gone out in the second round for the 4th successive season anyway, sporting this time the perpetrators of Celtic. This time so much for the Lisbon Lions. The club was skirting dangerously towards the possibility of administration until Fergus McCann pitched up with the money on March the 4th, 1994. Tommy Burns was installed as a Celtic manager ahead of the new season, fresh with optimism as the club once again shat it in the league, finishing a distant 4th in a campaign where the club had to use Hampden owing to the belated development to Parkhead. Handed to them, presumably on a silver platter, Rafe Rovers. Surely to God, this was the shot in the arm that the club needed, a nice easy win to get back on the board. And this happened.
A chance! It's the only goal for Rovers! Another chance on this time must be the equaliser! Here goes to Nicholas, that's Walker! Played by Deere. Chance on here for the equaliser! But he has! Rovers have won the Coca-Cola Cup!
Because if finishing 4th and not being in Europe whilst Rangers pretty much won the lot wasn't miserable enough for you, here's rock bottom, a loss against Rafe pissing Rovers in the League Cup final on penalties. Fret not, Pierre van Hooijdonk was signed as Celtic squeaked through the Scottish Cup all the way to the final to play in yet another Hampden game, and he saved his most famous Celtic goal for the very last game of the season. They'd returned to Celtic Park with a dog-shit front line but a decent enough defence. On such foundations, good teams can be built. With a trio of Paul McStay, John Collins and Van Hooijdonk, Andreas Thom and Jackie McNamara were signed. Once again, the Hoops had the best defence in the league, but they had improved drastically in attack, losing just one game. Ultimately though, it was at home to Rangers in the 5th match of the season, and given the 4-point deficit come the end of the campaign, that plus 3 further draws against their rivals proved the difference. Rangers had their number in both cup competitions, making it 6 Old Firm matches and not a single victory, and while Celtic returned to Europe, it was yet another second round defeat, although this time more understandably against Paris Saint-Germain, who went on to win the competition. They were inching closer and closer to league success and another second place finish, this time with a 5-point deficit which could once again be traced back to the Old Firm matches. Once again Celtic didn't win one, instead losing all 4. Had they drawn 3 and lost 1 like the prior season, they'd have won the title. They did have Rangers' number in the quarter-finals of the Scottish Cup though, a 2-0 quarter-final win, only to piss that promise up against the wall when they couldn't dispatch of Falkirk over 2 games in the semi-final. It was a trophyless season in which Hearts beat them after extra time in the League Cup, and they even bowed out before the second round of European competition, this time to Hamburg. They had a talent like Paolo Di Canio and Alan Stubbs, but then you looked across the city and saw Rangers were acquiring talent like Brian Laudrup and Paul Gascoigne. It was hard to see a way back for Celtic. Then, Tommy Burns was sacked. In a season where it was imperative for Celtic to do well, if not for ending a league drought but for stopping Rangers from acquiring title number 10 in a row, this had been the most disastrous of starts. Wim Jansen had taken over from Tommy Burns, and already by mid-August there was consternation. Both league games had been lost. They needed to pull back a deficit in the UEFA Cup qualifying against little old Tyrrell Innsbruck, and had needed extra time to eliminate St Johnstone from the League Cup. Scottish talent in Darren Jackson from Hibs and Craig Burley from Chelsea had been teamed with continental class in Sheffield Wednesday's Reggie Blinker in exchange for Paolo Di Canio, as well as a certain striker from Feyenoord. He was called Henrik Larsson. After a 2-0 win in Perth in the league, Celtic were afforded 3 weeks off, partly due to the international break and partly due to the death of Princess Diana. Make your own jokes here, but her death couldn't have come at a better time, since it postponed the usual early Old Firm derby against Rangers until mid-November, giving Celtic time to turn things around. When that fixture arrived, Celtic had booked themselves in for a League Cup final. They'd taken a strong Liverpool team the distance in Europe and had only gone out on away goals, and they had strung together 8 consecutive wins in the league. It also allowed the club time to bring in Borussia Dortmund's Paul Lambert. He arrived equidistant between 2 Old Firm games, neither of which were won, and so Celtic slipped behind Rangers and into 3rd. In a dress rehearsal for the League Cup final, Celtic got back to winning ways with a 4-0 thrashing of Dundee United. Now, it was time for Hampden.
Horse picked out his compatriot Mark Reaper, who powered his header into the net via the upright, deflected off Maurice Malpas's boot past the unfortunate Sieb Dijkstra. Reggie Blinker finding Craig Burley, apparently onside, who headed...
Cup finals are always important, but, especially against lesser opposition, League Cup finals can feel secondary. Not this one. This one was crucial in grabbing some much-needed momentum ahead of the festive period and the New Year's derby with Rangers. Momentum attained 10 points from 4 matches. Celtic put their feet up on Christmas Day, only 1 point off the Rangers' pace after 18 games. Then a trip to Perth undid quite a lot of that hard work. The visit of Rangers to Parkhead was now must win.
Rangers, you feel, are here for the taking. It's Craig Burley! That's Lambert! What a way to settle it! Paul Lambert
And they did win, cutting the deficit back to 1 with 16 matches left on the clock. Whilst Rangers' Marco Negri had been scoring at such a stupid rate of knots, Celtic added their own European firepower that December with Rosenborg's Harald Brattbakk, but it would be a certain Swede who had dazzled Parkhead. The Hoops would only be deterred by trips to Fir Park and Tynecastle, dropping 4 points in advance of March. As such, a 4-point gap to Rangers had opened up, with Jim Jeffrey's heart still in the race, wedged in between. Progress had been made beyond Morton, Dunfermline and Dundee United, prompting an Old Firm doubleheader to begin April in a time where nerves were being frayed at both ends of the city. Hearts had held Celtic at Parkhead, so the title race was almost as you were heading into April. Celtic leading the league with 6 to play, 2 ahead of Hearts, 3 ahead of Rangers. The Old Firm tests were next.
Tested Celtic already once with a driven shot. This one's McCoist's! Right, McCoist's gone through the middle. He's not going to need any of them. He's going to go all the way! A magnificent goal from...
Suggestions, but Swedish international Jonas Thern had his own idea for breaking the deadlock. Been seriously challenged until he was within shooting range. Then the finish. Ibrox erupted.
Both of which flunked. Celtic had not only paved the way for Hearts and Rangers to go at it in the Scottish Cup final, but they had handed the title initiative to their rivals on a silver platter. 4 games to go, Celtic and Rangers were level on points. Instantly there was a chance to put the pressure on, which was successful with a bizarrely serene 4-1 thrashing of Motherwell. 24 hours later, Rangers buckled at Pittodrie, swinging the title back to Parkhead. There was more than one sting to this tale though. 6 days later, as Celtic couldn't buy a goal against relegation-threatened Hibs at home. Meanwhile, Rangers' impressive 3-0 triumph at Tynecastle put just 1 point between the sides. May the 2nd was Rangers' turn to put the pressure on, a presumed gimme at home to Kilmarnock, while Celtic visited Dunfermline the following day.
Remarkable 9 titles. That was in 1989 and 1998. The Ibrox stranglehold in Scottish football has been all but ended by Ali Mitchell's goal 3 minutes into injury time.
Ali Mitchell with the killie goal that devastated Ibrox. Now Celtic found themselves 90 minutes at East End Park away from stopping 10 in a row. Just one win, didn't matter who, didn't matter how, one win and it was all over.
There's a dunk. Taken up well by Jensen. There's a run through again. That's it. Celtic have scored. Now he's kicking every ball. Like an orchestra leader there, and that is just drifting. Oh, it's in. It's a goal. Dunfermline.
It wasn't fucking over. Enter Helicopter Sunday before Helicopter Sunday. 7 small minutes away, Celtic were from the title when Craig Falconbridge spooned one into the net. When people expected a Larson or a McCoist, they received Mitchell and Falconbridge. Celtic hosted St Johnstone, Rangers travelled to Tannadice. Celtic just needed to match the Rangers result. It seemed bananas then, just as it does today, that neither game was shown live on domestic television.
Is alongside him. Larson lining up for the shot. What a start for Celtic!
Even if Celtic won at home to St Johnstone, all would be lost. The Rangers still emerged victorious at Dundee United to make it 2-0. Settlement, a looping header beating the Finnish international Antti Niemi in the Rangers goal.
It's a good pass. In for Brattbakk.
After 10 long years, Harald Brattbakk with a goal that summed it all up. There was no 10 in a row. Had it not been for that fact, it would have been quite a middling title performance. Wim Jansen came, saw, conquered and fucked off. From the minutest of peaks, Celtic came crashing back down to earth with the hiring of Josef Venglos, a Czech manager who hadn't worked in British football since the beginning of the 90s with Aston Villa and was a decade further on from his managerial peak. And it showed. At least he stayed with recent Celtic traditions in going out of not just 1 but 2 second rounds in European competition. First in the second qualifying round to Dinamo Zagreb in the Champions League, and then in the UEFA Cup second round to FC Zurich. Edronians proved a first hurdle stumbling block in the League Cup, and whilst it took a while for the team to kick on, they almost haired back to the precipice of the Championship, but for a 2-week dip against St Johnstone and, terminally, Rangers on May the 2nd. Further heartache followed against the same team in the Scottish Cup final, plunging Celtic supporters' moods down further. the signings were no longer working. Whilst Mark Viduka scored prolifically in the 99-2000 season, Celtic missed Henrik Larsson massively. In a time where Parkhead needed more Stilian Petrov, they received plenty of shite. Raphael Shite, to be precise. Steering the club through the shit show of the 99-2000 season was a novel idea. Novel because it didn't work. Kenny Dalglish and John Barnes as joint managers. Whilst the League Cup was won against Aberdeen, they also masterminded the 3-1 home defeat in the third round of the Cup to Inverness Cali Thistle, combined with a now traditional European second round exit this time to Lyon and a 21 point deficit in the SPL. Celtic were quickly discarded with. To ensure that Rangers couldn't build up another head of steam again, Celtic needed to make their next decision count. A Celtic fan in his youth, Martin O'Neill, had enormous pedigree either side of the white line. A European Cup winner with Nottingham Forest, his work in turning Leicester City into cup winners in the Premier League age was nothing short of miraculous. The new man got his initial signings absolutely on the money. First through the door was Chris Sutton, looking delighted here by the way, as Mark Viduka moved south. Jos Valgaeren was a shrewd acquisition for the defence, Alan Thompson the same from Villa from the midfield. A whole new spine with the returning Henrik Larsson from injury. Parkhead had a whole new lease on life.
And Stubbs and Larsson are there! Taking a second, Moravcik sends it in! And they have... And they're queuing up here! It's another one for... Larsson, oh he's in! Henrik Larsson! Tessa delivers, Larsson's header! He's done it again! Have Celtic got another one left in them? Sutton is there! Yes they have!
And if it didn't before this, it certainly did afterwards. After, quite simply put, the best old firm league game from a Celtic perspective, O'Neill's side simply carried on in the same vein. 4-1 on the spin, 3-1 after, and only 4 points dropped in advance of the second Old Firm game of the season. To avoid the viewership dropping like a stone, we won't show you that one, but just know that Rangers only managed the 5, as Celtic sat a staggering 12 points ahead of their rivals anyway, i.e. the league was wrapped up in O'Neill's first season and it wasn't even December yet. In fact, they would drop only 4 points from their next 19 matches. It wasn't a title win, it was a bloody massacre. And with the season all wrapped up, there was the offering of a treble too. Not in Europe, of course, you can already guess which stage they went out in already there, without me telling you. Obviously, the second round. No, Hampden awaited.
Apart from that, he's been quite excellent. They're all in there. Henrik Larsson was screaming for it, but he let wide. Does he get it again? A bit of hat-trick coming up. It is.
It had been a mesmeric season as Celtic kept winning on the field and off the field with their transfers. Neil Lennon and Didier Agate both added as O'Neill's strike rate never let up. If the 15-point deficit to Rangers had been a bloody massacre in 01, the following season's tally of 103 points was downright dominance. The fact that their rivals got 85 points and still didn't come anywhere close was now the yardstick. And sure, Rangers were able to claim Celtic's number in both of the domestic cups, but for the first time in a long time, Celtic had kinda become relevant on the continental scene once again. For the first time, they had made it to the Champions League group stages and had a good hit list, including former European champions in Ajax, Porto and Juventus, before being funnelled into the UEFA Cup, where only penalties stopped them from going through against the last two finalists of the Champions League, Valencia. Everything geared up for another monumental European campaign ahead of the 2002-03 season. Whilst it was embarrassing to be dumped out of the Champions League qualifiers by some no-name Swiss side, the world, and especially Britain, would come to get acquainted with FC Basel fairly quickly, as they got results against both Liverpool and Man United that season. Ultimately, they'd be knocked out on away goals, and soon enough, it would be known as quite the blessing in disguise. Not to the domestic campaign, Rangers swept up both cup trophies before one of the more caricatured title races ever seen. In terms of head-to-head results, with Rangers, Celtic shaded it, winning the last two whilst the first was drawn and the Light Blues won the second in December. With another 100-point season just about feasible, Celtic slipped up just the once away to Hearts on April the 19th, but it was still recoverable. Rangers were beaten, then it became all about goal difference. 4 beyond Dunfermline and Motherwell, 6 beyond Dundee, and on the final day another 4 stuck beyond Kilmarnock. 97 points, 98 goals scored, plus 72 goal difference in any other season, any other league, it'd be enough. A final day that had started with the team split by 1 goal scored whilst holding the same amount of wins, draws, losses and goal difference. Celtic scored 4, conceded none, Rangers conceded 1. But scored 6. By 1 solitary goal the season was over, and come the end of the campaign it was one that didn't contain a single piece of silverware to show for it. All that hard work that had been carved out back home, but it didn't even begin to tell half the story of Celtic's 2002-03 season.
Sutton put it up well, Petro. That must be this time, surely yes. Hodgson does it again. Healy flowing forward, there's a chance, David Fernandez, he's going to lob the goalkeeper, and it's in. John Hodgson up! Oh, what a save by Cleveland, Henry Larsson was there! To Agat, and now Chris Sutton, can he, oh, Hodgson slipped, oh, Henrik Larsson, surely, for Celtic! That is a very good ball indeed, and it just stops away, it's in!
That was the free kick. Chris Sutton timed his jump well. John Hodgson! Celtic have equalised!
Thompson, that's a decent enough ball. Maloney with a chance. He's done it!
One is Hodgson. Another is Alan Thompson, who heads Celtic in front.
From the barely noticeable Lithuanians of round 1, the cocky English press that backed Blackburn in round 2 to the first difficult nut to crack in Celta Vigo in the third round, Celtic were through to the other side of Christmas for once. When Kevin Karanye silenced Parkhead inside of half an hour, Celtic wouldn't have believed they would have the tie all neatly wrapped up in a bow by the 11th minute back in Stuttgart in the 4th round. Next was Liverpool and a quarter-final. It was Celtic's third attempt at dispatching of the English side in Europe. The first in '66 they had lost because of a wrongful offside call. The second in '97 was only down to away goals. The third time...
Presence of John Archer, I'm sure they'll try to get as much balls into John as they possibly can this evening.
There he is again. Thompson. Oh, and it's 1-0! And what a return! Smith. And Reece still. Heskey, chance for Liverpool. Heskey, 1-1. Henrik Larsson at Thompson. Yes! The shot got more room now. And Celtic surely are in the semi-final.
No mistake would be made, as it took just 2 minutes for Henrik Larsson to further establish his Parkhead legend in the first leg before a European away performance for the ages 7 days later at Anfield, as Alan Thompson and John Hartson put a Celtic side without Larsson or Sutton through to the semis. A similar route would be needed through Portuguese outfit Boa Vista.
Behind from Martelinho. Oh, and it's sliced in. That's a nice touch. Larsson, yes! Beautifully played by Stilian Petrov. Good save. Hartson, the medical man. Larsson must be. It is.
And the same method applied. A Larsson goal in the home leg, but a backs against the wall performance back in Porto. For the first time since '67, Celtic were into a European final. Awaiting them would be FC Porto and a certain Jose Mourinho.
But it's not all over.
In a classic string of UEFA Cup finals, this stood right up there. Jose Mourinho had announced himself to the rest of Europe, Celtic the unfortunate victims in his tyrannical sweeping through the continent. Whilst he would graduate to that big-eared trophy the following season, Celtic actually would take part, easing through Lithuanian and Hungarian opposition in the qualifiers, only to be handed one of the more difficult groups. A point at home to the almighty Bayern Munich, whilst also defeating both a prime Lyon outfit and a decent Anderlecht at Parkhead, laid on a final matchday shootout at the Stade de Gerland. The winner would be in the last 16, the loser funnelled into the UEFA Cup.
Up and pounds home his first Champions League goal of the season, and at Ojanino's long-range effort has the steam to beat Magnus. Lucky picks it up, promptly beats Coupe. Nino put to the spot, and he makes it 3-2 with time.
8 days later, less devastatingly, the League Cup would be surrendered at Easter Road to Hibs, but it would be the last meaningful game Celtic would be beaten in for 4 months. That meant ruining Rangers in the New Year's derby, eliminating Rangers from the Scottish Cup on March the 7th, beating fucking Barcelona 3 days later, eliminating that same Barca team with a mesmeric 0-0 draw in the Camp Nou, before pitching up at Ibrox 4 days later and all but putting the league to bed. Then it was Villarreal and a 1-1 draw via a Henrik Larsson goal at home, which was a nice callback to the previous year's run to the final. Unfortunately, there would be no such luck at the Madrigal. The up-and-coming Villarreal team, soon to be Champions League semi-finalists, would eliminate Celtic 2-0. If they thought they were unlucky in being drawn the group they had done in the 03-04 season, then get a load of this shit. Both Barcelona and AC Milan. Then you chuck in a decent Shakhtar Donetsk team undervalued by UEFA coefficient, and you have last in the group and no Europe after Christmas. Once the continental game was put away for another season, Celtic could focus on catching Rangers. Between a loss at Ibrox on November the 20th and a loss at Parkhead to Rangers on February the 20th, Celtic won all but one game, but that potentially 12-point swing meant Celtic were chasing heading into the business end of the season. It would comfortably require 90+ points, while Celtic were pristine in picking up another Scottish Cup, this time against Dundee United, and they had grabbed a 2-1 win at Ibrox in the last Old Firm game of the season. There had been a needless home defeat to Hibs on the final day of April. The lay of the land tantalising into May 22nd. Celtic travelled to Fir Park, Rangers were also away at Easter Road. Celtic had a 2-point advantage, Rangers had a 4-goal advantage. To win the title, you would almost certainly need to win your match. The SPL trophy was in a helicopter, hovering over Scotland.
It comes that to over, right to the cross, and Preston, and then into the post, and no more. McDonald scored for Motherwell! He's on his own, Preston's in the middle, wants to cut back, could get a second, here's McDonald again, he scored again! And we're travelling the championship, and it's all over, and Alec McLeish is swamped by his backroom staff.
Don't need that, do they?
Here's Bronchial, got away from Risa! It's a wonderful goal! Claudio Ranieri's team have qualified for the Champions League!
Watch that and you tell me that the Claudio Ranieri times did not deliver. The Italian, a man derided from the early days right through to after his time at the club, because he was different, because he wasn't Jose Mourinho. This is Chelsea, and these are their underrated Claudio Ranieri years. The table had long been set for a new manager at Chelsea long before the FA Cup triumph against Aston Villa in May 2000, the last trophy worth winning to be won at the old Wembley. Before that match, Chelsea manager Gianluca Vialli told Torriandre Flo and Gianfranco Zola he was more than willing to move them on if he could get better players. Flo and Zola, two players who were at the forefront of the rampant success that Chelsea had been having recently. Two players that, by the time Claudio Ranieri pitched up on September the 18th, 2000, were still at the club. The new manager's CV was nothing much to write home about from a footballing standpoint, certainly not when held up to the likes of those that came before him. You'd find no league titles, Champions League or international honours inside the quaint playing career of Claudio Ranieri. He'd earned his stripes working up the Italian football pyramid as a manager with Cagliari before an aborted first attempt at elite level coaching fell flat with Napoli in a time where Diego Maradona was getting pretty sick of being shackled to the club. Ranieri stuck around in Serie A comfortably, the best league in the world at the time, and led Fiorentina into the top flight in '94 before claiming the Coppa Italia 2 years later. He'd inherited players like Gabriel Batistuta and Francesco Toldo and signed those of quality of Manuel Rui Costa. Not only that, Ranieri found success abroad in helping to build Valencia into one of the finer teams in La Liga. His Copa del Rey, won in 1999, would be the appetizer to greater achievements for his successor, Hector Cooper. Ranieri inherited a club that had quite clearly made drastic moves to enforce a sea change that summer. In came the club's record transfer when Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank had moved from Atletico Madrid, a path Ranieri himself would walk down a month or so later. The Dutch frontman would be joined by Bolton's Ida Gudjonsson, Mario Stanic from Parma and goalkeeper Carlo Cudicini. Whilst nobody batted an eyelid at Chris Sutton's sail up north to Celtic, he'd been a walking disaster in West London after all, but there was some sadness when Ranieri completed Vialli's work by flogging Torre Flo up to the Old Firm in November. That money would somewhat be recouped to bring in winger Jesper Grønkjær a month later. By then it was already assured that more European success wasn't headed Chelsea's way. It was in Claudio Ranieri's second match with Chelsea that this happened.
Taking it on the burst and putting it into the net is Sasha Muller. So Gane crosses and Muller! Well, it gets worse for Chelsea.
Much worse than the limp exit to inferior opposition in the very first round of the UEFA Cup was the broken leg suffered by Roberto Di Matteo. After seeing his fellow countryman Pierluigi Casaraghi lose his career prematurely years earlier for Chelsea, Di Matteo sadly went the same way. It was one hell of a birth into the Chelsea job for Claudio Ranieri. He'd drawn his first game in spectacular fashion up at Old Trafford in a berserk 3-3 draw, and then to suffer the double whammy he did in Switzerland. He should have known this wasn't going to be any ordinary job. They were out of the League Cup at the very first available opportunity away at Anfield, and whilst Arsenal dumped the Blues out of the FA Cup at the 5th round stage, by February Ranieri's Chelsea had slotted into some kind of rhythm. Except when you've had trophies, title challenges and big nights out in Europe, 6th place and just scraping a European spot was a bit of a damp squib in truth. Ranieri faced one of his strongest battles though in getting the public on side. It was 2001, a notoriously sensitive time for the red top tabloids who still kept the national sport like you wouldn't believe. It was obvious from his first season that Ranieri was going to be something that the press did not like. Ranieri favoured foreign players, just like Vialli and Wenger, but they were successful in doing so you couldn't blame him. He also rested and operated a squad rotation policy which was already in the works by the best managers in the division, Sir Alex Ferguson joining Arsene Wenger in that respect in order to win the treble of '99. It was clear that it was something a little bit more sinister than that. Ranieri hadn't got to grips with the English language fully, so he was criticised by the same people who go to Gibraltar or Benidorm every year and shout burger, por favor and call it integration. Then again, Ranieri's predecessor also had to work tirelessly to grasp the language, and he wasn't nearly lambasted for it. He was constantly being derided, ridiculously nicknamed the Tinker Man. He would never shake that moniker at Chelsea, but would he find success? Claudio Ranieri's first full season began with an enormous changing of the guard. Out went enormous pillars of previous successors, Dennis Wise and Frank Leboeuf. Also departing was Gus Poyet to Tottenham Hotspur, which appeared nonsensical until his replacement was unveiled the following day, West Ham United's Frank Lampard. Not a bad piece of business considering. Still, the acquisition of Barcelona's Emmanuel Petit would go down as the more important of the two midfielders signed. An enormous coup and a former double winner with Arsenal, after all. Also joining the Frenchman from Barca was Bolo Zenden, acquired for the wing, whilst Marseille's William Gallas would take on the mantle left behind by countryman Leboeuf at the heart of defence. Once again, the European campaign was an unmitigated disaster. After easing through Levski Sofia in the opening round, Chelsea were dumped out of the competition at the second hurdle to Hapoel Tel Aviv. First leg in Israel, security tensions were heightened after the assassination of a political figure, and therefore the likes of Petit, Lasso, Desai, Gudjonsson, Ferrer and Gallas didn't travel. The late defeat couldn't be turned around back home, and it left Chelsea to figure out matters back home. First up, the League Cup, and a gruelling run that took in victories at Leeds and at home to Newcastle, which became seemingly name on the trophy stuff when the Blues were handed Spurs in the semi-final. It was becoming a bit of a joke that Tottenham hadn't beaten Chelsea since 1990. That's 26 matches up to this point. Tottenham hadn't beaten Chelsea at White Hart Lane since August 87, so when Chelsea claimed the first leg 2-1 at the Bridge, there was surely only one winner.
Cleverly for Sheringham. It's Riverall.
Alright, that was a bit of a strange one, but the FA Cup was still a possibility after Gianfranco Zola's mesmerising back heel against Norwich that helped seal the third round. A late John Terry winner at Upton Park before Preston was seen off in the fifth round. It meant a March return to White Hart Lane. This time Chelsea would not be so forgiving.
Sullivan has the scrape at it. It's a goal. Is this going to be two for Chelsea? And a good Johnson. Sherwood, Lasso's stolen it from him. Graham Lassow! The good Johnson in at Neil Sullivan again. He scores again.
And when the newly promoted Fulham were the opponents at Villa Park in the semi-final and not Arsenal, there was cautious optimism that the cup might have blue ribbons on it. John Terry confirmed the semi-final victory as both Arsenal and Chelsea marched on Cardiff for the second ever Millennium Stadium final of the FA Cup. But who's that in the Arsenal midfield? Oh, it's alright, it's only Ray Parlour.
Parlour. Can he have a crack here? Ray Parlour! He's got the better of Terry. Freddie Youngberg! Oh!
The season had long been put to bed thanks to a consistently inconsistent season that saw Chelsea far off the required pace of Newcastle United to return to the Champions League and far removed from being threatened for their spot in the UEFA Cup. Still, 61 points to 64, it was a minor improvement, but still far off the ambition already earmarked when Ken Bates said he wanted Chelsea to be the Manchester United of the South. They were barely the Manchester City of the South in 2002. So Chelsea were back in the UEFA Cup, and after two pretty nonsensical attempts at rekindling the successes of the 90s, they were surely going to avoid embarrassment this time. Well, they saw their exits to the might of St Gallen and Hapoel Tel Aviv, and having been drawn Viking FK of Norway, they went and did this.
Kan gå in I særspiller, Nygaard foran I mål, og der skårer Viking! Der skårer pinadø Viking! Erik Nevland skårer! Et nydelig spill! Og Nevland setter ball!
Comfortably, it was the low point of Ranieri's Chelsea career, if not his managerial career or even his professional life. So to then mount a believable title push with what little remained of 2002 was quite the achievement. After successive league defeats to West Ham and Liverpool as September became October, Chelsea began a mini revival, not losing a game before Christmas. They were still in the League Cup and standing in their way, just as they were doing in the league, Manchester United. With a Premier League trip back up to Old Trafford shortly after the League Cup visit there, it was quite the derailment and quite the unexpected figure that delivered the blows.
Forlan, great opportunity, and he's taken it. It's him again. His fourth goal in his last three starts.
Yep, Diego Forlan, a man who had been derided even more so than Claudio Ranieri in his football-adjacent abilities. He was the one who destroyed Chelsea's season. Out of the League Cup, they were almost certainly out of the Premier League's title race, a fact only rubber-stamped by Forlan's winner after the post-Christmas defeats at Elland Road and Highbury. Now they just needed to make sure they were in the Champions League conversation. They recoiled from the Old Trafford loss by beating Leeds, but what use were Leeds now? They were relegation fodder. Manchester City, they were whipped 5-0 at the Bridge, but again, different times. City were in that same bracket and had only just been promoted. In the end, Chelsea had the chance to all but qualify for the Champions League with a win at Upton Park. Then Paolo Di Canio stuck a dagger in Chelsea hearts. 64 points just like last season. Any result from the final game would be another tiny incremental Ranieri improvement. But no matter what happened now, fate was in Chelsea hands. There was positive news that afternoon from Anfield. Liverpool had lost. Therefore, what they were calling a £20 million match was ever so slightly weighted towards the Blues at Stamford Bridge. First off, home territory. Secondly, an 8-goal advantage split them. A draw would get Chelsea over the line, a loss would hand Liverpool a spot back in the Champions League, and it all came down to the final afternoon at Stamford Bridge. Now, an FA Cup final and now Champions League qualification. Chelsea fans didn't know the half of it yet. Enter Roman Abramovich. He went to watch a football game in April 2003 called Manchester United vs Real Madrid in the quarter-final second leg of a Champions League. United won 4-3 on the night but lost on aggregate, and Ronaldo stole the show with a hat-trick. That would be the bedrock of Abramovich's idealised version of the sport. He sent for a man who set him up some meetings, one with Tottenham Hotspur and the other with Chelsea. What we know about Russian money in London, he was always going to take on a club from the capital, wasn't he? Probably the kicker had been that Chelsea were already in the Champions League, so didn't need as much development as a Spurs side who had been aggressively mid-table since the birth of the Premier League. A few days after the initial meeting with Chelsea, all it took was 15 minutes for a deal to be thrashed out, as Ken Bates received £17 million for his shares, whilst Roman Abramovich forked out £140 million. £60 million for the actual club, £80 million to service the debts, and that's how thin the tightrope was that Chelsea were walking. Chelsea had gone from signing one no-name in Kike De Lucas in the summer of 2002 to every day during the summer of 2003 feeling like Christmas Day. Every fresh newspaper on those nostalgia-filled sunlit mornings would be a new face wearing that new Chelsea kit. It was enough to give Jim White and Sky Sports News a semi. Now it should go without saying that back in 2003 the letters FFP and PSR hadn't been thought to be rearranged in that way in a sporting context to shackle football clubs with deep ambitions and even deeper pockets. So Chelsea just went bananas in the transfer market, like someone slapped a few zeros on the end of a transfer budget in the Football Manager editor. You can now sense the changing of ambitions and markets Chelsea were shopping in just from taking a skim read of their transfers in section for the 2003-04 season on Wikipedia. Without Roman Abramovich, Chelsea were preying on lapsing contracts for second-string goalkeepers, Sunderland's Jurgen Macho, Chievo's Marco Ambrosio. Then once the wheels got put into motion, it was hard to stop. July the 15th, Glenn Johnson snapped up from West Ham for £6 million, and a day later, Jeremy is prized from Real Madrid for £7 million. So far, so sensible. Then teams like Southampton and Blackburn Rovers were raided. Two clubs who had won trophies or reached cup finals and occupied top half positions and could have arguably usurped a cash-strapped Chelsea. Their best players were taken, Wayne Bridge and Damien Duff. And then a breather before another Premier League double swoop took the exciting, prestigious talent of Joe Cole from the threat of EFL football with the recently relegated West Ham, whilst Manchester United flop one Sebastian Veron joined him that same day. A week later it was Adrian Mutu joining the ranks from Parma for a staggering £15 million. Alexis Mertin was a comparative steal at just £3.5 million from Bordeaux before the biggest splurge of the lot, Hernan Crespo from Inter. But hold on, we've not done yet. A third backup goalkeeper was needed, so Neil Sullivan was taken from Spurs for £500,000, proving that Chelsea and an overabundance of goalkeepers isn't a new phenomenon. Deadline day comes, of course, Chelsea. They've got to do some business, and whilst it wasn't the big start or for the biggest money, it would arguably be the most important signing when Real Madrid's Claude Makelele walked into the building. It had been a scattergun summer, and had you done that on Championship Manager of its day, you'd have won the lot. This game wasn't that binary though. One player that Chelsea and Abramovich couldn't have was Gianfranco Zola, who had recently been voted the best player in the club's history. His contract had lapsed on June the 30th. A day later, Abramovich's money was sunk into the club. In that time, however, Zola had given his word to hometown Cagliari that he would return. His word was worth more than £3 million, apparently. Ken Bates wouldn't be too far behind him, going off in a strop as he was squeezed out of his chairman role. He'd take his wealth and stick it in Monaco, a fairy tale story that just warms the heart. Meanwhile, Peter Kenyon was poached from Man United to be involved on a commercial basis. It was clear from this move, and potentially some of the loftier transfer rumours that summer, that Abramovich wasn't messing around. He wanted the absolute best. But shall we actually discuss some of the football that actually happened in the 2003-04 season? So, if you were a Chelsea fan who fell into a coma the second Jesper Grønkar's goal against Liverpool confirmed Champions League football, and you suddenly woke up with none of the context and only the season's accomplishments in front of you, written in text, you'd have probably had an aneurysm so hard you'd have fallen back into your coma. But it was an underachievement according to the man that mattered. Immediately, rumours swirled that Claudio Ranieri's position was under threat. Remember him? He's the manager of Chelsea right now, and after qualifying the club for the Champions League for only the second time in its history. It truly was a new era, and you only knew that because Chelsea didn't botch a gimme of an opening round match. MSK Žilina, the mighty MSK Žilina, fell in qualifying, which left the Blues with a group containing Sparta Prague, Besiktas and Lazio. Given a new format that demanded a 16-team knockout after the group stage, no matter what, Chelsea weren't going to be asked to compete in a marathon quite like their first go at the same competition 5 years prior. Lucky to escape the first game in Prague with a 1-0 win, that fortune didn't smile upon Chelsea in the first home game as they went down to Besiktas 2 weeks later. However, things really got going when the stakes were raised and a Lazio double-header was in front of them.
Pulls it back for Lampard to smack it in. Gets it. The Dane's got a good cross back to Mutu. Unlucky Mutu again. Yes.
And Lampard, Spilt, Gudjonsson, banking on him, and he's passed them both, Damien Duff. And still going. Oh, and he scored! Oh.
Belief was in the Stamford Bridge air, and after finishing the group with 2 clean sheets, Chelsea trotted simply through as group winners to face Stuttgart in the last 16. By the time European football swung back around, it wasn't just that they could stake a claim in. OK, both domestic cups were gone in 5th round defeats, first to Villa in the League Cup and then to Arsenal in the FA Cup. But once a defensive masterclass was completed against Stuttgart, the League and Champions League double was a very real possibility. Standing in Chelsea's way on both accounts was an Arsenal team that were invincible. If you take out the Champions League where they lost to Inter Milan and Dynamo Kiev, if you take out the League Cup where they lost to Middlesbrough, and if you take out the FA Cup where they of course lost to Manchester United.
Lampard, and Lehmann. Oh, against Gudjonsson. What a finish! Ida Gudjonsson. Cole. For Perez, they have packed it back.
Not ideal, but still it was better than a 2-1 loss that Chelsea had suffered on their own turf to the same Arsenal a month prior. In the meantime, they had cobbled together a few victories as the Gunners preoccupied themselves with a doomed treble. Highbury, a place without the European reputation of an Anfield, Old Trafford or San Siro, but still notoriously a difficult place to go. But Arsenal had just begun to unravel their season, going out of the FA Cup at the semi-final stage. 3 days later, anything was possible.
Across towards the far post, headed down, Lumba couldn't get there. Reyes could. Only as far as Makalele. Keeper's lost it, and Lampard has scored. Wainbridge could win it. He has.
4 points the gap in the league, a Champions League semi-final, something that Arsenal hadn't even achieved yet. The Blues were boisterous and hunting down that double. Then the ceiling fell in. 2 points dropped at the Borough, a loss at Villa Park, another home draw against Everton before another defeat on the road up at St James's Park, and with that the league was spaffed up against the wall. After what had happened in Monaco in the first leg of the Champions League, it looked as though Chelsea's European endeavours were going the same way as well.
Ball in and it's found ahead of Perso to slip. Crespo to Morientes, who's wide open. It's Morientes. The new man Nonda, who's got on the end of it, and he's got a goal.
Hits him with the left foot. In. Trying to get a second now. They might well do. Lampard. They have. This is dangerous. Morientes, and it's it. Think about the shot for a minute. He's got it back. Morientes. Chelsea dead and buried.
Claudio Ranieri's obituary may as well have been penned on May the 5th, 2004. In truth, there had been a long, unforgiving series of eulogies ever since Abramovich had purchased the club. Everyone had an idea that he would be brutal to get what he wanted. They didn't believe he'd be this brutal though. Second place in the Premier League for the first time, Champions League semi-final for the first time, and FA Cup final appearance for only the 7th time. Those are the hard and fast numbers of Claudio Ranieri at Chelsea. The latter achieved with the club rapidly on its way to insolvency. The former achieved as soon as an injection of cash and life was added to the club. To be sacked after the first two achievements, harsh, yet it had been in the tea leaves for so long because of what football had become. Sky Sports might think they've got the right to pimp out 1992 as a year for the dividing line of the sport, where the old was traded in for the new. New TV deal, new rules, new competitions, etc. Fair point. In English football, mainly Arsenal fans might say 1996, with the introduction of Arsene Wenger. But in 2003, when Roman Abramovich lined up his Russian tanks in West London and filled the sport with a gargantuan amount of money, football had officially crossed the Rubicon. No longer was it enough for a football club to just do okay. You didn't win the league? Gone, mate. You didn't win the Champions League? Gone, mate. You didn't even qualify for the Champions League? See ya. Claudio Ranieri stopped just about short of performing miracles when he led Chelsea back into the Champions League in 2003, not to mention getting to an FA Cup final the year before. The club finances were in the toilet, the desire from the club resided there as well, and it seemed that Chelsea had run out of lives. The club had only ever embarked on 4 top 6 finishes in a row twice in its history, first off in the days of Dave Sexton and trophies won in the FA Cup and Cup Winners' Cup in the 60s and 70s. Secondly, winning the same kind of stuff 20-25 years on under Vialli and Hullet. Both great achievements, Ranieri did the same, except with both arms tied behind his back, financially. He'd benefited from the work of those latter two names, but also added his own talent people like Lampard, Zenden and Gallas, not to mention Gronkia, who arguably scored the goal that put Ranieri's tenure at Stamford Bridge on life support when he put Chelsea back into the Champions League. With the new money, Chelsea were always going to have good foundations in a looser financial world for the next manager who came along. And maybe Ranieri would have achieved what his successor did at the Bridge, but it probably wasn't going to feel as special.
His record he's broken. Michael Owen, that's who. Everton Spaniard scores in Spain to keep them alive in the race for the Champions League. Lee Carsley. And the goalkeeper couldn't keep it out.
In Premier League terms, Everton had never had it so good. They were competitive against Liverpool again, they made pilgrimages to Wembley again, and enjoyed European tours once again. These were the resilient days of David Moyes at Goodison Park.
Middlesbrough look dangerous again here. Oh, and Alan Buxton's got into it, but it's 3-0, and Paul Ince was in there.
Time was up for Walter Smith. Whilst he had definitively put an end to the crippling boom and bust that the Toffees either loved or loathed during the 90s, the club had to move on. Everton, a team that presided well within the conversation in the glorious first tenure of Harry Catterick, had become consigned to the doubt that a relegation dogfight brought in his following stints at Goodison. Yes, there was the 1995 FA Cup triumph under Joe Royle, but that was increasingly apparent to have been an outlier. Goodison Park needed it to return to the norm. The Premier League was getting richer, the divides between the haves and the have-nots were about to rip the game in two, and Everton needed to be on the right side. Enter David Moyes. He was a man who knew all about English football and had just about resuscitated a sleeping giant of the sport. Preston North End, famously the original Invincibles, were languishing in the third tier when the Scottish manager took them on in 1998. In his tenure, he transformed them to being on the cusp of League One to being 90 minutes away from the Premier League. That kind of quality captivated the Evertonian decision makers. Moyes, a manager on the way up, received Everton, a club on the way down, with only goal difference the buffer between themselves and the Football League. Beneath them, 4 teams that had become relics in a Premier League age: Ipswich Town, Bolton Wanderers, Derby County and Leicester City. It took just 27 seconds for the David Moyes era to coax a bit of life back into Everton Football Club.
The clock, and the layback from Brzezinski and fighting Unsworth to volley. As miss kicks, Ferguson's in, and Everton are 2!
Gravison to David Unsworth!
who does it again. 2 goals in 2 weeks under new management. Lewis Alexanderson wins the ball back. Taunts, teases Derby, and Ferguson scores Everton's 4th.
For a team that hadn't won a Premier League game since January the 12th, those 6 points were invaluable. It effectively kept the Toffees up, and after 3 more positive results in April, the club were able to boast 15th place and ample breathing room between themselves and the drop. The 2002-03 season represented a chance to build on the good start and the good vibes. Enter Wayne Rooney, and you would remember his name, particularly after he did this.
Remember this name, Wayne Rooney.
Forget 1-0 to the Arsenal, it was 1-0 to the Everton after they had ripped the cloak of invincibility from the Gunners. West Ham, Leeds, Charlton, Blackburn and West Brom all fell by 1 goal to nothing as Everton soared out from under an inconsistent start to place inside the top 5 by December. They even got a point at Anfield, a ground that was quickly becoming a graveyard for Evertonian hopes and dreams in this new, dour century. That draw, however, kick-started a 5-match reminder that Everton and their supporters shouldn't get carried away completely. They'd not won in a month in between home triumphs over Blackburn and Sunderland, and whilst David Moyes clearly held the ambition and the drive to take Everton up the league, his first signing was a dud, and in relative terms, an expensive dud as well. £3.5 million was needed to prize Richard Wright from Arsenal, a club he'd previously flopped at. Whilst his heroics up at Stadium of Light in August confirmed their first win of the season, he was clearly unreliable. This couldn't have been more obvious when he fell out of his loft on Friday the 13th of June 2003. Yeah, Friday the 13th. And even though Moyes would repeat the trick in signing another Arsenal reject in Francis Jeffers, aka Fox in the Box himself, he'd only been on loan and had rectified his minor mistakes early on. First off, Wright was replaced by the dependable Nigel Martin between the sticks and surrounded the youth of Leon Osman and Wayne Rooney with a band of players with something to prove. Marseille's Joseph Yobo, Motherwell's James McFadden and Sunderland's Kevin Kilban. They'd sit alongside the hardened group of veterans, David Weir and David Unsworth in the backline, the Kemp brothers known as Thomas Gravison and Lee Carsley in midfield, and the experience up front in Kevin Campbell and Duncan Ferguson. Vital, but they weren't wholly consistent just yet. The nascent Moyes of 2003, loaded with fire, climbed up to 7th thanks to the prolific Thomas Redzinski and the continued knack of Wayne Rooney to score winners against teams like Aston Villa, Blackburn and Leeds. Then as the focus burned back onto Goodison Park and the media almost salivated in Wayne Rooney's departure from the club, Everton could be fortunate that there were 3 sides worse off than they were. Leeds, as the other 2 relegated clubs were, on 33 points, and they were only 2 places behind them. They were just a stark tale of just how bad things could get if Moyes eased off the gas. Then the summer of 2004 pitched up, and with each passing Wayne Rooney goal over in Portugal for England at the Euros, the closer he got to his Everton exit. He returned home to a trebling of his wages and 5 more years of Goodison. It was the most lucrative contract that Everton had ever stuck under the nose of one of their players. But the vultures were already out, and they were called Manchester United, obviously, and Newcastle United. The outgoing Thomas Redzinski hardly helped matters, first in departing for Fulham, before publicly telling Rooney to leave. Whilst the Canadian was easily replaced with under £3 million and the captures of Marcus Bent and Tim Cahill, Rooney would be a much, much larger void to fill. Obviously, of the 2 vultures primed to sign Rooney, there was only one United going to get hold of his signature, but the mess was only waded through on deadline day. So therefore Moyes would get a striker through the door eventually, picking up Southampton's James Beattie in January for less than a third of what the club recouped from the Wayne Rooney sale. Everton were used to being spendthrift though, and they recoiled from their worst top-flight finish since 1980 to make their greatest start to a Premier League season. Games that they'd normally flake out on were won. Away to Manchester City, Norwich and Birmingham, home victories often squandered were also won when West Brom, Borough and Bolton all turned up to Goodison. They only went out in the League Cup to the invincible Arsenal as well. When the first Merseyside derby appeared, another usual roadblock in a normal Everton season, it was almost certain that this was no normal Everton season. An opponent the Blues hadn't beaten at Goodison for 7 years. Liverpool. Those were the days where Neil Ruddock was in the Liverpool defence, where Danny Cadamatore led the Evertonian line.
Back to his feet, Leon Osman. Back out to Lee Carsley! Well!
It was on Boxing Day when Everton eclipsed their points tally of the prior season, with Marcus Bent's winning goal against Manchester City. Champions League qualification was now a very real possibility. When 2005 started inconsistently, the ludicrously outside chance of a title race whiff evaporated. When new signing James Beattie stuck a headbutt on William Gallas in a painful home defeat to the soon-to-be-crowned champions Chelsea, typical Evertonian pessimism returned. Only 1 place and 5 points split the Blues with the Reds on Merseyside, a point of bragging rights usually, a harsh dividing line competitively and financially, since those places were the difference between the Champions League and the UEFA Cup. The Blues took just 13 points from their last 11 matches, which took in a 7-0 pumping by Arsenal at Highbury, a stark contrast to the 23 points they claimed from their first 11 matches, a period which also took in a thrashing off of the Arsenal. Whilst the more inconsistent parts of Everton's season dragged a first win over Manchester United for 10 years, it was Arsenal who had help in hand in getting the Toffees over the line. 3 days prior to that 7-0 beating they exacted upon the blue half of Merseyside, they had barred the Red Half's top 4 ambitions with a 3-1 win at Highbury. It turned out that the more Everton's form waned, the more encapsulated Liverpool were in becoming European champions. The run to Istanbul and the alleged miracle that took place there wouldn't fill Everton supporters with joy, but it arguably confirmed the club's place in the Champions League.
But in the quarter-final against Panathinaikos, Everton were in for a shock. The Greeks opened the scoring in the first leg on Merseyside, an away goal that was to prove decisive.
And judging by the state on that footage, it had been a long time since Everton had been invited to the top table of European football. Of course, the barrier to entry had been lowered significantly, the least UEFA could do after Everton had been robbed of 2 possible European Cups in the mid-80s. Just like both of those periods, through Harry Catterick and Howard Kendall, the Toffees had stability via the medium of their manager. They had a strong core of players right through the team, from Nigel Martyn in goal to Yobo and Weir in defence, Carsley Cahill and Mikel Arteta in the middle, with James Beattie up front. They had another prodigy in James Vaughan, whilst other young players like Osman, Anichebe and McFadden would be joined by more experience that summer. Phil Neville joined for £5 million, and whilst Evertonians were naturally suspicious of the former Man United player, he would come to be more loved than the 2 players who cost more than he did that summer. Andy van der Meijden and Per Kroldrup at £15 million flopped, and flopped hard. Van der Meijden offered fleeting glimpses and didn't have the requisite attitude to be a member of a David Moyes football team or, well, any professional team for that matter. And Kroldrup was that bad he wasn't even given that chance. Either way, Everton, as England's 4th best team the prior season, were given the chance to compete alongside names like Liverpool and Manchester United in Champions League qualifying. Of course, Everton couldn't draw them, but they could draw former champions like Ajax and Inter Milan, as well as recent finalists Monaco. And whilst older supporters would have liked to crack at rectifying their quarter-final defeat against Panathinaikos all the way back in 1971, the team they were paired off with were Villarreal. A team not adorned with a reputation of others in the draw, but one that had only been behind the Clásico clubs in La Liga the prior season, and a team that Mikel Arteta confessed he would never have chosen to play against.
Good shot on goal, and that is a fine finish. They get a second stab at it. Good header, and it's blown into Everton's net.
But up for the Argentine, deflection, goal!
The brilliance.
And he takes that wonderfully! Pressing. Ferguson! Oh my word! Oh, the referee though!
He's perfectly, he's done nothing wrong.
And all the time Everton are living on the edge. Forlan!
Everton's season was over before it could begin. The fact only hammered home 3 weeks later after a 5-1 defeat in Romania against Dinamo Bucharest. A non-runner in the Champions League out in the first round after relegation to the UEFA Cup, the storm cloud from these 2 defeats hung over Goodison all season. Ultimately, Villarreal did have names like Juan Roman Riquelme, Diogo Forlan and Marcos Senna in yellow on the pitch. They had Manuel Pellegrini off it, and if you're of an Everton persuasion, you might be forgiven for thinking that they had Pierluigi Collina in their pocket as well. Eventually they'd make the semi-finals, only a penalty away from beating Arsenal in reaching the Champions League final. Meanwhile, for Everton, James Beattie was top scoring with 11 goals in all competitions as the Blues mourned their Champions League loss while losing 6 league games immediately afterwards without scoring. Once the club's emotions balanced out, they regressed to the mean of 11th place. No drama at the wrong end of the table, not strong enough to go again for Europe. By the 2006-07 season, however, they would be ready to re-enter the continent. Averaging well under a goal a game, by far the lowest returns in front of goal for a non-relegated side, Moyes instantly looked to remedy that weakness with the club record signing of Andy Johnson. They'd also need a better backline, aided massively with the acquisition of Joleon Lescott for defence and Tim Howard in net. Fresher, younger and still imbued with enough Moyesian spirit to succeed, they flew out of the traps. Wins over a dim Watford and an underachieving Spurs marked a 3-match unbeaten run to start the campaign. Solid, but nothing when compared to the visit of Liverpool at Goodison on September the 9th.
Nice build up and a chance for the goal. Here's Johnson with a chance for 2. And the goalkeeper couldn't keep it out. Johnson's got another. Everton have scored 3 in the derby.
Everton's biggest Merseyside derby victory at Goodison since 1909 ought to have been the catalyst for the remainder of the season. It wasn't, as Andy Johnson picked up a reputation for diving for penalties, which ultimately played a part in Everton's dismissal from the League Cup in defeat at home to Arsenal. Graham Poll it was who made a hash of a penalty decision before opting to send James McFadden off by the traditional means of only 2 yellow cards. The FA Cup wasn't any better, a 4-1 humiliation at home to Blackburn at the first hurdle, and by that point, Everton's season looked to have fizzled out. A return to meet their Merseyside foes on February the 3rd was part of a mini-revival of fortunes for Moyes. For the first time, a Moyes Everton team surpassed 50 goals in the league and posted a positive goal difference, as only 3 defeats from their final 16 confirmed a comfortable route back into Europe. Sadly, this was only the UEFA Cup, but it sparked a longer stay on the continent than last time. Buoyed by the signings of Phil Jagielka and Leighton Baines for defence, Stephen Pienaar in midfield and Yakubu up front, if only test data on the Everton website could be read as fact, as the club boasted that they had signed Juan Roman Riquelme from Villarreal when updating their homepage. Regardless, Everton had a proper European tour on their hands.
Surely, Anachevic, no doubts there.
Osman drives it across the header down by Cahill.
Into the penalty area. Oh, it's Sune. It's corner. Lescott's header. Lescott! What a stop! And turned in by Cahill.
Corn on the far side. Oh, what a moment this is!
Metalist Kharkiv seen off in the first round. AEL, Nuremberg, Zenit and RZ all beaten before a successful trip up north to Norway, and that had the Toffees deep into a continental campaign. Not only that, but they had managed the workload expertly, not dropping out of the top half nor even coming close, and thanks to a 9-match unbeaten start to 2008, they were in contention for a return to the Champions League. They bounced back from the anguish of a 2-goal loss in Florence's last 16 first leg against Fiorentina, dispatching of Sunderland on their travels thanks to an Andy Johnson winner. And then that Thursday, with a spot in the UEFA Cup quarter-finals up for grabs, Everton had to overturn a 2-goal deficit in cup competition for the first time in nearly 16 years. Back then it was an early round of the League Cup against Rotherham United. This might as well have been a different sport. Goodison Park was treated to its finest European night since 1985.
Do some trickery, produce a cross. Yes, he can. It's a decent ball in as well. It's a goal for Everton. This forward as well. He might try a shot here. Arteta, he does! What a goal by Mikel Arteta! Comes Yakubu. Hit the post. Jagielka. Saved. And Santana scores. And Fiorentina have won the penalty shootout.
Despite a renewed and fresh squad, history demanded that they lost the penalty shootout, their 7th defeat from 10. Of course, all the same pitfalls that depression brings came after the European exit. Just as Villarreal sparked a poor 2005-06 campaign, Fiorentina effectively ended Everton's hopes of qualifying for the Champions League in 2008. After all, they won only 2 of their final 9 matches, finishing a staggering 11 points behind Liverpool. Meanwhile, the Zenit team that they had beaten comprehensively in the group stages lifted the UEFA Cup. Failures on 2 fronts in a time where Moyes' incremental improvements have promised genuine success and not the flash in the pan that 2005 really was. And come the subsequent season, they'd have a real-life cup final to him.
Ferdinand against Howard. And he saved it! Phil Jagielka scores this. Everton are through to the FA Cup final. De Fields, here he comes, he's got a blast and he scored! And Everton are through to the FA Cup final!
They'd inched closer to qualifying for the Champions League, yet again finishing 5th, and whilst they had been out of both the League Cup and UEFA Cup at the first hurdle, they'd gone the distance in the FA Cup, via Macclesfield, Liverpool, Aston Villa, Middlesbrough and Manchester United. This thanks to improving their squad with even further firepower, Marouane Fellaini and Louis Saha. The latter would ensure that Everton's first visit to the new Wembley with a trophy at stake would start quickly.
Fellaini in there leaping, here's a chance for Saha, what a start! Louis Saha for Everton! Header, it's the equaliser from Didier Drogba! Lampard, lovely little turn of footing, oh what a goal from Frank Lampard!
And such was Everton under David Moyes. The story was so close but so far away. They had officially become the best of the rest behind a top 4 that was increasingly looking like a closed shop. Manchester United had the present success, Liverpool had their past reputation and a world-class manager, Arsenal too, whilst Chelsea had a bottomless well of cash. The top 4 was about to blow in size thanks to a mix of foreign money from Manchester and smart investment in London. Everton were improving, but was it ever going to be good enough? And when the 3 defeats from 4 began the 2009-10 season, Everton's campaign looked blighted yet again. Even more so when they were attacked for the signature of Julian Lescott by Manchester City, the latest team threatening to be the best of the rest. Except it had taken just 1 year for their money to eclipse Everton's biggest ever signing. Meanwhile, Moyes replaced Lescott with 2 defenders, Sylvain Distin and Johnny Heitinga, whilst also adding Diniar Bilyaetdinov, another player from the fringes who would hope to make Everton greater than the sum of their parts. In this time, Everton being usurped as the best team not to be in the top 4 was sweetened somewhat by the fact that Liverpool was sinking without a trace. First competitively as Rafael Benitez departed in the summer of 2010, and financially as their new owners almost tempted them into administration. But it should be galling that David Moyes' Everton couldn't get their timing right. The 4th place of 2005 came way too soon for a team still piecing things together after being mediocre for way too long. Then, when the top 4 opened up again 5 years later, Everton had expended all their peak energies for a time when the quartet at the top of the league were unimpeachable. Now, with teams smarter and richer, Everton struggled, only edging forward whilst other teams overtook them with big strides. So when Liverpool vacated 4th in 2010, it wasn't Everton waiting at the front of the queue as it had been in the past few years, but a race between the trio of Tottenham Hotspur, Manchester City and Aston Villa. The former would make it, City would stay there, and as for Villa, they'd end up in the same boat as Everton. Targeted much like the Toffees for their best names, it was cold hard cash and talent like Gareth Barry and James Milner that ensured City trampled all over Villa's Champions League aspirations. As such, the Big Six was formed. In 2005, Everton recorded 61 points and a negative goal difference. 5 years on, they recorded that same 61 points but a plus 11 goal difference. That tally used to get you into the Champions League, now it wasn't even enough to get you into Europe. The cups at home couldn't be relied upon for a good time, whilst a European tour stopped just about short with the teasing of a knockout run only for defeat in the last 32 to Sporting in 2010. 8th became 7th, but no solace of Europe thanks to Birmingham City's winning of the League Cup and Stoke City's appearance in the FA Cup final that barred both Merseyside clubs from the continent. Now Moyes was reduced to picking up bargains and freebies like Seamus Coleman and relying on academy prospects like Jack Rodwell. Even though Everton had regressed to only a top 7 position, they were still the best of the rest, behind what had become a bloated Big Six. The 7th of 2011 was replicated the following year, only with the added gloss of finishing above Liverpool, even if the Reds' winning of the League Cup still barred the Toffees from Europe. Most painful of all though was Everton's return to Wembley. That's 2012. They were drawn Liverpool in the first Wembley occasion between the pair since 1989, and they were finally there for the taking. With an inconsistent Chelsea, the opponent in the final, Everton had the best chance of silverware yet.
Just misjudged the bounce. Oh, it's Yelovich! Oh, what was this Dan doing? It's Luis Suarez! Bellamy. Oh, it's in! Andy Carroll!
Ultimately, that would be David Moyes' legacy at Goodison Park. Good, but just not quite good enough. The club were desperate to break the top four, and whilst they claimed big wins over the big teams in roughly a quarter of their home matches against them, a good return, but Moyes never went away and came back with 3 points from places like Anfield, Stamford Bridge and Old Trafford. Coincidence or not, it was their very first top four visit after David Moyes in which Everton won, and David Moyes just so happened to be in the room whilst it happened. The timing was just never quite right, and the average investment of £5 million per year wasn't going to cut it any longer. Moyes improved the club to 6th despite recent departures of Tim Cahill and Mikel Arteta in 2013. It still wasn't enough for Europe thanks to Swansea City winning the League Cup and Wigan Athletic winning the FA Cup, and it was a 3-0 humiliation at home to Wigan in the quarter-finals of that cup that marked the definitive beginning of the end for Moyes at Everton. His contract was up in the summer and the appetite from all four corners of Goodison Park just wasn't there anymore. In the end, David Moyes looked to have finally got his timing right when, with 1 foot out of the Goodison Park door, his old mate Sir Alex Ferguson decided to retire and handed him the keys of Manchester United. Everton supporters would relish the fact that his last game as United manager came in defeat at Goodison just 9 months into his new tenure. After all, they had a shiny new toy and he was called Roberto Martinez. Except he was facing the same pitfalls that David Moyes faced, and they were even more extreme. It turns out that 72 points, Everton's Premier League record, now wasn't enough for the top four, and playing good football didn't make you immune from the chop at Goodison Park. Martinez wouldn't eclipse Moyes, nor would Ronald Koeman, Sam Allardyce, Marco Silva, Frank Lampard, Sean Dyche, not even fucking Carlo Ancelotti. None of them qualified for the Champions League, none of them getting as far in Europe, none of them reaching a cup final. And they say be careful what you wish for. Everton fans begged for their managers to be reimbursed in the transfer market. Then Farhad Moshiri came along, seemingly took the club's transfer ambitions to another level, but it turns out that you need an ability to cobble together a few brain cells in the market, not just simply pump money into it. So now David Moyes is back. He finds himself at a bipolar club with their backs against the wall financially, the gap to the Big Six even greater, the cliff edge to the Football League enormous, but with all the financial promise that a new stadium move brings.
Here we see Sunderland achieving the seemingly impossible. 3 own goals in 7 first-half minutes against Charlton.
Forget points tallies, we know that Derby and Southampton has since had worse, but no team had previously dared to plumb the depths of sub-20 points in a Premier League season in its history before this Sunderland team did just that. Are they the worst team to ever play in the Premier League? Despite finishing 7th in 2 successive seasons in the top flight, despite their survival in the top flight being achieved in successive seasons for the first time in a generation, Sunderland were at a crucial crossroads in their history. Niall Quinn, the target man for the prolific Kevin Phillips, needed to be put out for pasture soon and would need to be replaced. Peter Reid attempted it ahead of the 2001-2 season, but the acquisition of Lilian Lasland fell flat on its arse and Quinn would appear in every single Premier League game that season. Meanwhile, the prize acquisition from the summer was American star Claudio Reyna, equalling the club record £4.5 million. Much like their previous starts to a Premier League season, Peter Reid's Sunderland started slowly.
Luke Chadwick's cross. Oh, it came off the defender, I think. It's Varga's own goal. Plenty of movement inside the box as the ball is delivered. The goalkeeper's caught there, and it's over the line.
Except this time there was no turning it around as easily. It was becoming evident that Kevin Phillips' goal scoring was slowing down somewhat. After all, he was never going to be able to hit the heights of a 30 goal a season in the top tier for much longer. Nonetheless, he treated the travelling Black Cats to his 100th club goal at the end of September against Bolton. That was the club's third league win of the campaign. That would barely be doubled before Christmas, as Leeds, West Ham and Everton all fell at the Stadium of Light. It was clear by the turn of the year that this would be a far trickier third campaign.
That looks like long twist. Move on. Here's a real opportunity. And yes, Borough take the lead. Third time, so lucky. Turning up.
With a first Sunderland defeat at the Stadium of Light to Newcastle at the back end of February 2002, the Black Cats were just another Premier League outfit. With 11 games to play despite their position of 14th, they appeared relatively safe, 6 points ahead of the drop zone and teams like Blackburn and Derby. Even if the Mags up the road had suddenly become embroiled in a title race, at least Sunderland had their top flight status secured. Except...
Deflection, Dalapona, well played Dalapona!
Doing his best, but he can't stop the ball coming in. Oh, it's an unwitting touch by Thirlwell.
In the end, it proved a close call. In the end, Sunderland were fortunate that Ipswich Town had won just one game since February the 2nd and had a trip to Anfield on the final day. The table might well have read 40 points and a 4-point gap to their eventual relegated rivals, but Sunderland still needed a result on the final day, and they had distant memories of 5 years prior when 40 points hadn't been enough. By the summer of 2002 and Niall Quinn's retirement, Peter Reid's woven magic in the transfer market had seemingly escaped him. Gone were the Sorensens and Phillipses, and here was the arrival of Milton Effin Nunez. Quinn's replacement was sourced from Rangers in Toriandre Flo, a Premier League proven quality, but at nearly £7 million, there was a considerable risk attached to the deal. And not for the first time, a Peter Reid Sunderland team started a top-flight campaign slowly.
It was the stoppers' lucky day, and Everton's ahead against a run of play when Thomas Radzinski set up Kevin Campbell.
It's Macaroni now, Nemeth went on the run ahead, but it's still Macaroni, he shoots!
Up ahead of Barry Hales, and superb execution from Junichi Inamoto.
Although this time it cost him his job, averaging at under a point a game after 9 outings. The Black Cats' latest defeat away at Highbury proved the last of the manager's 9 lives. Looking at the table, at least in theory, the club had stood still over the summer, still not darkening the halls of the relegation zone yet under the manager. In his place, a man who knew what it took to win the top flight of English football, yet a man who hadn't managed a club or in the Premier League for 6 whole years.
Great chance! Oh, and a goal!
Yeah, that man's name was Howard Wilkinson, and as you can tell from the above, he didn't have a great start to life as Sunderland manager. He had left his job as technical director at England, bringing Stoke City manager Steve Cotterill along for the ride as his assistant. Way back when he had breathed life into Sheffield Wednesday in the 80s before taking a second-tier Leeds to the last championship before the invention of the Premier League. But that invention of the Premier League, certainly by 2002, had changed the game drastically. In the interim decade, not a single English manager had won the title, and hasn't since. Sky promised a whole new ballgame, and, begrudgingly, it had come true even by this point. A grace period ought to be given to any manager in a new job, and soon enough, Sunderland could boast a 4-match undefeated streak that factored in away day draws at the Reebok, the Valley and Anfield, alongside a win in his second home outing in the Premiership, a triumph over Spurs. While successive defeats led into Christmas, Wilkinson had Liverpool's number again on December the 15th, thanks to a late Michael Proctor winner. From the first 9 games, Sunderland had 8 points under Peter Reid. From Howard Wilkinson's first 9 games, Sunderland had 9 points. Improvement! And yet they still found themselves mired in a relegation scrap alongside an uninspiring West Brom, a financially ruined Leeds, as well as teams like Villa, Bolton and West Ham. In their final match before Christmas, Sunderland toiled to a 2-2 draw against West Brom. Still, they lived above the drop zone, 18 points from 19 games on Christmas Day. To say the second half of the season didn't go well was a massive understatement.
7 points from the last 9 for Leeds, cheekily achieved.
And suddenly Beckham gets in behind the Sunderland defence.
2 in 6 minutes.
We should probably stop it there before we get flagged by YouTube. From the 3 own goals against Charlton to quite possibly the worst run of form the Premier League had ever seen, Howard Wilkinson was gone by March 2003. Since Christmas he had presided over 10 matches of Premier League football. The club had 1 point to their name in that period, a 0-0 draw at home to Blackburn. They had sunk to the bottom of the division, 7 points adrift of safety. Usually in times of strife, Sunderland had been quite good at stringing together a cup run to get their faithful to forget the harsher league times. This wasn't seen in 2003 despite best efforts in the cup when lower division Watford dumped them out of the 5th round stage of the FA Cup. With a Football League return abundantly clear, what could they do now?
And although Sunderland will go, I think they're actually dangerous for a lot of teams now because people would be saying they're bottom of the league, you've got to beat them.
Clement out wide on the left-hand side. Sends in a good ball, that should be easy for Poon, but he's spilled in and Derek McGuinness is in here. And he's got his first goal of the season for West Brom.
What's that? You expected a miraculous escape from the new regime? No, this was not going to happen here despite the arrival of Mick McCarthy. Much like the previous guy in charge, he couldn't buy a win in the top flight either. 9 defeats from 9, Sunderland finished rock bottom on 19 points. Lower than Ipswich Town's 27 from 1995, lower than Bradford's 26 points from 2001, lower than Watford's miserly 24 points from 2000. An unwanted Premier League record. It appeared as though Mick McCarthy had gone from the frying pan of Saipan, the 2002 World Cup and the Island job, to the fire of Sunderland and their Football League return. The exodus was well telegraphed. Kevin Phillips to Southampton, Claudio Reyna to Man City, both Gavin McCann and Thomas Sorensen to Aston Villa, David Bellion to Man United, Jody Craddock to Wolves, Torrey Andre Flo to Siena and Kevin Kilbane to Everton, just to name a few. They would all play top-flight football. Sunderland, though, would have to wait. And after crashing back into Division 1 with the bump of defeats 16 and 17 in a row in league competition to Forest and pissing Millwall, it seemed as though the Black Cats would have to wait to replenish their 9 lives. But then they started to pick up a little pace.
Kyle. Oh, and Marcus Stewart with a chance to make it 2!
Away at Bradford. It was no coincidence that Sunderland's return to form came at the same time that Julio found his way back into the starting lineup. Was a contender for goal of the season, but surely nothing could beat this from Mart Poon. The Sunderland goalkeeper came forward to score a flying header in injury time.
After dispatching of Forest at the Stadium of Light on January the 10th, Sunderland had cobbled together 4 wins on the bounce to firmly ensconce themselves in the promotion race. With the automatics in touching distance but the nothingness of 7th still equally viable, their winless next month in the league was worrying. But led by Gary Breen from the back, Sunderland revitalised themselves in the build-up to spring.
Automatic promotion was a long shot because Norwich and West Brom were well clear at the top, but the Black Cats were making absolutely sure they reached the playoffs.
A near-perfect March had pulled the club back into the mix, dropping only 4 points in 9 matches gifted them an outside shot at displacing the top 2 of Norwich and West Brom in automatic contention. Only a collapse of major proportions would spit them out at the playoffs now, and despite those 3 losses on the spin to Ipswich, West Brom and fellow playoff hopefuls Crystal Palace, Sunderland confirmed a seemingly advantageous 3rd place. They'd get a second leg at home in the playoffs, they'd be pitted against the lowest ranked team in the playoffs. What could go wrong? Then Crystal Palace turned up.
England, here goes Stewart, and he calmly rolls it into the bottom corner. Patrick now, Ramble knocks it into the middle. Shipperley, oh, an equaliser. Butterfield tees it up, deflection, and goal. Set piece, and does do. Bit of hesitation there. And Kevin Kyle has found the net. There's still time yet for him to have an influence, and he does do, and he scored! 10 roll. It's for Kevin Kyle. Kyle gets it, and Kyle scores! Haunted. McAteer, can he provide another dangerous ball? And he has done. Oh, it's his corner kick. Sunderland still under pressure. Palace looking for something. And they've got it! And yet again, I've got a second chance. Go to McAteer. Oh, this time Basson saves. Basson do it again. Oh, Basson does! Nobody wants to win this. Boom. Can he come up with a hat-trick? He's done it, Michael Hughes, and it's Palace who are Cardiff bound.
And so it was confirmed to be a season of heartache, a near miss in the playoffs under controversial circumstances to Palace, the death of 1973 Cup hero Bob Stokoe in the earlier weeks of 2004, which was matched by an FA Cup run to rival his attempt 31 years prior.
Kick, difficult to defend, coming over the shoulders there. Stewart is in, bit of confusion, it's loose for Arthur, it's 1-0 Sunderland.
Again, Cole in the middle, held up by Morgan, this is Tommy Smith. Fantastic goal, it's Tommy Smith again.
But it ultimately proved a case of so near, so far away for the Black Cats, in a world where the FA Cup runner-up would qualify for Europe, and a world where the semi-final draw kindly bestowed Sunderland a Football League side in Millwall, whilst two Champions League outfits in Man United and Arsenal fought each other in the other tie. The club were suddenly favourites for a European return.
Highfield goes alone, blocked by Paul Cahill. He's on the spot.
Alas, with Millwall's win, it wasn't to be. It would be they gracing the Millennium Stadium, Cardiff, and even further afield in the UEFA Cup, and 10th in the newly christened Championship the following season. For Sunderland, a trip back to normality, a trip back to success.
Right, the long throw, and this is Stephen Elliott. What can he come up with here? Round one, and the keeper there saved. No, Stewart with a follow-up. Marcus Stewart for 1-0.
Willie Walker steps outside his man, lower cross, goal, and it's an opener for Sunderland, and Stephen Elliott.
He's got it back, Robinson's through. Oh, what a top quality finish from Carl Robinson. Parker, Whitehead. Oh, a sensational strike from Dean Whitehead.
The club was firmly in reset mode. After leaving the stock exchange that summer, Mick McCarthy scoured the country for cheap alternatives to the 20 million worth of talent that had departed since relegation. They included Dean Whitehead, Stephen Elliott, Stephen Caldwell and Liam Lawrence. Meanwhile, Marcus Stewart took on the Kevin Phillips mantle, top scoring with 16. That low scoring rate combined with 94 points, 9 away from the playoff-ridden Ipswich, spoke to a solid team, one that eventually raced back to the Premier League with open arms.
Horton with the corner kick, and Breen is up there, not again from Mike Collins. Oh, double disaster.
Broken to Chris Brown, who slides it across, and in comes Stewart.
Caldwell puts a decent cross in, it's an excellent cross, and it's the opening goal of the night.
Seem to keep the ball in. And this is Marcus Stewart in a great position, and Sunderland have got the lead in the 3rd minute. Here goes Elliott now. Elliott, back to be the goal that wins the championship. Stephen Elliott.
The landscape had changed that much at the Stadium of Light that the headline signings in the summer of 2005 was striker John Stead and goalkeeper Kelvin Davis. Both would prove to be pretty disastrous signings. The loans and frees market was exploited for the talent of Nyron Nosworthy, Alan Stubbs, Anthony Letalic and Justin Hoyt. Immediately it was patently clear that this Sunderland team was a record breaker.
Charlton, the angle's disappearing. Needs help, Murphy's there. It's bent and he scored! It's Xabi Alonso! It's brilliant! Now Barton, that's a wonderful ball forward and Vasseli's onside!
Oh, a mistake. Jeremy has scored for Chelsea!
Record breaking for all the wrong fucking reasons. From the reigning champions of England in Chelsea to the reigning champions of Europe in Liverpool, right the way through to Minnows, Wigan Athletic experiencing their first taste of top-flight football, nobody was immune to receiving 3 points from the Black Cats. It left the club holding the daunting record of 20 Premier League games lost in a row. It is a run that is unlikely to be broken anytime soon, even with the gaping chasm now between first and second tiers. Before finally on September the 17th, Sunderland fans were able to crack open the cans. For the first time in 21 games they had earned a Premier League point. Who gives a shit if it was a draw at home against West Brom, statistically the 19th worst team in the league that season? A point was worth celebrating. Imbued by what little confidence had been boosted, Sunderland moved to the Riverside in search of a first top-flight triumph in 27.
Early danger this from Sunderland. Tommy Miller inside the penalty area. Miller finds the finish, and the former Hartlepool strikers put Sunderland into the lead at the Riverside. Arthur with a free kick, left-footed over the wall.
Hallelujah. Sunderland had won a game of Premier League football, and what's more, they weren't even bottom of the division anymore. So what if Everton had a game in hand? Sunderland's 4 points from 7 games kept them from the foot of the league, and they began to dream of safety. So, could the season truly begin again for the Black Cats?
Remember, if it stays this way. Oh, it's an extraordinary goal. Absolutely extraordinary.
Miller gets round his man, squares in, it's a tap in, and Aston Villa through Gareth Barry.
And he was caught on the head there by Gray. Play goes on, a chance here now for Bent. It had to be Darren Bent who would break the deadlock.
No, they got 1 point from the next 10 games, leaving them with just 5 points on Christmas Day and a staggering 11 more points to make up on West Brom in the sanctity of 17th. Presents unwrapped, another season was cataclysmically already over for the Black Cats. The malaise continued on Boxing Day as a 0-0 draw at home to Bolton Wanderers was hardly going to set pulses racing or spark a run out of nowhere. And that was proven in the next weeks, Everton and Chelsea cropping up at the Stadium of Light and taking 3 points before the January 2nd visit to Fulham was, of course, an empty-handed one. But then the tiniest morsel of hope, a West Brom own goal from Steve Watson that gifted Sunderland only their second 3 points of the season, once again away from home. Alright, there's no point betraying the story any longer. Sunderland wouldn't win again under the management of Mick McCarthy. If any potential revival was to come, it was quickly quashed by defeats against Middlesbrough and West Ham, as February began with more of the same. Trust Spurs to gift a point to Sunderland before McCarthy's tenure ended as it began. Defeats and yet more defeats in the Premier League springtime. To Ewood and a loss, to St Andrews another loss, to the City of Manchester Stadium as it was called back then, a third loss. In his place, the doomed club announced former player Kevin Ball would take charge until the end of the season. Here's how he got on. Spoiler, same as the last guy.
Oh, wonderful run from Reid going infield. Fancies the shot! Stunning goal from Stephen Reid!
Not even the weather wanted to watch Sunderland play football anymore, so it snowed in April and got the match with Fulham abandoned. It was the first weather-related abandonment in Premier League history, and only one has occurred since. Fulham were leading through Brian McBride before Mike Riley halted the match after 21 minutes. Had it been allowed to go ahead, Sunderland would have been put out of their misery there and then with a defeat. Instead, they'd have to wait a further 6 days when they gained an otherwise creditable point at Old Trafford. It would be the last of 8 points picked up on the road all season. And even then, that wouldn't be the worst away record of the season. That belonged to Fulham. What a perfect team to beat to ensure that Sunderland didn't become the first ever English League team to avoid a home win all season. After all, Alan Shearer had ended his miserable career by scoring in a 4-1 win at Sunderland in April, and Champions League chasing Arsenal has stuck a similarly wide win beyond Sunderland to begin May. It left one chance remaining. Alright, you're going to have to take my word for it. I couldn't find the footage anywhere, not even for the abandoned game either, so you're going to have to believe me on that case too. Trust me, both happened. Back to the video. There you go. Fulham were just the third Stadium of Light victims after the mighty Cheltenham Town in the League Cup and Northwich Victoria of the Conference North in the FA Cup had been slain. Even then it took extra time for the Black Cats to dispose of the former. Irrespective of the penultimate game's win, Sunderland had long been consigned to another record points tally, as they claimed just 15 points all season after the campaign concluded with a wholly predictable loss at Villa Park. Relegation, promotion, Kiki Musamba, David James playing up front, Richard Dunn free scoring into his own net, and that comeback against Spurs in the Cup. Manchester City weren't so bad that they were slumming it with teams like York City in the third tier of English football, but they obviously weren't cut out just yet for Premier League football as their relegation in 2001 inferred. In short, they were vulnerable, bouncing immediately back into the Football League, therefore their next managerial appointment was almost a kindred spirit. Enter Kevin Keegan. The former Ballon d'Or winner in his playing days and his managerial career began back in 1992. He was no less colourful as he took Newcastle United from obscurity of the second tier to the brink of the Premier League title. But in doing so, saying he'd love it if he beat Manchester United and Alex Ferguson to the title in '96, alongside offering a tearful resignation from the national job in the toilets of the old Wembley, he was viewed as emotional and damaged goods. He'd come a long way from those swashbuckling days in the North East, but his teams continued to play entertaining brands of football. He was viewed as emotional, but perhaps that's what Man City needed as they re-entered the Football League, an imperfect brand of entertaining and emotional football. A heady cocktail of a poster boy manager and some backing from above in the form of John Wardle and David Makin's millions, City were able to shop in markets previously unrealised for Celtic's Eyal Berkovic and Paris Saint-Germain's Ali Benabia before they even coaxed the experienced Stuart Pearce down from West Ham. More on him later. Alright, it wasn't as if Sheikh Mansour was already here or anything, but it was a re-injection of life that had begun with Joe Royle, and the momentum wasn't going to be passed up on anytime soon. Inheriting firepower like Sean Gota and Paulo Wanchop, City got off to a flyer in front of their own fans.
Back to Xavi. Gota! Wanchop there! Berkovic! Yes! It's Pearce, it's in!
There were 5 scored against Crewe, there were 4 scored against Barnsley, Grimsby and Old Foes Gillingham, and even 6 posted away to Sheffield Wednesday in mid-September. In typical Keegan fashion, however, there were 4s shipped in losses on the road at the Hawthorns and Highfield Road in September, and a particularly damning 4-0 defeat in front of their own fans to end that same month against Wimbledon. There wasn't the blowing away of what was a competitive league. Heading into the all-important visit of Wolves to Main Road, City sat in 3rd, 7 points adrift of the surprising pace of Burnley, and in a gaggle of teams dreaming of making that second half of the season push. Teams like Norwich, West Brom and Crystal Palace, who were destined to make the Premier League their home soon, and teams like Coventry, Preston and Millwall who weren't. The run to ensuring they would be in the former camp began at home to Wolves on December the 11th, 2001.
It is going to be Horlock. It's a great effort. You would expect. Benabia aims for one of them. Sean Gota's looking. Paulo Wanchop's arriving. Encouraged forward by City's travelling faithful. Gota leaves it. Berkovic. Fleming's got back to him. Gota retains possession. Berkovic. 1-0. Phillips. Ali Benabia looking towards Gota. Oh, Heide Helgeson. Right, Phillips.
It was a make-or-break period for the Blues, one where they played 6 of the top 9, and a period which saw them catapulted into an inevitable Premier League position once again. A 0-0 draw at Walsall wasn't going to stop the run. If anything, it made City harder to beat. Their next 6 were won, stretching the gap to the playoffs from 2 points on February the 23rd to 13 points less than a month later. And whilst trips to Edgeley Park and Millmore didn't return wins, the promotion charge was still alive and well heading into April.
That's a dreadful back pass. Darren Huckabee says thank you very much. And from Cameron, Alex Ray though has dropped too long, and right Phillips.
It's wonderful, it's away from 2 defenders. This is Huckabee, plenty of space for Darren Huckabee!
Gota, Benabia, oh wonderful Gota! Oh, and he's found Sean Gota. Well, Dave Besson getting in the party mood as well.
This was a club built for the Premier League, and the splurges that Kevin Keegan's side made in the market ahead of their top-flight return in the summer of 2002 proved that. First off, Sylvain Distin was dissuaded from turning his loan up at Champions League Newcastle United into a permanent deal. £4 million diverted him from St James's Park to Eastlands. Spectacularly 4 days later was arguably the coup of the entire transfer window when Nicola Anelka was signed from PSG for £13 million. If that somehow didn't get the pulses racing, then the more antagonistic in the Kipaks would have been delighted in the fact that Peter Schmeichel was the club's new number 1 3 years after he had apparently retired from the Premier League when he left United. Regardless, the club were in for a rude awakening on the opening day.
Anelka. And Leeds United are over the hills and far away.
Maybe a year prior, the proposition of Leeds United would have been entirely daunting. However, this was a Leeds United grasping onto the financial cliff edge by its fingernails. They weren't supposed to go again. City would soon readjust to the Premier League, Darren Huckabee's winner 7 days later against another potential title winner in Newcastle United, proving that before finally Nikola Anelka got his shooting boots on and City began to climb.
Naismith could be costly. It's Anelka. Yes! Brings in Anelka. Still Anelka. This is terrific. And it's better than that. It's
Rooted into 14th place because of a keen knack of conceding early, they were also coming off the back of a humiliating League Cup exit to the lowly Wigan Athletic. It was hardly the rambunctious, swashbuckling and third archaic adjective restart to life in the Premier League. But wins on the road at St Andrews and the Hawthorns had dredged City further away from the bottom three in a decent bit of form. Just as well then that the Main Road final derby would be played next.
Could he put Gota in here? It's Sean Gota for Manchester City. It comes out to Anelka. If Gota's called out, certainly not the end of the chances. Can he score? He does. 3-1. That's the most important thing. Add to that 100 Manchester City goals for Sean.
Old enemy in Main Road's final version of the contest, the next results painted City's first season back in a more realistic light. Charlton were the next visitors to Main Road and they did what United couldn't, took 3 points away. Then Middlesbrough was another stumbling block, Sean Wright-Phillips sent off in a 3-1 defeat, only for City to surge back up the table in the final weeks of 2002. The only real blemish could be found in Spurs' visit to Manchester, where the North London club managed to steal 3 points. They found themselves right in the mix for European football, 5 points off a Champions League spot, even as they bounced back from the confirmation of yet another trophyless season, losing in the FA Cup's third round to Liverpool by dispatching of a now bottom half Leeds United at Main Road. Shortly afterwards, Leeds were raided for Robbie Fowler. With a front line of Fowler and Anelka introduced to a foundation already in the top half, the possibilities seemed almost endless. From then on in, however, the season could be categorised with one understandable phrase: typical City. They could do the hard work, that being going to the home of the eventual champions Old Trafford and get a point, as well as getting all 3 from trips to White Hart Lane and Anfield. Frustratingly, however, they were also prone to shipping 5 against other elite teams in Chelsea and Arsenal, whilst being wasteful against those at the wrong end of the table, going down at home to the relegated West Brom and West Ham, with a loss across at the Reebok Stadium against fellow relegation candidates Bolton Wanderers wedged in between. Whilst the curtain unfortunately fell down on Main Road with a pair of 1-0 defeats against the Hammers as well as Southampton, City's final win at the famous old ground came on April 21st, 2003 in a 3-0 triumph over the hapless Sunderland. Poignantly too, that City's last ever Main Road goal came from Mark Vivian Foe, who would pass away during an international break 2 months later. 9th place, a respectable foundation for a club that, on reputation, certainly resided within the top 10 of the country, but it was much more than that. In a measure that feels like it's from a distant land, the UEFA Fair Play League would spit out 3 countries every season, and from each, their cleanest club would be entered into the UEFA Cup. In this year, England, France and Denmark won extra berths, and alongside Lens and Edgeburg, Manchester City qualified for the UEFA Cup based on their disciplinary record. Tails were supposed to be up going into the 2003-04 season, confidence was supposed to be bolstered, second season back in the big time in a sparkling new stadium as well, with an experienced and entertaining manager on the touchline, Manchester City were supposed to be back. Spoiler, they weren't, but here's some Nikola Anelka crackers from the season regardless.
2 minutes into the new Premiership season.
Oh, he's put it in! It's Anelka. Once again.
Same outcome. It's about the Stadium. A real buzz about Manchester City.
After defeating Southampton to begin November 2003, City were safely housed in a UEFA Cup spot and were even a point away from a Champions League position, admittedly in an embryonic table that featured Birmingham City holding on to that final fourth Champions League spot. Then the torrent of shit came. First with a pair of 3-0 defeats against a would-be relegated Leicester and a similarly depressed Newcastle United. And then after they had dispatched of such luminaries as TNS and Lokeren, City's European journey ended in ignominious fashion. Groklin Grodzisk, a team you've never heard of before or since, a team that doesn't even exist officially anymore, had eliminated Manchester City from European competition. It's safe to say we were firmly stranded on a barren island a long way between the Mercer and Guardiola utopias. A week later the League Cup became a pipe dream once again, but after 2 replays in the early rounds of the FA Cup in the new year, Manchester City were involved in an FA Cup tie for the ages.
Here's Ledley King. The lovely take. It's a smashing. It's Ziga. Brilliant. He's capable of doing it. He just looks forward and stiffed out. And it drops to Busfeld. All deflected. Off Gardner at 3-2. Right Phillips. Out comes Keller. But Right Phillips beats him to it. It is 3-3. He's looked to Tarnat. Oh, there's a bit of tugging on Macken. He scored!
But this was 21st century City. You just knew what was around the corner, from probably the highest high since the last main road derby day win nearly 18 months prior to a typically crushing low. And naturally, it came on yet another derby day.
Problems in this attack. Scholes going in. Ronaldo. And Nistelrooy. Disdain. Oh, what a save by Harrison. But in goes Ronaldo. Lurching with intent. Round the back goes Keane. And Nistelrooy.
United, in one of their lower moments in the Premier League age of Sir Alex Ferguson, were able to pip City not only to the quarter-finals of the Cup, but also got their red hands on the trophy. Meanwhile, City's interminable wait for a trophy would continue. With Cup dreams now returning to their now default state of in tatters, City were now staring down the barrel of a team in relegation form, just 3 points ahead of their drop. 13 matches remained, with City on a league run, with 14 without a win.
Bieski with a flick on, and Fowler! Handball shout, it's been... and Sinclair! Oh yes they can!
And with that Paolo one-shot winner, Manchester City were all but safe from the drop for another season. That status was never going to extend to the manager's tenure. Took me a while, but I'm going to cobble together some good moments from the 2004-05 season for you now.
Manchester City. Sean Wright-Phillips. Oh, what a stunning... So here goes Anelka. And he fires it. Anelka does score. Wright-Phillips. Wriggling free, runs his way. And Ashdown's made a great save, but Joey Barnes. Jordan pulls it across, cleared to Sean Wright-Phillips!
Yes, that was Manchester City inflicting the only league defeat onto Jose Mourinho's first Premier League season, and yes, it was a very slight improvement into mid-table mediocrity. Naturally, there were cup defeats along the way, first understandably in the third round of the League Cup to the still invincible Arsenal. Second, less understandably at the same stage of the FA Cup against local side Oldham Pissing Athletic, who were far removed from the heady Joe Royal days. There was Richard Dunn scoring own goals for fun, just as much as there were fight-backs seen at Carrow Road in February as the Blues overturned a 2-goal deficit to win. Situated in 12th, only marginally closer to Europe than they were to relegation, Kevin Keegan informed the club of his intentions to retire at the end of the season. It ended his brief but colourful tenure in charge of the club prematurely.
The centre. Usampa! Fowler to chip it in. It's a bit of a mess there. It's not.
From Wright-Phillips, what a run this is. Out to the right-hand side. Oh,
fantastic goal.
The season was not over yet. 6 unbeaten Manchester City now found themselves on the precipice once again. With everything else sealed bar what was the greatest fight for relegation the Premier League has ever seen, there was one more thing to sort out: England's final lucrative European spot. Should Manchester City chalk up a 4th successive home win under Stuart Pearce and continue the 100% record the former assistant manager had so far, they would be back into the UEFA Cup. Anything else, Middlesbrough, their opponents at the City of Manchester Stadium on the final day, would take their spot.
Deliver from this kind of range. Plenty of power. What a goal from Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. Masamba. He's done well, keeping Masamba very well. The perfect start. In the 93rd minute of the final game of the season, it all comes down to this, surely. Robbie Fowler against Mark Schwarzer.
Later, City were the ones just existing, watching other clubs have their day in the sunshine. This time it was Middlesbrough reaching European finals, and it all started with City allowing them to do so all the way back in May of the prior year. Just as one season's form bled into another, City began the 05-06 campaign brightly. Stuart Pearce had recoiled from the sale of Sean Wright-Phillips to Chelsea by heading into the transfer market and fetching 2 pieces of promising business back with him: Darius Vassell and Andy Cole, and you could pretty much set your watch by them. Pumpkins, ghosts and cobwebs were still knocking about, and City were actually still holding on to a Champions League spot ahead of the team they shared Manchester with. And inconsistency was always going to be around the corner. Say hello to such results as a 4-3 defeat at the JJB Stadium against Wigan Athletic, or the penalty humiliation against Doncaster Rovers in the League Cup. Still, they were firmly in the shake-up for European football once again, and had the chance to make their first semi-final of any note since 1981 thanks to the FA Cup.
Past the tackles, he's got Benayoun racing forward here. Benayoun, and surely Aston will score, and he has.
Yet another banner was commissioned for the Stretford end, which would read 30 years, as United somehow found a way to win yet another trophy whilst being mediocre at best in the form of the League Cup.
Days. The football hasn't been better, and that's it.
The runaway and find Drogba. Oh, it's a great turn from Drogba.
Catamol breaks into the area.
Robbie Keane. Oh, and again James is denied, but still Terry.
Saved by Thatcher. It'll open up here for Newton.
This in the midst of the club's worst run of league form, time to utter perfection in dragging the club from the potential of the UEFA Cup into the reclusivity of 15th. After such a poor return from Pearce's first full season in the Eastlands dugout, the club went into overdrive in the market. Another Wright-Phillips departed, Sean's brother Bradley, before David James, Andy Cole, Antoine Sibierski, Claudio Reyna and David Samé all left in exchange for Paul Dickoff, Didier Hamann, Bernardo Corradi, Joe Hart, Andreas Isaacson and of course Ousmane Dabo. Nothing changed. They'd have 2 or 3 bad results.
Combi who delivers it. McCarthy free! Benny McCarthy! Valencia joins in as well!
Then they'd inexplicably pull one single result out from their rectums.
Goes Joey Barton. Daly makes the block. And Manchester City. Good ball in, the glance, and Vassell!
Even when they trotted out 3 piss-poor results on the spin before Christmas, first losing the derby at Old Trafford, then going down at home to Spurs and Bolton, they'd rattle off 3 wins on the bounce against Sheffield United, West Ham and Everton, as if the universe demanded they stick to their average. When Ben Thatcher wasn't committing GBH on Portsmouth's Pedro Mendes, Ousmane Dabo was scrapping with Joey Barton on the training ground. February came and these are the City goals that the City of Manchester Stadium saw. March arrived and these are the City goals that the City of Manchester Stadium saw. April was here and these are the City goals that the City of Manchester Stadium saw. May was alright, you get the point, plus pretending that there was nothing but a Derby Day loss at the City of Manchester Stadium in May 2007 would be a touch disingenuous, even if that would be United's final victory of the season in the first title winning campaign in 4. If there was anything worse for a City fan than their club being utterly dog shit, then it was City being dog shit compounded with United entering another purple patch. Either way, the last goal scored by a Manchester City side on their home turf, the date was January the 1st, 2007. This despite Stuart Pearce acquiring Georgios Samaras in January. Yes, that's a third striker in through the door that season for a club that scored just 10 goals in 19 league home matches in the 2006-07 season. Even the famously and record-breakingly bad Derby County of the subsequent season managed 12. And then there was the olive branch, rumours of a possible takeover from abroad. Former Thai Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra was behind it. Maybe he could dredge City back to where they ought to have been and away from this dull form of the sport. Maybe he was 3 months removed from a military coup and couldn't afford to buy the club. Whatever the result, Manchester City were just existing and they lost their manager to the England under-21s. Imagine that happening now. Still, it was a fate much better than where they had been when the millennium started.
As you can see, it's a lovely day. So for me, it's a great day to be announced as the new manager of Newcastle United Football Club. I'm very proud of that. I'm very honoured about that. And I'm absolutely thrilled.
It had been such a long time coming, but finally, Sir Bobby Robson was the Newcastle United manager. He was the man tasked with re-energising the club, St James's Park, the whole city really. He might have just made Newcastle United's best ever Premier League team along the way.
Oh, and a block by Tommy Wright, Phillips again, and Sunderland has scored. It's 2-1.
I don't think it's too sensationalist to call this Ruud Gullit's managerial suicide note. Not so much the defeat against Sunderland, despite it being a long-anticipated match in an illustrious rivalry. No, it was the image of Duncan Ferguson and Alan Shearer on the bench watching the game simply unfold. It was Newcastle's fourth defeat from their first 5 league games to begin the 99-2000 season, a campaign where Sunderland mortifyingly finished in the top half above Newcastle. The start was only compounded with Ruud Gullit presiding over another limp visit to Wembley in a defeat to Manchester United in a cup final 3 months prior. He quickly resigned as Newcastle's season lurched from disaster to cataclysmic, rudderless in defeats at Old Trafford and Stamford Bridge after Gullit's hasty departure. Newcastle United had been in the doldrums since Kevin Keegan left in the first weeks of '97. Then they hired the perfect man to lift the spirits, Bobby Robson. Supposedly retired and almost certainly belatedly, Robson was in through the door 3 years after he kept to his word and contract when he remained with Barcelona despite the Spanish club treating him with utter contempt. His long-awaited homecoming wasn't too bad, you know. A great start, but it was more than on-pitch matters that Robson had to remedy. First things first, repairing more Gullit damage by bringing Rob Lee back in from the cold. He'd been shunted to the reserves, his number handed to new signing Kieran Dyer, as if there wasn't room for both at the club. Robson solidified the core of the team instantly, headed by captain Alan Shearer, his best mate Rob Lee, and the experienced lads of Shea Given, Warren Barton and Gary Speed. Whilst it wasn't an immediate lift-off, they did give a very good Leeds United a game at Elland Road, only going down 3-2. Alarm bells, though, must have been ringing after a 4-1 defeat at Highfield Road next. The entire club knew this process was not going to be easy. There was, however, a fight returning to the club, a lifting of standards as CSKA Sofia and FC Zurich were ejected from the UEFA Cup, and home victories against Middlesbrough and Derby County kept the club ticking over in the Premier League. And even though their avenues to silverware were slowly being eradicated, first at St Andrews in the third round of the League Cup, and then at the same stage in Europe against Roma, the Magpies were stable once again. Robson even got them to Wembley for the third consecutive season.
Shearer! He keeps his balance, and Ferguson, excellent goal! Shearer far post!
Here comes Dyer once more, and here comes Ferguson!
Alright, the cup run was extinguished by Chelsea at the semi-final stage, but by that point the season had become enough of a basis for a strong foundation. 11th in the league, somewhat present in the cup competitions, and a clear idea of where the club should be under the stewardship of someone that actually cared, Newcastle United were going to be alright. With a full summer under his belt to reshape the club, the transition was quick. Out went the fall guy for Shearer's substitute appearance in Hull's last stand, Paul Robinson. No, not that one. Or that one. Yep, cheers. Then the man that stood alongside Shearer in that dugout to more sadness, Duncan Ferguson, was gone. In total, Robson cleared the decks of Tamura Kitsbaya, Laurent Chavert, Didier Domi and Alan Goma across the season. Meanwhile, Cal Court was an expensive gamble from Wimbledon, Lamanu Luar-Luatu from Colchester, whilst Olivier Bernard and Andy O'Brien's acquisitions would come to represent bargains in the long term. Less said about Clarence Acuna, Daniel Cardone and Christian Basadas, the better however. Whilst it's clear that Newcastle weren't completely remedied, and neither immediately, Robson was attempting to mop up a hurricane of quality player sales over the course of 5 years, back to the days of Les Ferdinand and David Ginola.
Given his set again, stand set again.
Go Route 1 at St James's Park, a policy that brought an instant return.
St James's Park had been improved and renovated to the tune of 50 million quid and 52,000 seats in capacity, and whilst Cal Court scored on his home debut in August on the stadium's curtain raiser, it was obvious quite quickly that the forward was going to be as inconsistent as the Toon throughout the season. Unfortunately, it was a campaign with just as many afternoons like the 5-0 whitewashing at Highbury and embarrassments at home to Sunderland and Manchester City as there were thrilling wins against Leeds United, Aston Villa and Spurs. 14 wins but 15 defeats. Newcastle had to settle for mid-table mediocrity again, but were under no illusion that a drastic improvement needed to happen next. One mark in the positive column, Alan Shearer would be back after an injury-hit campaign. No longer would they have to rely on players not ready in Luar and Shola Amiobi. Another was more targeted recruitment that brought Craig Bellamy to play alongside him. Bellamy, who Robson had courted a year prior before they settled on courting Cal Court. He proved cheap thanks to Coventry City's relegation at £6.5 million, whilst a further 14 million quid would be shelled out on Laurent Robert and, in the winter, Jermaine Genus. Now they'd warmed up in the transfer market, the collaboration of chief scout Charlie Woods and the manager could no longer miss, and they had to warm up quite quickly to competitive football thanks to the Intertoto Cup.
That's good work from the Argentine player. Not a bad ball into the middle.
Beating is right. Here's Solano. Unforced errors. Rotten with a cross in towards Boutal. Fantastic goal.
The good old Intertoto, fine when you can undeservingly backdoor your way into the UEFA Cup by winning it. A glorified mess of a pre-season friendly tour when you don't. It made for a campaign of zero distractions. Bobby Robson would be knighted during the season, but he was no longer being tapped up for a return for England. With the team's increasingly clean bill of health, they began the season rapidly.
But inside the last 10 minutes, Shearer struck. Outside of him, doesn't want it, doesn't need it.
Right in the thick of it, but not this time.
And here's Noel Solano for Newcastle, and he's made it 4-3.
They'd beaten some of the biggest clubs England and Europe in fact had to offer. Who gives a shite if they were out of the League Cup? The Toon were top of the tree on Christmas Day, and they had proven that they could actually win in the capital as well. Bellamy and Shearer might not have got along off the pitch, but they were magic on it, and the starting 11 was improved at the turn of the year with the return to fitness for Kieran Dyer. The Christmas period is hectic enough as it is, so a simple enough 3-0 thrashing over local rivals Middlesbrough was brief respite on Boxing Day to line already turkey-filled stomachs. The Toon were in form. They'd not lost for an age in the league, but the best league on the planet kept feeding Newcastle dangerous opponents as 2001 became 0-2.
Hasselbank's in the middle, he doesn't need him.
Sylvestre, back left or right.
If ever there was a week to strike whilst the iron was hot, this was it. Newcastle, though, had gone from top of the table by 3 points at the halfway mark of the season to fourth by the time they played again in the league. After a brief FA Cup pit stop, the fixture computer spat out another easy league fixture when leaders Leeds United pitched up on Tyneside.
Oh, little flick from Solano, it's in! In towards Bellamy, on goes Dyer!
See that? Have a bang on that. It's called impetus. Forget Filbert Street and a pale imitation of a football match 7 days later. There was progression in the cup to the quarter-final stage. There was a machine-like quality to Newcastle's results in the league. They went to London at the end of January and picked off Spurs. They showed grit to come from behind against Bolton. They slapped Southampton. Next up was Sunderland, and come the end of the week, they could even lead the league once again.
Third time so lucky. Turn back. Boy, is he happy.
Nikos Dabizas, an underappreciated club stalwart, with the winner that kept Toon fate in their own hands. Whilst December 2001 is an often noted nirvana for Newcastle in retrospect, February 02 is equally important in keeping the Magpies in the hunt. That month was important for the club moving forward, as Warren Barton and Rob Lee were both packaged up and sent to Derby, with Jermaine Genius being welcomed to the club from Nottingham Forest. In one stroke, the experience and the average age of the squad had shrunk quite dramatically. 3 transfers that all made sense on their own in a vacuum, but in the presence of a potential double charge, maybe not the shrewdest timing. Neither was a Craig Bellamy knee injury that ruled him out for the majority of the season.
What a great touch from Bergkamp. And here comes Murphy. How did
Bergkamp takes it towards Aaron.
Gone was the chance of the FA Cup with defeat at Highbury, slipping away the chance of the Premier League after both Arsenal and Liverpool turned them over, and even relegation-threatened Ipswich Town stole a point at St James's Park. United were back in 4th place, 8 points off the pace of Manchester United, but with 2 games in hand. More alarmingly, however, was the impeccable form of Arsenal, who sat 7 points clear of the Magpies and had played the same amount of games. Newcastle therefore had to be perfect to keep pace. 6 goals against Everton to end a horrific march was that kind of required form. Less so, the pair of 1-1 draws to open up April against Aston Villa and Fulham. By this point, Newcastle were thanking their lucky stars that the Champions League had opened up to such an extent that their current position of 4th was now going to be enough to qualify. With 5 fixtures remaining against mid-table fodder, Newcastle had the best running to eat at Europe's top table once again.
Forced wide, but it's still a chance. Oh, Lualua! 2-0 down, 3-2 up.
by Solano.
Speed!
The point at Ewood Park did it with breathing room to spare. 4th place and Champions League football at the start of the season, you'd have no hands left for the amount of snapping off Toon supporters would have done to you. But there was a slight twinge of disappointment in the March meltdown which saw hopes and dreams frittered away of bigger glories. That was rapidly forgotten about when the Champions League anthem got playing in the heads, when names like Rivaldo were being linked to the club, and it was hard not to get all starry-eyed about the 2002-03 season ahead. In actuality, the summer was less Rivaldo and more Sylvan Distan, toning them down to go to a dirt-poor Manchester City, with names like Titus Bramble and Hugo Viana coming through the door. They were both signings that fit the Robson mould of young talent, but there was a dearth of talent for what was an added girth to the schedule. And it all began with an unpronounceable team from Bosnia-Herzegovina that I'm going to butcher now, Željezničar.
To beat the keeper. A great finish. Newcastle were on their way home with a priceless away goal.
In the middle, he's made a terrific run, and he doesn't like to give up the ball lightly. And a good run as well. Here comes Viana. Surely he doesn't want to miss out.
Champions League group stages, here we come. The jubilant Newcastle fans would have cheered, forgetting that back home they'd lost 3 games already in the Premier League by the time the actual group stages came along. That's a third of their entire loss tally from the prior season. And the Champions League was even more brutal.
Newcastle also lost a key player inside 5 minutes. Played 2, lost 2. Dario Della Elpi in Turin. 2 goals by Alessandro Del Piero.
All that work, all that effort to piss away the club's first 3 games in the Champions League since '97. But hey, at least they were back to winning ways in the Premier League. A loss in Kiev, no matter. Sunderland will roll over at St James's Park. Defeats against Feyenoord and Juventus, don't worry. There's newly promoted teams with names like Birmingham City and West Bromwich Albion who will lose to you quite gladly. And then Blackburn stuck 5 past Newcastle. Great prep work for what was the biggest game in club history in years, when Juventus came to town.
Still with Andy Griffin. It's got in. Andy Griffin has scored. It's 1-0 Newcastle.
Arno's corner. Oh yes! And Shearer. It is on.
Sorry, I got a bit excited with the edit then and showed you the crucial win over Dinamo as well, a match that probably gets lost in the shuffle between the Juve win and the next match day in Rotterdam. Arguably, the club's most important in competition history.
Bellamy, chance for Craig Bellamy! Tunis for Newcastle, it comes out to Viana. Well strapped for Bombarda! And Learning! It's a good jump. It's Kieran Dyer. Pass back 100! Oh, Dyer blocks! Bellamy! It's in!
But this was the problem with Newcastle in Europe in this time. Win back home, cool, you're going to have to sacrifice some European results. Get back into form on the continent, out of the League Cup and back to losing ways in the Premier League with you. Then with a second group stage, yes, second group stage upon the tune, they shipped 5 in controversial fashion at Old Trafford. Who's that in the distance there, hairing up the A1? Oh, don't mind them, it's only Inter fucking Milan.
Champions League. For those who took this, Almeida fired them into a 2-goal lead. Crespo on the end of Okan's a 4-1 defeat.
What's that stadium in the distance there? Only the sodding Camp Nou.
And Danny! Kluivert! You're pushing and shoving going on. Now was that over the line? It is. The flag's up far side.
And so Newcastle United were back in the same position as they were a few weeks prior, pointless after a couple of group games in what was feeling like an utter maze of a Champions League format. At least the competition was put to bed for 2 full calendar months. Just ignore the prospect of the most recent runners-up in Bayer Leverkusen in a quick-fire double-header when it did return. But that was tomorrow's problem. In the now, Newcastle were 9th, 13 points off the Arsenal pace. The perfect time then to move through the gears.
All loose for Gary Speed. He's hit it and he scores. In the area. Robert's cross. Bellamy. It's arriving through Jenner. It's ahead of him. Still be Craig Bellamy. Casey Keller pushes it out. And chance. And he's
February was here, the champions was back round the corner and the Magpies were fluttering back into the title race, second and only 5 back on Arsenal now. And you knew Newcastle meant business because they opened up the chequebook and instead of a fatigued moth limping out, wings clipped, a £9 million wedge was busy capitalising on Leeds United's financial anguish to pull Jonathan Woodgate up to St James's Park. And then Bayer Leverkusen turned up and weren't what they were advertised as being.
still going. Amiobi through the middle. In. And here's a great shot. Perfect delivery from Gary Speed. Legion and Shearer's waiting there. The chance. Perhaps. Go on.
Now hold on. 2 Champions League wins and 2 Premier League wins in the same 2-week period. And you're saying they're against good opposition, are you? In the hunt for a first ever Champions League knockout match and a first league title in nearly a century. Surely, it was all just too good to be true, wasn't it?
Good ball in and Jeremy
slipped away. Titus Bramble was hassled by Patrick Kluivert.
and here's Scholes and that's his hat-trick.
And yep, with that Paul Scholes hat-trick, the season was over. You can blame Middlesbrough's hasty postponement from February to slap bang in the middle of Newcastle's Champions League charge maybe if you want. But things had improved to such an extent that Newcastle were 5 games out from the end of the season and had Champions League qualification sewn up, and it was a disappointment. Now 1 point from games against Fulham and Aston Villa certainly tested that confidence as Liverpool crept to within a point of the Magpies. Thankfully, Newcastle saw the fixture list and saw who was next. They needn't have even worried.
Time Derby and Norberto Viana with a free kick.
They'd got through the campaign unscathed with lumps of experience heaped onto a young squad, so the theory went the 2003-04 season would be the best yet.
Newcastle, Shearer looking to lead from the front and lifted it miles over the bar. And again, Jerkovic, and he's buried it, and it's Partizan Belgrade who go through.
Top level sport though isn't as easy as all that. Out of the Champions League before the actual Champions League, without a win in the Premier League until October the 4th and early exits from the domestic cups, spoke to a rancid first half of the season. It was yet another misstep in the transfer market that saw zero cash spent in the summer of 2003, a summer that should have been the one time where the club pushed the boat out. It was only the capitalising on Leeds United's dire situation again that brought Newcastle a new player, Lee Bowyer. For once a player of enough experience but not too old to be thinking about their UEFA Pro licence or Sky Sports punditry. But just as one name entered, one exited. Nobby Solano midway through the campaign. Again, Newcastle didn't have enough. There was a smidgen of fight left though, and it was shown in the UEFA Cup.
This is a big chance. There, steaming through there. This is Laurent Robert. Up for Shearer to blast one.
And it's going to be 3. Alan Shearer.
Oh, good header. Could have been a goal at the other end. It might be one here for Didier Drogba.
And once Newcastle fans broke away from their European hangover, they found a situation back home that wasn't completely unsalvageable. OK, they were in 6th position, they had a poor return of 53 points, but to paraphrase Kevin Keegan, they were still fighting for that Champions League qualification. A game in hand on Liverpool with a final day trip to Anfield. Why couldn't Newcastle go again?
Actions all over the place, and the shot comes in!
Away from the home side.
It felt like a natural end. Newcastle United had squelched to UEFA Cup spot. When Sir Bobby Robson found them in 1999, that would have been an immaculate achievement. Now pushing 72 years of age with friction between he and chairman Freddie Shepherd, it was only going to go one way, emphasised further by a failure to sign Wayne Rooney in the summer. Robson should have been offered a dignified way out, either in the summer of 2004 or at the end of his contract the following summer. Instead, he was dumped out like hot garbage after 4 games of the 2004-05 season. It would take 20 years for the club to repair this latest mess. It was a case of so close but yet so far away for Newcastle United in the Premier League era. It was undoubtedly a much stronger division than it was in the days of Kevin Keegan loving it if they beat Manchester United to the title in '96. Feasibly, in Newcastle's pomp, there were 6 credible title challenges, from the experience of Man United and Arsenal who had actually done it, to the historical units of Liverpool and Chelsea and the young pretenders in Leeds United. Given the squad's makeup, Newcastle could easily be placed into the latter of that category, especially when 2 of their number, Craig Bellamy and Jermaine Genius, won the PFA Young Player of the Year award in Sir Bobby's time at the club. For all the experience around the squad, namely Shearer, Speed and Given, there was probably too much of a gulf to the young and hungry talent of Dyer, Bellamy and Genius. Attempts were made to bring in those like Jonathan Woodgate and Nicky Butt, but it was far too late by that point. It should be an era less remembered for the partisan penalties, the Loire lurking at Fratton Park, and the missed opportunities, and one remembered for Shearer's belter against Everton, topping the league at Christmas, nights in Rotterdam, Milan, Barcelona. They weren't cup finals like they had been under Joe Harvey or Gordon Lee, they weren't the title races like they had been under Kevin Keegan, but Sir Bobby Robson's vintage of Newcastle United at the turn of the millennium could comfortably give any one of those Newcastle teams a game on their day.
There's Lee! 7-0 to Newcastle.
Spurs fans hadn't been able to sing Glory Glory Tottenham Hotspur with a straight face for years now. The Premier League was here, Spurs were just simply furniture that would be wheeled out for the limelight of a trophy or a good result here and there. So in 2004, they tried to change all of that. This is Spurs, the continental model. Tottenham Hotspur were arguably the most important needle mover in taking English football into the Premier League age. That's because Alan Sugar, clearly in support of Sky's broadcast vision or in their pocket depending on your viewpoint, informed them of ITV's financial limitations and told Sky to blow them out of the water. They did, money streamed in, and did Spurs profit? In a sporting sense, no. Ozzy Ardiles came back as manager. He wowed Spurs with his laissez-faire tactics that front-loaded world-class attacking talents like Teddy Sheringham. They finished 15th, their worst return since relegation in 1977. When he delivered Jurgen Klinsmann to the club, it was Jerry Francis rescuing Spurs that November and taking them to 3 top-half finishes on the spin. Oh, and in this time it must be said the closest Spurs got to lifting silverware was in FA Cup semi-final defeats to Arsenal and Everton in 93 and 95. Meanwhile, the aforementioned talent in Sheringham and Klinsmann, as well as Nick Barmby, would all be ripped away. Meanwhile, Spurs were passing up names like Dennis Bergkamp in favour of players like Chris Armstrong, Ruel Fox, Ramon Vega, and spent nearly £30 million doing so. When Jerry Francis couldn't get talent like Les Ferdinand and David Ginola to work, he was gone. They embodied the famous Keith Birkinshaw quote, "Signs that there was a football club over there could only be found when Spurs sold their soul to an Arsenal legend." Christian Gross hadn't worked as manager, so Alan Sugar snapped up George Graham, famous for the Gunners double in 1971 and Anfield 89. And well, it did work for a while. 21 months later, Alan Sugar waddled off with a boatload of cash. Mere days after a 1-1 draw with Arsenal, with Christmas 2000 right around the corner. Spurs fans got their present early. ENIC were in charge, paying £21.9 million to get themselves 30% of Tottenham Hotspur. ENIC, the type of guys to lay on a buffet for a wedding or a christening from yellow stickered produce from the reduced section down the local petrol station. Of his time at White Hart Lane, Sugar put it better than anyone could when he said, "I put Tottenham into a sound financial position, but as far as performance on the pitch was concerned, we did nothing." By the time ENIC were officially in charge of the club, Spurs had gone on a mesmeric run of form. Mesmeric because of how batshit insane it was. Everton, Southampton, West Ham and Charlton, 360 minutes of Premier League football, not one single goal. It didn't really get much better. George Graham sacked just in time for Glenn Hoddle to return to the club, with his first match back being an FA Cup semi-final against Arsenal.
Tottenham, brilliant save by Seaman, and Everson and Doherty, Tottenham lead! Perez with the free kick, Vieira! To Vieira, only now Wiltor cross goal, Perez ball!
It was the defeat that went somewhere to confirming Sol Campbell's future. He was to leave the club and to the worst possible team, Arsenal. There he'd win pretty much everything there was to win, and the one thing worth winning that he didn't win, he did as much as he could do to do so, scoring the only goal Arsenal have ever scored in a Champions League final. Meanwhile, despite being placed into the capable, trusting hands of Glenn Hoddle, the optimism never really bore out onto the White Hart Lane turf.
Really hasn't stopped all day. There's a shot. Oh no, it goes to Jansen. Now it's through the legs of Neil Sullivan and it's gone in. It's Ferdinand. It's Ferdinand does well. Has Ziga on the far side of the area if he can find him. Christian Ziga has done it for Tottenham. That's for Blackburn. Ledley King. King needs to clear. And he can't with the shot. Oh no!
And when they weren't losing finals in the tertiary cup competition, they were posting back-to-back 50 points and 2 middling finishes before Spurs leaned on another former flame in David Pleat. It was only a run of 5 wins from 6 matches in January and February that pulled Spurs clear of a relegation fight as late as 2004. Spurs were back to just existing again. They had some incredible talent in Jermaine Defoe and Ledley King, but far too much onus was placed on those over the hill, Poyet, Anderton, Ziga and Redknapp, whilst players like Helder Postiga, Sergei Rebrov and Freddie Kanute either flopped or didn't want to stick around for too much longer. The club needed a shot in the arm, and they got one. Daniel Levy had 8 months to find a manager, so the supporters' expectations had been built up and up until an appointment was finally made. And it wasn't even for a first-team manager, it was for a sporting director. Yes, Spurs were going down the modern route, and that meant acquiring a member of the stunning Danish Dynamite team, Frank Arnesen, to lead the club into a new age. He was well versed in the job, having spent 10 years at PSV Eindhoven identifying and trading names such as Ronaldo, Ruud van Nistelrooy and Arjen Robben. Arnesen gave Levy the name he wanted as manager, Martin Jol, a man who had been considered a potential assistant manager for Sir Alex Ferguson at Old Trafford. The Spurs owner posited, however, that he couldn't give the supporters Jol, a man who was most recently coach of RKC Waalwijk after they had waited 8 months for Glenn Hoddle's replacement. Of course, Daniel Levy had to go for a big name, and he dug out Jack Santini out of his back pocket. Santini, a man who had taken Lyon from Ligue 1 no hopers to champions of France, and they were now part of the Champions League furniture. Less said about his coaching of the French national team to a quarter-final defeat to Greece at Euro 2004, the better. Anyway, Arneson was able to reach a compromise with Levy. Martin Jol would be employed as Santini's assistant, which sounds like a match made in hell. Either way, the squad they would be received was radically overhauled from the prior season. Out were the old guard, with defensive names in Stephen Carr, Gary Doherty and Maurizio Taricco also departing. In their place were fullbacks Noé Pamaro and Eric Edmond before a blend of youth and experience in the middle. Noureddine Nebet from Deportivo La Coruña and Coventry City's Callum Davenport. Meanwhile, the first choice goalkeeper was acquired in Paul Robinson from the ailing Leeds United. And the midfield was improved to the tune of 3 players, West Ham's Michael Carrick, Fulham's Sean Davis and Porto's Pedro Mendes, the latter deal finally signalling the end of Helder Postiga's time at White Hart Lane. What did Spurs get for all this change? An unbeaten start to the season, of course. But not for long. What would quite comfortably be described as a dour football team producing binary results of 1s and 0s, they quickly went under as the nights drew in.
And Van Nistelrooy made no mistake from the spot.
After the winner against Everton in October.
Good for you, mate.
Minute header ended our unbeaten run on the road. Paul Robinson made excellent saves from JJ Okocha and Stelios Giannakopoulos, but couldn't stop substitute Henrik Pedersen time Boa Morty, providing Andy Cole with a simple header from 8 yards.
But hey, at least they were still in the League Cup.
It's Canute. Oh, pick that one out. That's 6. Oh, he's made a mess of it. Here's Defoe. 4-2. Shorty now, that's the cup tie. It's well left. Here's Defoe. He goes for goal. Oh, pick that one out. So Michael Brown to give Tottenham the lead on penalties. It's 2-2. So it's cinema upon goal to give Liverpool a place in the semi-final.
Until they weren't. And by that point, everything had changed anyway. By the time London was lit up by Bonfire Night 2004, Jack Santini had resigned. Ledley King's account told of a French manager without much harnessing of the local language looking embarrassed upon his exit. The marriage between he and Jol never truly worked out, communication probably a problem. Santini failed to give a fair crack to players such as Michael Carrick, who would quickly become more utilised under Jol. Not that things ticked up for Jol in his first few weeks. Unfortunate in their League Cup elimination via a penalty shootout, his Premier League baptism was far from ideal.
November was tough.
And we got our manager the fucking sack.
Like the rivals, Charlton was soon 3-0 up at the Lane.
And we lost it by a corner, and Solano, the smallest guy on the pitch, scored. So I knew that we had to change the mental thing, the mentality. It's not only about the quality, but it's in football, it's about mentality.
But there was a flicker of life, most notably in that incredible North London derby lost by 5-4. That promise finally bore out into good results, a great defensive knack, even better moments going forward, with just a pinch of controversy as 2004 became 2005 in happier times for Spurs fans.
December was our most successful month of the season with 4 wins and a draw.
Michael Brown and Spursley! Tight decision. Canute going for goal! What a goal! Easy clearance, and it might fall now for Brown. Brilliant effort! Defoe has claimed his hat-trick.
He's eager to swing the ball in left-footed. And Norwich have struggled to get it away.
The tired husk of a team that were closer to relegation than Europe under Santini had become a team ensconced into a European position with half an eye on Champions League qualification. After all, Liverpool were flagging under new manager Rafael Benitez, and heading into 2005, Everton were the team to be shot down from that 4th Champions League spot. Of course, Spurs couldn't quite continue that pace forever, finally undone by league leaders Chelsea, now propped financially up by a Russian oligarch. This spurred on 2 more league defeats amid constant replays in the FA Cup prior to a quarter-final elimination at the hands of Newcastle United up at St James Park. Still, Jol was able to call on backing from above as they handed him attacking firepower in the January transfer window.
To his right. Mido! What a response! It's still Jermaine Defoe! and Mido has got his second.
Alright, nothing would really get much better than that debut for Mido, but Yall had also received the promising Nottingham Forest pair of Andy Reid and Michael Dawson. Armed with a new player in each position, Spurs inconsistently bounce from one week to the next with not a right lot to play for. The end result of 9th and just 3 points off Europe. Such was the promise from the white half of North London. Spurs had to tie up Martin Yall's contract immediately, now that Ajax were sniffing for his signature. The 2005-06 campaign would be the best yet for Spurs in the Premier League.
Defoe. Still it's Defoe!
Well, there's no offside, and there's an opening goal here.
Defoe has a sight of goal if he can slip Keane in, he has! Back for Genus. Looking for Mido! 1-0 Spurs!
Such was his enthusiasm to take an early throw.
Awkward touch. Here's a chance. Robbie Keane. Mido might go for Robbie Keane. And it's bundled in by Robbie Keane.
Tottenham Hotspur were in a Champions League spot in January, and not just that, they were 6 points ahead of Arsenal and they'd already gone toe-to-toe with every big team in the land. They were for real. And whilst they weren't mortally wounded by exits in cup competitions, first to Grimsby Town in the League Cup and then to Leicester City in the FA Cup, one thing did hurt. Frank Harnison had been poached by Chelsea. The Blues, not shy to confetti money into the London sky under Roman Abramovich, handed Daniel Levy an £8 million wedge as Arneson signings Timu Tainio and Paul Stalteri were already through the door at White Hart Lane. Arneson's successor, Damien Comolli, a man with just a year's experience at Saint Etienne but no stranger to North London, having worked as a scout under Arsene Wenger at Highbury. Wayne Routledge replaced Simon Davies on the wing and cruelly missed chunks of the season due to injury. However, Spurs were fortunate to be well stocked in that area thanks to the acquisition of Aaron Lennon from Leeds United. But the big news emanating from the summer window was that a certain Edgar Davids was in the building, whilst Lee Young-Pyo and Jermaine Jenas completed the activity. Spurs started off with 2 wins from 2 in the league for the first time since Jurgen Klinsmann was diving at Hillsborough, and they didn't look back from there. 40 points from 21 matches, having slain Manchester City away from home, would normally be construed as title challenging form. Of course, this wasn't a normal season because Chelsea was still under the spell of Jose Mourinho and early Abramovich, and they had dropped just 5 points from their first 21 fixtures. It left an almighty North London struggle on the cards for participation in the Champions League. Early doors, April 22nd was painted as the key fixture, and on their way there wasn't a whole lot stopping Spurs.
Huddleston and Defoe, and Charlton look for a flag, which doesn't come.
Forced to concede the throw, which Mido has taken very quickly. Brilliant bit of skill by Keane. Brilliant! What a goal!
Oh, he's onside here. Jermaine Jenas can make real inroads. He's pulled it across. Surely number 2.
With Robbie Keane, and there it is.
Mido for Tottenham to Keane. Robbie Keane, fantastic footwork, but the follow-up is tucked in.
He scored 7 in his last 7 starts, make that 8 in 8.
That final defeat at home to Manchester United left the derby more tense than it should have been. 4 points the difference, with Arsenal still clutching on to a game in hand. A Spurs win would make the matter all but comprehensive. However, given that the tie took place in between 2 triumphant semi-final legs of the Champions League for Arsenal, there would be the slight chance that Spurs could be robbed of a berth in the competition if the Gunners went on to beat Barcelona in Paris.
Tainio and Robbie Keane for Tottenham, whilst Arsenal were reduced to 10 men. Adebayor's done well against Stalteri. Henry, chance, goal!
As you were in the race for the top 4, the half-hearted appeal of Blackburn wavered as Aaron Lennon's winner took Bolton out of the conversation 8 days later. Meanwhile, Arsenal saw off both Sunderland and Manchester City on their travels to set up an incredible final day. 1 point the difference, Arsenal had the final Highbury occasion in hosting surprise package Wigan Athletic. Spurs had a tough London derby at Upton Park. Nothing was guaranteed.
He totally surprises Paul Robinson. He hits it with terrific power, but into the top corner.
His name will be forever associated with Highbury. And stay here, he has a hat-trick.
Spurs just did not look right. In the end, any controversy or conspiracy from this famous story has since been debunked. The tantalising tale of an Arsenal fan spiking lasagna sauce giving way for the reality of norovirus sweeping through the club. Daniel Levy got the police roped in, tried to get the Premier League to postpone the game before finally giving in, as Spurs gave up on the Champions League ghost. In any event, had they refused to play, there was the precedent that Spurs would have been punished regardless. See Middlesbrough's failure to fulfil a fixture in 1996 against Blackburn. They were docked 3 points and it got them relegated. Spurs were so close, so they went big in the market once again. Benoit Asuakoto and Pascal Chumbonda for the fullback positions. Didier Zakora replaced Old Trafford-bound Michael Carrick in midfield, and Dimitar Berbatov was brought in up front. Sadly, no cover in central defence, and it would be sorely lacking throughout the 2006-07 campaign, as Ledley King's knee injuries were keeping him out periodically. Furthermore, he was just one of the famous England players going down to a broken metatarsal in the mid-noughties, missing vast swathes of the season.
Defoe! Oh no!
Here's Chimbonda. Oh, Mike Dropacinas!
Lead there from Lennon. This is Berbatov. Dropping again. Berbatov!
It was his return in the spring of 2007 that catapulted Spurs back to a more respectable 5th place finish, mere placeholder as best of the rest behind Arsenal, yet without putting up the same fight as they had done 12 months prior. A season that had promised a ton but delivered in pinches. Dimitar Berbatov bagged himself 12 goals in the league, and that was apparently enough to cover a place in the Premier League Team of the Year, not to mention envious glances by those with deeper pockets. Spurs, though, appeared in the latter stages of every single cup competition.
Adebayor! Rosicki can finish it here! Oh, it's over the line!
Now Shevchenko. Back onto his favoured left foot.
Oh!
Andre Shevchenko.
Corriendo Navas con el centro, vale, saltaba Lawson, se equivocaba, parecía por ahí Karsakov y gol.
But typically, were quickly found out by stronger opponents, 2 of which who went on to win their respective competitions. The one that didn't? Arsenal, of course. Either way, it was another building block, having played 19 more matches with more injuries and less quality on the pitch. And Spurs splashed out once again, ruining their transfer record with the signing of Darren Bent before acquiring both Younes Kaboul and Gareth Bale in defence in a summer that was crying out for a left winger. Nope, Bale wasn't viewed as a winger just yet. Meanwhile, Kevin Prince Boateng wasn't a winger either, and was an ill-advised signing for a central midfield department that didn't really need stocking. And despite the investment, the season started disastrously.
Where will it drop? Chopra! Andy Johnson among those waiting in the middle. It's gone a long way and it's in. Everton are ahead. It's Jolie and Leicester.
Nani, long way out.
Oh! Fabregas joins in. Worth a shot, surely. Oh!
So when Getafe came to town, Martin Jol was sacked at half-time. Yes, with the scores tied 1 apiece, the club simply couldn't wait to get rid of the man that had gotten the closest in a long while to slapping a bit of respect back on Spurs' name. Without much fight, Getafe got the second half winner, and to qualify from a UEFA Cup group stage, Spurs turned to a man who had experience in the competition. Martin Jol was the first man since Keith Birkinshaw to deliver successive European campaigns to Tottenham Hotspur. His replacement, Juan de Ramos, on the other hand, was a man who had just delivered successive European trophies to his previous employer Sevilla. Not only that, but he had taken Sevilla into the Champions League. Sevilla, a team with a much smaller budget than Spurs, so imagine what he could do at White Hart Lane. First things first, injecting a spot of positivity into proceedings.
Here's Huddleston, he's through. Does he have the strength to see it through? Is Huddleston? Defoe! 5-1! There's Berbatov, he's through again, it's Berbatov! Berbatov makes it 6-4!
From propping up the division, not only had Spurs become more confident, but they had bounced firmly into a safe mid-table spot with a view to a European position come the end of the campaign. Not only that, with a triumph away at Eastlands over Manchester City, only the semi-finals stood between Spurs and a trip to the new Wembley for the very first time, and it just so happened to be Arsenal waiting for them.
Genius goes for goal! It's in the post and it's gone in! Looked into the far post! It's an own goal! Keane's through on goal! It's Keane! It's 3-0! It's Keane! Back to Lennon! Is it 4? It is! Genius is in the box, chance for a fifth! It's Melbourne! It's 5-1!
Not only was it Spurs' first win over Arsenal in any competitive form since November 99, but it was Spurs' biggest win over the Gunners since April 1983. It didn't matter that they were a bit preoccupied going out of the FA Cup to Manchester United, only defeating the worst Premier League team in its history and squeaking through to the last 32 of the UEFA Cup between the semi-final and final of the League Cup. Spurs were going to Wembley and they were meeting another nemesis. Tottenham Hotspur had won a trophy for the first time in 9 years. What next? Well, the makeup of the team was changing already. Alan Hutton and Wembley hero Jonathan Woodgate were the fresh faces in that January, with Jermaine Defoe departing for Harry Redknapp's Portsmouth. After limping to 11th place in the league and a harsh last 16 exit in Europe to PSV, the club went big once again. In through the door, Aurelio Gomez, Roman Pavlyuchenko and Verdran Chorluka, and when they weren't being acquired, it was David Bentley, Giovanni Dos Santos, and certainly last but by no means least, a certain Luka Modric. These were exciting times for Tottenham Hotspur.
His hips is Dawson, it looks as if he's going to chip it in, but Giovanni's lurking as well. But it is Giovanni! Oh, what a strike!
And yet they found themselves ripping up and starting again, barely a year into the Juande Ramos experience. Spurs have been wounded by exits like Dimitar Berbatov, Robbie Keane and Paul Robinson, with Sunderland ripping out the depth of the squad with what papers would call a triple swoop for players like Tainio, Chimbonda and Malbranque. Then on the final day, as they panicked and failed to sign Kevin fucking Doyle, Yunus Kabul was sold in what was an all-time mental transfer deadline day. So no wonder they hadn't cobbled together a win by the time Harry Redknapp was earmarked to take on the role of Tottenham Hotspur manager. Redknapp, the type of guy to be a prolific landlord for shit rental properties up and down the country, but not that bothered in raising the rent every year. But enough about his finances. He was Spurs manager, and finally he was the one to make the White Hart Lane faithful dream, and the one that started to make White Hart Lane a distant memory. He got Gareth Bale firing on all cylinders. He got the club into the Champions League 4 years after they should have, and whilst there they embarked on famous nights in Milan, Milan again, and Madrid in reaching the quarter-finals. Spurs were there with the ability to turn a top four into a big six, and finally the promise of this new continental model had been realised. Yeah, it took a hit when Redknapp was distracted by the prospect of the England job in 2012 and when his succession was completely botched. But even in the undercooked reigns of Andre Villas-Boas and Tim Sherwood, there were some positives to take. The former signed Christian Eriksen, the latter handed a debut to Harry Kane, and the pair kept Spurs in Europe, which was a far cry from what the club had been used to in the 1990s and much of the 2000s. Then of course, Maurizio Pochettino came along in the summer of 2014 and revolutionised the club. But the man that made his tenure at White Hart Lane possible, people like Bill Nicholson. Bolton Wanderers had picked up the habit of becoming a yo-yo club in the early years of the Premier League. They'd visit for a year, not do anything before getting packed off back into the Football League. Then Sam Allardyce showed up, revolutionised the place and made them relevant once again.
He's done really well. He scored a... Osborne playing it in. Well, it's coming in. It's in there, including De Freitas. It's there. Foyle to knock it in towards McGinley. Catalina's in there too. There's the cross. De Freitas. Now it's safe.
It was one of the all-time great games Wembley had seen, never mind the playoffs. Bolton edged a 7-goal thriller as the newspapers I'm sure would have screamed. Whatever the case, Bolton were into the top flight of English football for the first time since 1980. Of course, it had been a mesmeric return since in the intervening 15 years, Bolton had been plunged into the icy cold waters of the 4th tier for a single campaign before beginning their march back up the divisions. From the failed playoff attempts in the 3rd tier to 2 trips to Wembley in 1995, Bolton were finally back. As always, you can't have everything you have in this life. Therefore, Bruce Rioch was poached by Arsenal, the void left behind by his 3-year premiership filled by Colin Todd and Roy McFarland.
Put it into the right area here. Oh, marvellous goal from...
Regis. Again, this is what he likes to run at defenders. He's trying to chip. Oh!
It wasn't long before that joint manager situation was funnelled out in favour of one figurehead. In February 1996, one Derby legend was dropped like hot shit, leaving one to take on the job full time. This onus fell on to Colin Todd, who was unable to stop Bolton's immediate relegation back down to the Football League with a pitiful 29 points. Nowadays, it'd get you half a chance at staying up, not in the more competitive times of 96.
He was going for it, clear to Alan Thompson! What a crack in the book as the last scorer here, and very probably has done. Blocked by Barmer, ruffled across, McGinley's there.
Players to lift that famous old trophy, but they're promoted to the Premiership, Dave, and a great end to...
Don't worry, these weren't the grim old times of the 80s at Burnden Park, but this was the technical age of an immediate top-flight return and the shunning of the old ground for the sparkling new stands of the Reebok Stadium. The curtain was closed on Burnden Park with a 4-1 thrashing of Charlton Athletic on April 25th, 1997, John McGinley's late brace settling things. 100 goals were scored across a 46-game stint known as the 96-97 Division 1 campaign. Bolton simply stunning. Surely now in this brand new era, it was time for them to do what they hadn't done for a generation now, go into the top flight and stay there.
Run, and a good little ball back in, and it's 3-3.
Bolton Wanderers wouldn't win a game in any competition at the new ground until Wimbledon came to visit in the 3rd round of the League Cup on October 14th. Even then, Bolton had to wait until extra time to seal that victory. In terms of the league, in terms of 90 minutes, the Reebok had to wait another 12 days for Dean Holdsworth's first league goal for the Trotters to confirm the club's first 3 points in their new home as Chelsea went down 1-0. It was only their 2nd win all season, and in spite of further home triumphs against Wimbledon and Newcastle before 97 was out, Bolton looked all but doomed to instant demotion. 5 wins from their final 8 games in advance of a final day trip to Stamford Bridge, however, had made things interesting. Goals from Neil Cox, Bobby Taylor and Robbie Blake at Villa Park on April 25th, ensuring of the Trotters' first win on the road since the opening day of the season. With Mark Fish and Jerry Taggart in a 3-man defence, a trio of Per Franson, Alan Thompson and John Salako in midfield with goals courtesy of Holdsworth, Taylor and Blake up top, it ought to have been a team worthy enough to stay in the division. Instead...
Good little ball coming in towards Yali, and that could be the goal. Finish it off here, and Morris goes all over. It's going to be...
With Everton and Coventry all tied up as late as the 89th minute and Bolton only trailing by 1, they just needed a goal at Stamford Bridge to stay up. Then they shipped that crucial second to go down. Chelsea even booed their team on the way to that second goal. Not that it was much consolation to a Bolton team that had the consistency of a yo-yo.
Bob Taylor, the referee is allowed play to continue, and Blake has missed the sitter.
Good Johnson. Good Johnson. 3-3.
Upon the club's return to the Football League, Bolton wouldn't taste defeat in the first 11 matches. Even in spite of that little wobble in October and November, the Trotters looked insatiable. Come Valentine's Day, Bolton were the closest rivals of the runaway leaders Sunderland after 30 matches. They'd win just 4 further games, having to wait until the final day to confirm a playoff spot when they went down to Fratton Park and grabbed the 3 points via Ida Good-Johnson and Michael Johansson. Ipswich were the opponents in the semi-finals, and they'd vanquished those Tractor Boys by a goal in the first leg of the playoffs. They just needed now to avoid defeating the second leg at Portman Road. Watford awaited at Wembley for the winner in what they were calling the £10 million game.
And that's who Scowcroft has found. It's Matt Holland, and he pulls it back for good Johnson, wonderful save! Across again, Kieran Dyer! Oh! Johansson's corner, it's gone all the way through, Preston! Vilnius sends it in, Dyer's looping header, oh yeah! The ball through to good Johnson, Taylor is in the middle! It's 3-3! Holland, and Holland, oh it's in! It's all over. Bolton are at Wembley.
Hosanna up with him, Alan Smart!
Bolton Wanderers weren't coming straight up to the Premier League, therefore they laid their blade open for the transfer market to take their players. A Premier League squad with a First Division budget Bolton believed they needed to get rid. Colin Todd was already miffed. He'd presented ideas for frees and loans even though he wasn't sure they needed to be so stringent, especially after accepting £7 million for the Burden Park land for a big Woolies to sprout up. The board rejected his idea, kept the money, and then the Danish straw that broke the English back. An offer for Per Franson was accepted at £2.25 million. He was off to Blackburn. Incensed, Todd gave the board an ultimatum. They didn't listen, Franson was sold, Todd was gone, Bolton were at a crossroads now.
Half time, the town defence was fast asleep for
Bolton were level. Could be Bergson the scorer with his first league.
All the whispers pointed to Roy Evans, who'd just been let go by Liverpool. That didn't come about, with Todd's former assistant Phil Brown in waiting as caretaker. That wasn't the only news knocking about the Reebok, as Phil Gartside was chosen in October 1999 as the man to replace Gordon Hargreaves as club chairman. Within days he announced his new manager. Say hello to Sam Allardyce, who first sampled coaching at West Brom and management in Limerick before he bagged a caretaker role at Preston and then the full-time gig at Blackpool in '94. He'd be sacked from there for having the temerity to lose into the playoffs to a Premier League bound Bradford City. His next port of call was Notts County, and even though he arrived too late to stop their relegation in '97, he was able to instantly rebound them into the third tier. Now he was at Bolton, choosing on to keep on Phil Brown. From the off, the vibes just weren't there. For one, Colin Todd's son Andy broke Phil Brown's jaw in what they were calling a team bonding session. Thankfully, Charlton came sniffing about and prized him out of Bolton for £1.5 million, with Allardyce thankful to scrub away his first real problem in the job.
Jensen poised to try his luck, he's put it through!
The 99-2000 season was almost the inverse of the prior campaign, as inconsistencies became ironed out come the spring, as Bolton lost just one of their last 12 matches to sneak out of mid-table and into the final playoff spot. With top-flight teams in Derby, Sheffield Wednesday and Wimbledon eliminated from the League Cup, their Division 1 pals Tranmere Rovers awaited across two legs in a League Cup semi-final. Not to be left out, Ida Good-Johnson scored in every round of the FA Cup as Bolton finally run into Premier League opposition in another semi-final, this time against Aston Villa in April. It all boiled down to it: 3 semi-finals, one for the chance to play in the Premier League once again, the other 2 for the chance to lift some silverware at Wembley. They had to win at least one of them, right?
Aim was 2 from the spot. Tranmere 2-0 up on the night.
Johnson beats his man at the near post. With the keeper out, he slides it to Holdsworth. Wide. That was the opening Dion Dublin and Villa needed. Dublin!
Mowbray with a header on. Bachilton! What a fantastic...
Wrong, of course. It would have made symmetrical sense for Bolton to be in the last Wembley Cup final since they were in the first ever, but never mind. Meanwhile, the League Cup elimination was simply infuriating as Bolton missed the AFCON-bound Mark Fish for both legs. The loss in the playoffs, though, more understandable. 12-point split Bolton and Ipswich, and the Trotters had failed to beat their opponents over the regular season, so it probably made more sense that Ipswich went up there. Allardyce, though, counted the cost of those 3 semi-final failures. Ida Good-Johnson, Klaus Jensen and Mark Fish all left the club. But what it did give the club was £9 million. They'd spend a third of that on the playing side, Per Franson returning, of course, to be followed in through the door by Colin Hendry, Simon Charlton, Anthony Barnes, Michael Ricketts and Ian Marshall. Plus, there was still a wealth of inherited talent at Allardyce's disposal, from Jussi Jaskalainen in goal to Dean Holdsworth up front and Ricardo Gardner just about to enter his pomp in midfield. It was a -6 million pound net spend, which allowed the club to fork out for a new training complex, as well as Allardyce-led improvements to sports science via the hiring of actual physicians, nutritionists and a strength and conditioning coach, not to mention a revamped scouting network and the implementation of Prozone. Not bad for a club that only had one computer in the secretary's office when Allardyce joined.
After Holdsworth had given Bolton a half-time lead in the 27th minute.
And not bad at all on the pitch either. Out of a poor pre-season, Sam Allardyce was almost forced into promoting Kevin Nolan into the senior team owing to his performances in Denmark. From then on in, he was earmarked to take Klaus Jensen's spot. By October, it was clear Fulham were up and it was left to Bolton and Blackburn to fight for that second automatic promotion spot. On New Year's Day, Bolton occupied that spot, 4 points ahead of West Brom, 5 ahead of Blackburn thanks to a win at Preston.
There as well. It's Holdsworth.
Goals from Holdsworth and Ricketts left
The visit of Blackburn on February 23rd was thought to be crucial. Bolton could open up the gap to Rovers to 10 points with 12 to play, i.e. game over, and the Trotters effectively up. What transpired was Blackburn pumping Bolton 4-1 and a run which extended to just 2 wins up until April 18th. The only thing keeping Bolton in any kind of form was their lack of defeats in this period. Unfortunately, despite clawing back 1-0 wins over Norwich and Barnsley, Blackburn confirmed their promotion on April 28th. Bolton meanwhile went down the playoff route for the 3rd consecutive season.
He's trying to get away from him. Sigurdsson's gone to ground, still Michael Ricketts, this will be it! Bolton!
Oh, it's Farrelly through a crowd and in! Cleared away for Bolton, he's round the goalkeeper, Ricketts!
Ultimately, it helped that in Preston and West Brom, Bolton were fighting teams not experienced in fighting for a Premier League place. Ricketts' 2 goals in the playoffs took his tally to 22, not bad for just a 400 grand signing, especially when those goals had taken Bolton back to the Premier League for the first time in 3 years. Off the back of the successful playoff campaign, Allardyce would revert to a 4-3-3, 4-5-1 mould for the life in the Premier League. His first signing, Jibril Diawara, was hopefully not a sign of things to come, as his loan had long since petered out by the time he was banished in January. Also in there were the cheaps and frees known as Henrik Pedersen, Nicky Salfall and Bruno Ingotti at an eventual cost of £1 million. When Fulham were spending 20 times that, you could see why everyone and their dog had Bolton to go down. Such was the expectation that Bolton would go straight back down. Mark Lawrenson put his famous moustache on the line. That little caterpillar would have been halfway crawling across his face after the opening day thrashing exacted down at Filbert Street. Allardyce didn't expect to be indulging in the players' prize for winning by 3 or more goals already. The staff now had to eat sheep testicles. By the end of the month and a famous win over Liverpool at the Reebok, Bolton had made it 3 from 3 and they led the league. They wouldn't win again until Man United away, their next most famous recent win. However, it would be their penultimate victory in the Premier League up until February. Meanwhile, Spurs dicked them 6-0 in the League Cup quarter-finals and 4-0 in the FA Cup 4th round. The honeymoon period was over, it was said. Lawrenson's moustache crawled back onto his face. Just when the razor was packed away into Laura's bathroom cabinet, Bolton shot back to winning ways, claiming 4 victories to stay safely clear of the relegation zone in 16th, 4 points ahead of Ipswich Town. Big Sam was always adding to his squad, thanks to Michael Ricketts acting the Billy Big Bollocks after his England call-up in February. Freddie Bobic was signed on loan from Borussia Dortmund to add goals. When Bobic wasn't so forthcoming, the first coup of the Allardyce era was in through the door, and it's only Yuri pissing Djorkaeff. His falling out with the Kaiserslautern hierarchy was Bolton's gain, and it was Djorkaeff after all who began the Bolton revival by scoring both goals in a win down at Charlton before being retained permanently in the summer. In the summer is where business really ramped up. Say hello to Paris Saint-Germain's JJ Okocha, so good they named him twice, and Real Madrid's Ivan Campo, not bad going. £0 was spent, supposedly suicidal for a small club towards the bottom of the table anyway, but it was clear Bolton had strengthened dramatically, even more so when you factor in Michael Rickett's £2.5 million sale to Middlesbrough. Once Ivan Campo's more suitable spot in midfield as opposed to defence was identified, this Bolton team was supposed to be going places, but they didn't quite find their feet immediately, unlike in the prior season, and still it was just 4 wins in advance of Christmas, but 3 of those did come against the alleged title challengers, Leeds, Man United and Newcastle. After a loss to Villa on New Year's Day, Bolton were treading a very fine line on 19 points from 21 games, only a point ahead of the drop zone and the trio of Sunderland, West Brom and West Ham. A silver lining, however, was the fact that they were out of both cup competitions at the first hurdle. Bolton now had 17 games, 17 cup finals to focus entirely on Premier League survival. They would have a say in which way the title pendulum swung thanks to an era-defining 2-2 draw with Arsenal. It also changed the trajectory of Okocha's time at the Reebok and perhaps the Reebok's time in the Premier League. Bolton's anti-penultimate game of the season, it was the marquee match in a run of 9 games to end the 02-03 season, which generated just 1 defeat and 5 victories, most crucial of which would be an Okocha win at the Reebok a week prior to the Arsenal game against the eventual closest rivals for survival, West Ham United. Bolton had improved to the tune of 4 points, but because of the quality of West Ham, they were made to wait until their final day win over Middlesbrough to confirm survival. Ahead of the 03-04 season, the focus, after scoring just 85 goals in 2 seasons as a collective, was up front. Naturally, Allardyce didn't spend a penny in grabbing hold of both Kevin Davies and Mario Jardel. Whilst another frontman in Sergei Rebrov would have been through the door as well had it not been for work permit problems, Allardyce corrected this setback with the acquisition of wide man Stelios Giannakopoulos. Meanwhile, in the backline, Ivan Campo's spot was vacated and it had been taken up by Florent Laville. Emerson Tom had been initially signed as defensive cover behind Laville, but he quickly became fast-tracked into the 11 once Laville ruptured his ACL. Whilst the Frenchman wouldn't play again for Bolton, Tom partnered Ngotti. Again, it took time for Bolton to find their feet as lightning wouldn't strike for a 3rd year running at Old Trafford. Instead, the Premier League was introduced to Cristiano Ronaldo on the opening weekend. Either way, with 4 wins in 6 matches against Spurs, Leeds, Everton and Chelsea, as well as another positive result at home against Arsenal, Bolton entered Christmas in fine fettle. And even though Tranmere had them out of the FA Cup 3rd round, Bolton did have something else to look forward to on the side of Christmas thanks to eliminating the likes of Liverpool and Southampton in the League Cup. With Middlesbrough eliminating Arsenal from the other semi-final, the field was blown wide open as Villa came to the Reebok on January 21st. Allardyce had just about held off Nigeria from calling up JJ Okocha for AFCON until after the first leg. The Nigerian was thought to have had 1 foot out of the door at the Reebok. Then he went and did this.
Okocha, and yes, it is going to be Okocha, and he's put it in. One of them's Okocha, surely it's going to be Okocha, and it is. And he's fired it in.
Not to spoil the rest of the video, but Bolton still wait for their major trophy. At least it landed on Leap Day, so it doesn't crop up as much on social media accounts requisite on this day posts. Either way, Allardyce was undeterred, his ambition that January stretching to the likes of Samuel Eto'o and Dennis Bergkamp. When they weren't acquired, Javi Moreno came in and, well, shat the bed. Less said about that dork, the better. By the time Bolton travelled to Molineux on April 12, Bolton had confirmed their survival, but they were in a bit of a post-League Cup final funk. So to the bewilderment of the physios, Allardyce promised the players Monday to Thursday off every week that they won on the weekend, and as if by magic,
of revenue when you get relegated. Here's Nolan. There's another nail in Leeds United's coffin.
5 consecutive games won, apparently enough to get a grown-ass adult man a haircut. It confirmed 8th and Bolton's best finish since 1960. They even had time to confirm Leeds' relegation too. The rumours said Rivaldo, they said Clivert, the reality was Radi Jaidi and Michael Bridges. But in all seriousness, the usual inexpensive combination of the unwanted, the undervalued and underscouted was achieved when the likes of Gary Speed, El Hadj Diouf, Les Ferdinand and even Fernando Hierro were signed. The opening day saw a welcome triumph over Charlton 4-1 as JJ Okocha, who hadn't scored in the league the prior season despite hitting the woodwork more than anybody else, took just 11 minutes to find the net in the 04-05 season. For once, Bolton were able to cobble together a good start and maintain it. By November they had in their possession the final Champions League place. The likes of Liverpool and Manchester United were left in their dust. This despite the heavy rumour that Sam Allardyce would take over from Bobby Robson at Newcastle, and even though Halloween's win over that self-same Newcastle side would be Bolton's last in 04, they were able to get a result out of Stamford Bridge, one of only 5 teams to draw in West London that season in the league.
Okocha from the penalty spot against Edwin van der Sar. Okocha for Davis, who's done brilliantly. A second goal for Bolton, scored.
A downturn in form coincided with El Hadj Diouf gobbing on Ayhan Dzeu, but the club came out of the other side of that and out of the rumours of Jääskeläinen departing for Arsenal. Hierro, much like Campo before him, moved into midfield and it just about revolutionised Bolton's results in early 05. 5 more consecutive wins which stretched to the hosting of both Arsenal and Spurs and away to places like St Andrews, Ewood and Selhurst. Vincent Candelara, Continental's signing that often goes under the radar with this Bolton team, was in on loan and it helped Gardner go into midfield more. And with more triumphs over Manchester City and Norwich, April was here. 5 games remained. Bolton was going Europe mad, maybe with even half a hint of Champions League ambition.
Here's Chelsea with Lampard. He's into the box track, Lampard. This could be a seminal moment. He scored! Trophies, but they've not been champions of England since 1950.
But instead, Bolton had to watch Frank Lampard and Chelsea confirm their first league title in ages, and thanks to only 1 win from their final 5 against 4th placed Everton too, Bolton had to settle for just the UEFA Cup. Try saying that to a Bolton fan 10-20 years prior. It was snap your hand off territory. The summer of 05 was probably more about the players that weren't here than the ones who were. Whilst Abdoulaye Faye, Fabrice Fernandes, Jared Bourguetti and Hidetoshi Nakata were in, Fernando Hierro couldn't be convinced out of retirement, whilst Yossi Benayoun and Pep Guardiola chose to be elsewhere. It was arguably the first summer in which there was a miss in the transfer market. By the end of November, seeing that Okocha was running out of road, Allardyce transferred the captaincy to 23-year-old Kevin Nolan. But entering 2006, things could scarcely be better. They were in the knockouts in Europe, undefeated in a group containing Champions League quality teams in Besiktas, Zenit and Sevilla. In the league, they were a safe bet to return there via their league position, sitting 7th after 18 games. And then Sven-Göran Eriksson decided to call it a day with England and the rumour mill went into fucking overdrive. If Big Sam's surname was Aladici, it was said by the man himself, he would have been afforded higher profile jobs like, Real Madrid? Anyway, alas he didn't. Bolton's form went down the pan, they went out of Europe in the last 32 and that was the end of that. And he obviously didn't get the England job, not yet anyway. He and Alan Kirbishley were passed on in favour of Steve McLaren, a man who did get his team into the 2006 UEFA Cup final. After losing out to Celtic for Roy Keane's signature in January, Allardyce thought he had his man in Didi Hamann. That summer, on a free from Liverpool, the German left after 24 hours, the club banking an insane 400 grand profit for a day's work. With Okocha and Ngotti's contracts not renewed that summer, another big name was needed. Hello, Nicola Anelka. Joining him were the luminaries like Andranik Teymourian, Aiden Tal, Quinton Fortune, names that do the opposite of make you salivate. Nonetheless,
now Anelka! What a goal!
What a way to break!
It was November 25th, and despite probably Bolton's best start to a Premier League season under Allardyce, Anelka hadn't scored yet in the league. What a fine time then to score his first proper goal for Bolton against his former club Arsenal, and no, Walsall away in the League Cup doesn't count. By New Year's Day, with Anelka very much now in a rich vein of form, Bolton occupied 4th ahead of Arsenal, of course. On the pitch, grand. Off it, Allardyce was facing accusations of receiving transfer bungs. Wouldn't be the last time he was a little bit shady, would it?
Corner taken by Speed. David James under a lot of pressure, and the header's in. In goes Davis. The save, but it's in.
Bolton finished 7th. It was the 3rd consecutive top half finish in the top flight, something that hadn't happened around these parts since the 1920s, but this was an old squad begging to be supplied outside of the transfer market of frees and loans. When Sam Allardyce wanted a Sibierski or a Legwinski, he received David Thompson, who'd barely played over the last 3 years. That was that. The news would be out after a draw at Stamford Bridge months later. Allardyce was no longer Bolton manager. Big Sam was replaced by Little Sam, Sammy Lee. He was sacked in October. When Nottingham Forest, champions of England and Europe formerly, were relegated again in 1999, nobody expected them to be gone for nearly a quarter of a century. This is the story of the wilderness years at the City Ground, of 29 managers in 23 years from the Premier League to the 3rd tier and back again. The club, it was in tatters. The Bridgeford Consortium disbanded. Nigel Ray quit as chairman on April 13th, with everybody's favourite credit rating company, Experian, Eric Barnes, replacing him. He'd pushed for Nigel Doherty, who in turn made a substantial investment into the club. With big wrong, big fucking off, there was a new manager in town, and he went by the name of David Platt. He had had just one managerial job, and he had been there as Sampdoria, who were about to get relegated to Serie B. So a good omen then. With that in mind, he attempted to capitalise on the Italian market. Moreno, Manini, Salvatore Matricano and Gianluca Petracchi all came in. They made less than 30 appearances between them. Also in through the door was Stern John and Riccardo Scamacca on permanent deals, with the experience of Ian Wright into the building on a 2-month loan. That loan market would be further exploited later on in the season for John Terry, who turned out for the club 5 times, and Ben Olsen as well, although his stint was marred by a broken ankle.
Waiting in the middle. It's gone beyond him and turned in by Lou. To Forrest. Marino this time has picked himself up and got away from Moses. And he's managed to get into Baudelaire.
But Williams to take it. It's 1-1!
Now it probably sums up Nottingham Forest 99-2000 season when I say that fullback Alan Rodgers was the joint top scorer, hardly in the goal scoring mould of a Stuart Pearce, getting bucket loads from dead ball situations. This was a club firmly on the wane. They would finish 14th upon their return to the 2nd tier of the game.
And some space, and has gone inside Pennock. 1-0 Nottingham Forest. Finds Roberts, turns away from 2 challenges, gets the shot in. That's a wonderful goal.
Forest had been able to borrow £5 million as the cost of the game spiralled out of control. Now their overdraft was busy, topping out at £8.5 million. Of course, it made room for David Johnson's signature in from Ipswich Town in January. Whilst his former club would be promoted to the Premier League for the first time in 6 years, Nottingham Forest were mooching about the place looking glum, sitting in 11th place after another ropey old season.
Certainly Clements is a favourite. Neil Clements! It's not gone in, it has now!
The 01-02 campaign in Football League circles anyway would become known as the season where ITV Digital collapsed. With clubs threatening to go to the wall every other day, Forest's bubble had just about burst. Treading a fine line financially anyway, they slumped to 16th place in Division 1. The only thing that held any promise at the City Ground these days was the promotion of Paul Hart from the academy and into the senior hot seat. With him, he promoted the youth of tomorrow at the club, of which there was an abundance, from David Prutton to Andy Reid and Gareth Williams, the latter of which named Club Player of the Season. Forest had an incredible wealth of talent from the reserves. Unfortunately, their club finances would have to hinge on sales like the £5 million they procured from Newcastle United in January 02 for the signature of Jermaine genus, and so the cosmic ballet carried on.
For Forest's third goal before half-time.
Stayed there by Dawson, and this is Miller. Still Miller.
Midlands rivals. The Reds were certainly quick out of the blocks and had established a 2-0 lead.
In the summer of 2002, Des Walker returned and he would help out another Forest graduate in Michael Dawson at the heart of defence. The academy did not stop producing talent, as up front was the man mountain himself, Marlon Harewood, who had started to find the net with more regularity. Then supplementing him you had David Huckabee, who arrived on loan late on in the season. He bagged himself 5 goals in the last 9 matches to push Forest into the playoff picture. Squeaking into 6th place ahead of the relegated Ipswich Town, Nottingham Forest would be paired off with Sheffield United, who under Neil Warnock were about to play their 3rd semi-final in what had been a rollercoaster season. Unfortunately, Nottingham Forest couldn't pertain to be a Liverpool or an Arsenal, the calibre of teams that had blunted the blades in their previous semi-finals that season. However, even with defeat, there was a promise about the City Ground once again. After all, they had effectively been 2 wins away from a return to the Premier League and had done everything the right way. That seemingly was about to continue as they beat the relegated Sunderland to begin the 03-04 season before taking the names of Coventry, Norwich, Sheffield United and Burnley before September was out.
It's a neat pass. Harewood now slips it through. It's a lovely ball. Andy Reid, great bit of skill. It's got past Warner. He skipped away from Reid. And he's delivered for Defoe. And
despite all the good work he had done on a limited budget relying on free transfers and academy prospects, Paul Hart was sacked after a loss to Coventry on February 7th. The club had fallen into the drop zone, but with 17 matches left and only a 2-point deficit to make up, with a decent enough goal difference and a game in hand. If you thought the spiral had begun already, just watch this old shit. Joe Kinnear was announced as a new Nottingham Forest manager.
Reid, man on the overlap, but Reid might not need him. Terrific goal.
The attack, and eventually it was Tommy Johnson with the winner, and 3.
Seems mental to think about now, but there was a spot of chatter about Forest and designs on promotion. Rest assured, all that had pissed off once it took them 10 games and until September 26th to pick up a league victory when West Ham came to visit. Kinnear was gone by December, only able to mastermind 4 league wins, all at home, as Wolves, Reading and QPR were added to the list. Without a manager, Forest were 9 days out from Christmas and in the relegation zone alongside such luminaries as Gillingham and Rotherham. Stepping in on a caretaker basis was Mick Harford before the role of Nottingham Forest manager was finally re-legitimised once again with the appointment of Gary Megson. Before he could get his feet comfortable under the table, the ownership took a chainsaw to that table by selling off Forest's 2 finest young talents, Andy Reid and Michael Dawson, on January deadline day for a combined £8 million. And so there was only so much Gary Megson could do. Forest were relegated, making them the first European Cup winners to drift down into the 3rd tier of their league system. They'd gone on a run of 1 loss from 10 matches between January 22nd and April 2nd, but the problem was a distinct lack of victories in the second half of the campaign. They signed off with a draw against Gillingham, who also went down. Gillingham would never be back to this level. How long would it take Forest?
After just 6 minutes. The Oval were looking to extend their...
Gary Megson was gone on February 16th, 24 hours after a demoralising 3-0 defeat at Oldham Athletic. They were depressingly 13th after 33 fixtures, 11 points from the playoffs and only 5 from an unthinkable relegation down to League 2. Now Ian McParlin and Frank Barlow were left to sweep up what was a hurricane of piss. Results certainly picked up in Megson's absence, with only 1 defeat to speak of away at Hartlepool on April 22nd, and that defeat would prove the difference between Forest backdooring their way into the playoffs and having the strife of another 3rd tier campaign as a caretaker unit presided over 8 wins on the back 9 of the season, but ultimately they were unable to be victorious in any of their last 3. It constituted the club's record lowest finish. The summer of 2006 marked the return of Colin Calderwood as manager in the hope of bringing some stability to proceedings. The manager was adamant in injecting some youth into the squad, so Junior Agogo was signed, and you also had the likes of Lewis McGugan coming through the academy as well. It was an incredible start to the season, 100% in the first few weeks, save for a point up at Huddersfield. In fact, their loss at home to Oldham on September the 12th, that's their only defeat in the first 2 months of the season. It had been such a good start to the campaign that Forest sat top on Christmas Day, 3 points ahead of Bristol City in the playoffs with exactly half of the season played. Whilst they were able to stay the course, finishing second, a more inconsistent second half of the season saw Forest slump to 4th on 82 points, 3 short of the automatics. With a field also containing Oldham and Blackpool, Forest were faced off with Yeovil in the playoffs. Yeovil, a team who Forest had done the double over in the regular season with a pair of 1-0 triumphs.
To move for him. Davis! And Yeovil! Gugan's corner, and it's in! Malala to have a go, and it's off the post, and it's gone back in off right! And here's Lindegaard. In goes Stewart! They've only gone and done it! Fallen short. Morris is in here! Lee Morris for you! Job not done yet. Gary Holt! Standing via the deflection. It's Aaron Davis. He could win it. He probably has won it.
But the form book often goes out of the window in the playoffs. It looked as though Forest were stuck here for good. Calderwood shipped out players on big wages and therefore experience, whilst young talent like Chris Cohen was coming in. Forest were adapting to being in League One for the long haul. It was a campaign that didn't start in the best light. Forest picked up 3 points from their first 4 matches and didn't record a win until a trip to Port Vale in September. But then the season got going, turbocharged by 3 clean sheets and 3 victories to end September, as only 2 further matches were lost in advance of Christmas. With baubles being smashed on the Trent, Forest went so far as to lead the league again on Christmas Day, this time more precariously, as the top 9 were split by just 6 points. The quality of the division meant that the second half of the campaign was very much Ming Vaz territory. Just as long as Forest didn't fuck up too much, they'd get at least a chance at a playoff. In the end, they did enough to go up automatically, with 2008 beginning with home victories over Huddersfield and Leyton Orient, before a dearth of results in advance of a February which saw Millwall, Swindon and Leyton Orient again fall victim to Forest. Ending the season with 19 points from a possible 21 took them from a playoff berth to automatic promotion in second. Forest's impeccable start to the final day's fixture against Yeovil at the City Ground enough to confirm a return to the Championship, as ghosts of the past were slain. They never would return to this level of football.
That's a good layoff, and that's Jones to hit it.
Holland's header is a poor one. Here's Rob Earnshaw. More problems for Charlton.
Colin Calderwood went big in the market, the headline being Robert Earnshaw's signature from the laughably relegated Derby County for £3 million. Not that it appeared to count for shit all. Merry Christmas, Colin Calderwood was sacked after a 4-2 loss at home to Doncaster Rovers on Boxing Day. John Pemberton's caretaker game in charge had them winning 3-2 at Norwich to help them out of the drop zone for the first time in months. From there, enter Billy Davis again. Forest craved some stability, especially now they were in the Championship. From being stuck in the bottom 3 on Christmas Day, Forest would eventually wind up safe enough in 19th place. The foundations were beginning to be laid. Once survival was achieved, the transfer market was tickled once again. Chris Gunter, Paul McKenna, David McGoldrick, Paul Anderson, Lee Camp and Dexter Blackstock all acquired for the new season. It had been a slow start to life in his first full championship season at the City Ground for Billy Davies. The one win they did get in the opening weeks, however, the sweetest of the lot, 3-2 at home to Derby. However, once Blackpool had stripped Forest of a potential 3 points on September 19th, Davies' men wouldn't so much as lose a game until January the 30th and a trip to Pride Park. Even in spite of that loss, Forest occupied an automatic promotion spot. They seemed destined to return to the Premier League in double quick time. Of their remaining 18 games, however, Forest won just 8, which was enough to take them out of the automatic conversation and into the playoffs. Despite their low points tally of 79, they claimed third and would in theory face the weakest playoff team. Blackpool, who had beaten Forest home and away in the league, did so once again, making it 4 from 4 against the Seasiders, who eventually would spend just the one season in the top flight. Forest would be waiting for them upon their return.
Ready to step up now, left-footed, and blazes it over the crossbar.
Good ball to him from McKenna, level with the edge of the box. He goes backwards now for McGugan. McGugan's cross. Oh, and a great diving header!
Ahead of him again to his right, and he crosses, and Earnshaw pokes it in from 6 yards out. It's
Lewis McGugan was in inspired form, and eventually Forest finally turned their performances into victories after a 5-game winless start to the 2010-11 season. Just as Forest were motoring on up the league, a November 20th victory at Cardiff included, Dexter Blackstock's knee ligaments completely went, ruling him out for the season. Thankfully though, the loan market was still just about open, so in came Marcus Tudgay, whilst Aaron Ramsey followed, also in loan, in January. After losing their next game at Leicester, Forest wouldn't lose in the league at all until February 16th, before their 18-month unbeaten run at home in the league was over in March thanks to Hull. Then followed a bit of a slump, but Forest would claim 15 points from their final 6 matches to qualify for the playoffs, where they'd meet Swansea, whom they had traded 3 points with in the 2 games from the normal season.
Back to the Scotsman, and now infield towards Leon Britton, 25 yards out after the short corner. Britton now edge of the penalty area, twists away from Tudgay, left foot short. Oh, here's Dobie linking up with Dyer and running towards the top of the D, and away from Chambers, 2-0. And they cleared a halfway, but that's a great ball. Inside right channel, and Rob Earnshaw to try and prize them open. McGugan laying it off for Earnshaw. Earnshaw has hit the post. Bradley to halfway, shoots the goal, and finds the empty net.
Billy Davies was gone. Nigel Doherty, after placing 75 million quid of his own money into the club, simply couldn't countenance another bean to get Forest over the line after 2 failed attempts at Premier League promotion via the playoffs. Steve McLaren was known around these parts for his assistant manager work at Derby, and he had rehabilitated his image in the Netherlands after failing to get England into Euro 2008. It wasn't as if Forest didn't spend any money. Fulham's Jonathan Greening, Matt Derbyshire from Olympiacos, as well as Ismail Miller and Andy Reid were all acquired ahead of the 2011-12 campaign.
Taylor, Nolan, swung at it, and followed in by Winston. Good turn by McAnuff. Did well to get the ball in as well towards Noel Hunt.
It was officially a shit show. Steve McLaren resigned by October, Nigel Doherty followed him out, and replacing them were Steve Cottrell and Frank Clark respectively, as Doherty's February death hung over the club long after he was gone. And if you thought things were bad now, say hello to the Al-Hazawi family. Forest were twerking for that new cash, and desperately they clung on to the Q80s for life. And just what did that cash buy you? A new manager apparently, as Cottrell was quickly sacked. In his place came a bewildered Sean O'Driscoll, promoted from assistant. Oh, and by the way, Forest finished 19th on just 50 points, but safe by 10 given the lack of quality and a Portsmouth points deduction. Forest continued to spend, the signing not limited to Henry Lansbury, Simon Cox and Danny Collins on permanent deals, whilst loans were arranged for a glut of talent, included Sam Hutchinson, Alan Hutton and Gonzalo Hiara.
Now Blackstock onto Lewis McGugan. McGugan! Oh, that's magnificent!
Miss delivery, and it's in, and
Now that Boxing Day table looks a bit better, doesn't it? The owners didn't think so. O'Driscoll was for the chop and Alex McLeish was hired. 6 weeks later, he too was gone. Billy Davies parachuted back in as the merry-go-round spun faster than ever and spat Forest out into 8th, the same place it has been around the festive period, meaning all that upheaval was for nothing.
This is Abdoun having a run into the penalty area. Crosses. Halford heads in.
Nobody surely had Billy Davies lasting longer than a year on their bingo card. Presumably, the Al Hazawis forgot too and promptly sacked him 13 months into his second reign after a loss to Derby. After that 5-0 humiliation, Forest were in 7th place, one better than when Davies was reunited with the club. From a 2-point deficit to make up, Forest wound up in 11th, 7 points away from second chance at promotion via the playoffs. Ahead of the 2014-15 campaign, Stuart Pearce was announced as the new manager. Again, they went big in the market. Matty Fryatt, Chris Burke and Michael Mancien added, whilst both Carl Darlow and Jamal Lascelles cashed in on, but they both ultimately returned on loan, which allowed for 2 more signatures, Britta Sombolonga and Michael Antonio up front.
On towards the edge of the penalty area, the youngster goes on!
If their previous match against Derby was a 5-0 humiliation, their September 14th draw at home to the Rams was even more disastrous. Chris Cohen went down to a season-ending knee injury, whilst Andy Reid's return was curtailed by a long-term injury. Keep in mind that this was a club now stalling through a transfer embargo after falling foul of FFP, with another manager sacked after less than a year. Goodbye, Stuart Pearce. Dougie Freedman was the next cab off the rank, and his first home win on February 11th against Wigan was marred by another horrific injury, this time to Britta Sombolonga. The club mercifully perhaps finished in the beige seat of 14th as the real lack of quality in their ownership sabotaged them on the pitch. There was one word for it, and it was circus. From the wild rotations of managers, Paul Williams in March 2016, Philippe Montagnier that June, before Mark Warburton was hired in March, with the club finally looking bereft and glancing over their shoulder at relegation in 2017. After another season of mid-table fluff in 2016, Forest went into the final day of the subsequent campaign only 1 goal above the dotted line. They simply needed to better Blackburn's result when Ipswich came to visit to stay afloat. 3 goals, 2 of which from a Sombolonga, just about kept Forest in the Championship. Right on time for a massive sea change on the Trent. In May 2017, Evangelos Marinakis was unveiled as a new Nottingham Forest owner at a financial cost of £50 million and under the cloud of match-fixing allegations. Both on and off the pitch, it appeared as though the club was jumping from one clown show to another. New Year's Eve was marked with the sacking of yet another manager, with Mark Warburton presiding over 14th place and just 1 win from 7 games.
Away yet, Holding's header, and here's Eric Lee, high! Oh, that's a... And he scored it! It is 4 for Nottingham Forest!
Aitor Karanka had been out of work since he was sacked midway through Middlesbrough's only Premier League season since 2009. He had of course taken the Teessiders up, so it was hoped that he could replicate that further south. As Marinakis allegedly graduated from match fixing to drug smuggling in his homeland, Forest were no nearer better days by finishing a miserable 17th place in the 2017-18 campaign. The Guardian's Championship preview for the upcoming 2018-19 season went as follows. Over the last 12 months, the club has improved beyond all recognition. Out goes a clueless narcissist, in comes an owner who likes to stay in the background and let a team of professionals run things. Which didn't really corroborate with what was happening on the pitch, as another New Year sacking quickly approached when Karanka was subbed out for club legend Martin O'Neill. Their 11th full-time manager in 7 years, O'Neill was given until June to prove himself at the City Ground as he took them from 9th on January 15th all the way to 9th come the end of the season, 8 points off Derby in the playoffs. O'Neill faced the chop and in came Sabri Lamouchi, whose managerial experience extended to Ivory Coast, Qatar and most recently Rennes, where he got them into the Europa League. Besides an opening day loss at home to West Brom, things were actually going quite well. Then a pandemic turned up and postponed any joy. The club was sat in 5th place when football was seemingly postponed indefinitely, only to return in June as part of Project Restart. Forest would win just 2 matches in advance of the July 22nd final day visit of Stoke City to the City Ground. All they needed to do was avoid a massive goal swing as their playoff rival Swansea travelled to Reading. Waiting for Forest seemingly were one of West Brom, Brentford or Fulham, before an empty Wembley final. In one fell swoop, Forest had descended from 5th to 7th. A 3-point swing and a 6-goal swing meant the Welsh sides of Cardiff and Swansea would be the ones participating in the playoffs instead of them. After a poor start to the delayed 2020-21 season, Lamucci was never going to be given patience from an already trigger-happy owner.
Tees towards Ribeiro, and he's found the bottom corner.
And that too, of course, was always going to be the case for his successor Chris Hughton as well. After the club went backwards to 17th place once again, 9 points ahead of the drop and a massive 25 away from the playoffs, Hughton would not be forgiven if the 21-22 season began poorly. And after a 2-0 home loss to Middlesbrough, he was of course sacked, with the club's only point from 7 games that season coming away at Pride Park. After agreeing compensation with Swansea City, despite Steve Cooper leaving the Welsh club that summer, Forest had their new manager. Chances are that he would last over a year were thin, to say the least. The effect was instant as Forest lost just 1 game under Cooper in advance of Christmas Day as they rose to being on the precipice of the playoffs, just a point behind Stoke City in 7th. Cooper's complete retooling of the team continued, with Carl Jenkinson and Lyle Taylor flogged in exchange for a distinguished style of football that had nearly taken him to the Premier League a year prior in South Wales. Forest were even feeling the benefit in the academy as they reached the FA Youth Cup final, but were sadly undone at Old Trafford in front of a mammoth 67,000 spectators. But as that final hurdle wasn't cleared, Forest was staring at 3 more hurdles to a potential Premier League season. Sheffield United awaited in the playoffs, 2 teams that couldn't be split over 3 hours of regular season football. Beyond that, the potential of either Huddersfield Town or Luton Town. The stars were beginning to align. Chelsea had been purchased by Roman Abramovich, but only now were they allowed to be rampantly successful. It was a special time for Chelsea, and it is because of the special one. These are the Jose Mourinho days at Stamford Bridge. Jose Mourinho was born into football and born into a special life. His grandfather was president of Vitória de Setúbal. His father was a goalkeeper who has a penalty save off Eusebio on his resume. And then after flirting with a playing career, a young Jose decided that he would be best served by becoming a coach. While studying at college, Jose was influenced by a professor named Manuel Sergio, who told him that football knowledge on its own was not enough to become a world-renowned coach. He had to become a psychologist as well. You could say that those early teachings inferred Mourinho's whole professional life thereafter. He left college juggling working as a PE teacher as well as compiling scout reports on his father's opponents before finally officially joining his father at Vitória de Setúbal as a youth coach. Through Estrela de Amadora and Ovarense, Jose Mourinho received his big break by working with Bobby Robson at Sporting. Robson took to Mourinho, and through translating as well as his obvious tactical acumen, the Englishman trusted the young upstart enough to take him to Porto and Barcelona, as he was gifted a perfect environment to learn more and more responsibilities. By the mid-90s, Mourinho had found himself linking up with the great tactical thinkers of his day, staying on after Bobby Robson's execution to work under new manager Louis van Gaal. The players at the club read like a who's who of the greater good of modern football management. People like Pep Guardiola, Luis Enrique and Ronald Koeman, more so than Julian Lopetegui, Laurent Blanc and Philippe Cocu. Like Robson, Van Gaal was enamoured enough with the Portuguese coach that he allowed him to give out tactical advice, half-time team talks and coach-friendly matches. By 2000, he had outgrown the position and became the official assistant manager of Benfica. Typically, it wouldn't last long. Thrown in at the deep end after just 4 matches, manager Jupp Heynckes departed, and it was only a further 9 games thereafter in which Mourinho's managerial tenure of Benfica encapsulated because of a dispute with the incoming club president who wanted a new man in the hot seat. Nonetheless, Mourinho worked his way up, taking no hopers União de Lieira to 3rd midway through the 2001-2 season with a stubborn counter-attacking style. Even though Lieira fell away, the 12-month experience was enough for Porto to take a shot in the dark with Mourinho. It pretty much changed European football forever. At home, Jose would adopt the tactical blueprint of his day, the 4-3-3, and romp to successive Primeira titles with Porto. On the continent, however, Mourinho was even more conservative, dropping in a midfield diamond of the holding Costinha, the shuttle-in pair of Manish and Dmitry Elenichev with the talismanic Deco behind 2 number 9s. Meanwhile, the marauding fullbacks of Paulo Ferreira and Nuno Valente created the width. The results? Perfect.
It's McCarthy. It's a good save by Howard. It's been turned in by Costinha. Last minute, Porto have pulled off a European shot.
And with that, Jose Mourinho was officially not one of the bottle. He was a special one. And there was a football club in England who wanted to be a special one as well. If the wider world hadn't pricked their ears up for what Jose Mourinho stood for in Portugal, and if they still ignored his successes in Seville against Celtic in the UEFA Cup final, then certainly everyone in Britain stood to attention when his Porto side dumped Manchester United out of the Champions League last 16 in 2004. It wasn't just for the victory. United were going through a bit of a wobbly patch, so it wasn't as much of a scalp as, say, it would have been 5 years prior. But it was the manner of the celebration as Mourinho wheeled away down the Old Trafford touchline to celebrate the last-minute goal with his players. English football and its most notable team were officially put on high alert. That summer, with the acquisition of Jose, the Premier League was about to get a little livelier. Chelsea, as we've spoken about in this issue of videos a lot, hadn't really done much in the Premier League until they acquired a continental touch through the player-manager of Glenn Hoddle before Ruud Gullit and Gianluca Vialli won them some trophies. Claudio Ranieri had been the next man in the pipeline and set the table for the first few years of a new dynasty at Stamford Bridge, but ultimately had not been successful. The new owner, Roman Abramovich, signalled his intent to Europe when he declared a Champions League semi-final and 2nd place in the Premier League not good enough, despite both of those being record returns for Chelsea in the Premier League age. It's the way of the world and especially pertinent for this club and in this time, but we should talk about transfers. Whereas the prior year with your Glenn Johnson and your Juan Sebastian Veron, your Hernan Crespo and your Scott Parker, things were a little slapdash and scattergunned. In the summer of 2004 though, Mourinho knew who he wanted, he had the money to get it, and by deadline day the club had them and had started the season impeccably. Joining him from Porto were two key defensive names, Paulo Ferreira as a versatile fullback on the right who could sit or provide width, and Ricardo Carvalho who was to be the centre-half partner of club captain John Terry. Benfica's Thiago completed the triple Portuguese swoop, shuttling in midfield, whilst Arjen Robben and Marietta Kesman represented a double splurge from PSV Eindhoven. Two raw talents for the future as well as the now. Robben would be eased in as a winger and Kesman had been prolific in the Eredivisie. The activity was completed by Petr Cech, who had just come off a stunning European Championships with Czech Republic and had quickly eloped to rival that of Iker Casillas, Oliver Kahn and Gigi Buffon as one of the world's greatest goalkeepers. And at the other end of the pitch, the completion of Chelsea's spine, Didier Drogba, after his impressive displays both in Ligue 1 but more so in the UEFA Cup as his Marseille side reached the final. It would take him time to find his feet, but he would become one of the more important players in club history. So too would it take time for Mourinho to find his feet. He entered the Premier League a cautious optimist, utilising the diamond system he'd grown fond of in the Champions League. Makelele at the base, Lampard at the tip with a strong defensive four and a glut of talent to choose from. Up front, it ought to have been a match made in heaven. Instead, whilst Chelsea did glean an unbeaten 14 points from their first 6 matches and beat Manchester United on the opening afternoon, it wasn't setting the world ablaze. 6 goals were scored in as many games as what little goals scored dried up by the ties against Aston Villa and Tottenham Hotspur in September after the international break. So Jose shifted things, relying on his domestic style from Porto. The 4-3-3 was in for the successful trip to the Riverside in a by now typical 1-0 win. It gave Mourinho the best of both worlds, width from either Arjen Robben, Damien Duff or Joe Cole, with one central forward drifting right, and largely allowed Lampard to attack from deep, safe in the knowledge that nothing could get past midfield partner Claude Makelele. Still, they retained a lower line because of John Terry's severe lack of pace, as Wayne Bridge and Paulo Ferreira were largely shackled to defensive duties. Another win followed, 1-0 again for sure, but this one infinitely more crucial in sitting down Rafael Benitez and his new Liverpool team. The first of many clashes, some might say far too many, as Mourinho met Benitez for the first time as manager of Chelsea and Liverpool. After an aberration of a 1-0 defeat to a piss-poor Manchester City team came after the October internationals, Mourinho's Chelsea turned on the style. 4 goals were slapped beyond each of Blackburn, West Brom, Fulham, Charlton, Newcastle and Norwich all before Christmas, whilst Everton were also defeated and the club remained unbeaten through draws at home to Bolton and at Highbury. This was the supposedly invincible Arsenal and they were laying in the muck come Christmas time. 5 points the difference with 20 matches to go, and Chelsea had only shipped 8 goals all season and were going to tighten up even more so. It didn't matter either that they fought on numerous fronts. Returning to Porto as well as nipping to Moscow and Paris was a Champions League group stage breeze. Meanwhile, the great and good all fell in the League Cup as Mourinho penciled in a first final as Chelsea boss with a win at Old Trafford after extra time. The last week of February meant a momentous 7 days in 3 separate cup competitions. First the FA Cup and the first true blemish against Mourinho's early tenure at Stamford Bridge as Newcastle claimed revenge for their 4th round League Cup exit by taking Chelsea's name in the FA Cup's 5th round. Then to Barcelona, where one of the all-time Champions League knockout ties of the modern era took place.
Posa la pilota d'Alpi, marca per Maxi, Maxi, xuta Maxi, gol, 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 gol!
The result worked just perfectly in Mourinho's world, an away goal with a level playing field to come at Stamford Bridge, even if the ramifications were being felt long after the trip to the Camp Nou after the Anders Frisk debacle, where Chelsea claimed a clandestine half-time meeting between the Swedish referee and the Barca manager Frank Rijkaard at half-time. Revenge would have to wait because there was a new rivalry brewing back home, and it had its first marquee fixture in the League Cup final at the Millennium Stadium. Liverpool, Chelsea, Benitez, Mourinho with the first trophy of the season on offer.
The operator has been calling for it long and hard. Oh, the kick has gone in, it's an own goal. Johnson's long throw, and it's gone through to Drogba. It is Eidur Gudjohnsen back in, and it's stabbed in. Kick. Oh, and it's turned in. He's a cup-winning captain.
The Premier League was effectively won by the time Rijkaard came to West London with a quarter-final chance of a touchline bare knuckle. Chelsea hadn't even threatened to concede a goal since they shipped 2 back at Highbury. Norwich didn't score, Villa didn't score, Portsmouth didn't score, Liverpool didn't score, Middlesbrough didn't score, Spurs obviously didn't score, Portsmouth didn't score again, Blackburn didn't score, City didn't score and Everton did not score. The only teams to take points off Chelsea in this 3-month span was, quirkily, Manchester City, who were one of just 2 clubs that the Blues failed to beat in the 2004-05 season, and the bad City as well. All that point was doing was delaying the inevitable. Chelsea led Manchester United by 8 points, had a game in hand, and that was despite Norwich City managing to put a goal beyond the now record-breaking Petr Cech. Forget all that nonsense, that was tiddlywink stuff. The real main event was now to be had in the Champions League. Chelsea, Barcelona. Box office.
Johnson! It's still Johnson! It's 1-0 Chelsea! John said it's working well for Cole. The shot's deflected, and it's in! They might be watching another goal here. It's tough! He's through! This is unbelievable! Oh, when he's on the ball, and he's just dinged that out of nowhere. Time there's a set piece, there's going to be a chance. It's Terry's header, and it's in!
It was a monumental hurdle for a Chelsea team who had come close to eliminating Barcelona from a first knockout round 5 years prior. This time both teams were at the top of the sport, and it was pretty much agreed that one of them ought to be contesting the final. It was the only contest Chelsea now faced after all. West Brom, Crystal Palace and Southampton, 3 teams all mired in that dramatic relegation dogfight, all fell comfortably to the soon-to-be champions, a tag only delayed by April draws to Birmingham City and Arsenal. The title parade was now recalibrated to April 30th and a trip to Bolton Wanderers. Those drop points, however, were interwoven with some pretty special European nights for the Blues.
Looking to get away quickly, and they have! Roberto brings the save, Schweinsteiger! It's Drogba, it's Lampard! Akaleli once more, Lampard, oh what a goal! Hard header into the centre, Drogba lashes it home!
Jose Mourinho had equalled Claudio Ranieri's return of the prior season, a Champions League semi-final, a joint best for the club, but whilst the Tinkerman had fiddled his way through Stuttgart and Arsenal, Mourinho had smashed 2 of Europe's finest in Barcelona and Bayern Munich. Another of Europe's elite, comfortably England's best performing team on the continent was next in a reprisal of Mourinho versus Benitez, which, as these matches often would, ended 0-0 on Chelsea soil. That didn't matter, in fact, it played into Mourinho's hands. He loved a goalless home draw, followed by the old smash and grab in the opponent's backyard. Just ask Deportivo La Coruña about that from the same stage a year prior. Plus, there was a big reason to celebrate in the weekend that straddled the 2 Liverpool legs. 50 years of hurt was over.
Oh, here's Chelsea with Lampard. He's into the box, Frank Lampard. This could be a seminal moment. He scored! Chelsea have got 2 on 2 here. This could be the title. Frank Lampard to win it. He's got it!
League One, League Cup already in the bag, and now confirming a trip to Istanbul was all that was standing in the way between an already all-time greatest season in Chelsea history becoming even greater. Liverpool, a team they'd beaten 3 times already that season, surely it would take something only from the moon to stop the Blues now.
Gerrard's touch.
Luis Garcia and Liverpool celebrate. The goal's been given.
And so it did. Chelsea's season over, but in claiming 7 points from their final 3 matches, they had broken every record going in the Premier League. Most points accrued, least goals conceded. Chelsea were the record breakers, and there was only a little league blot up in Manchester that stopped them from being invincible. Still, it wasn't enough for Roman Abramovich. He'd poured so much more money into the club, he'd bought the club off the basis of a wildly entertaining 4-3 Manchester United win over Real Madrid 2 years prior. Therefore, he wanted to be entertained. So Mourinho had to adapt, as he was handed back Hernan Crespo up front, Sean Wright-Phillips for the wing, and Michael Essien to shore up midfield. He tried to experiment with a front two again so he could fit in all his acquisitions into one team, but quickly he reverted to the 4-3-3 that accompanied him throughout the majority of the prior season. And in the end, similar results. They were only 4 points poorer off in winning the league because of an easing off the gas exercise away in their last 2 games at Blackburn and Newcastle. The League Cup wasn't defended as the Blues crashed out at the first hurdle against Charlton Athletic, but it was ultimately the League Cup and it didn't matter. What mattered now, as it was made abundantly clear, was the Champions League. Because UEFA still hadn't figured out a way to crowbar a 5th English club in Liverpool into a group stage draw, that being despite Everton failing to get out of qualifying, we got 2 more insatiable rounds of Mourinho versus Benitez. The record stood 3 to Mourinho, 1 to Benitez, with 1 to share. After 180 hardly pulsating minutes of group football, there were no more wins or no more goals either. Tactically, it may well have been gripping, but entertainment-wise, truly awful. Still, when it mattered that season, Mourinho beat Benitez handedly.
Referee makes sure everybody's out. Here comes Lampard. Up here again. Damien Duff. Surely makes it 2. Yes! He does. Can he finish? He can't, but Joe Cole will. Robin misses his touch. Surely now. Yes. Jeremy scores.
Terry got a touch on it. And it's in. Elorno helps it back in. Crespo's onside. How about that for a finish?
And with the league just one mouth-watering match at home to Manchester United away from a second Premier League title in succession, the Blues travel northward to their title rivals' home to book another trip to Cardiff for the FA Cup final. Mourinho had got on revenge over Newcastle for the cup exit of the prior season, and it was typically Liverpool standing in Mourinho's way to completing the English set of trophies inside of just 12 months. I say that because contesting the other semi-final were Middlesbrough and West Ham. The domestic record between Liverpool and Chelsea pointed only one way. It was 5 Mourinho wins to 0 Benitez victories. And then...
And it's in! See a break kick now. Another chance, and this time he has taken it.
Alright, the proper domestic double of League and Cup wasn't won and would have been nice, but Mourinho's Chelsea were still undisputably the best team in England. Europe, however, was the only arena in which Jose Mourinho and Chelsea suffered a massive regression as they met Barcelona across 2 legs of a Champions League last 16 once again, only for the Spaniards to get revenge. As it stood, when Mourinho took a football team into European competition, he had either won the tournament his team was in, or he had only gone down to the eventual Champions League winners. Either way, Chelsea and Mourinho would get their Champions League revenge over Barcelona, edging them out of a top spot in another hotly contested group stage by gaining 4 points over Frank Rijkaard's team. Don't worry though, their other great European rivals wouldn't be too far down the track, and Rafael Benitez would be granted to Jose Mourinho just as soon as Chelsea dispatched both he and Benitez's former clubs in Porto and Valencia in the knockouts prior to the semis. But hold on, this is a Jose Mourinho 3rd season in charge of a club, so you're probably wondering when the whole thing catches fire and the manager torches his own tenure at the club. Don't worry though, there were signs. First off, he was handled another big old pile of cash in acquiring Ashley Cole, Michael Ballack, Solomon Kalou and Andrei Shevchenko, the latter presumably merely an appeasement to the club owner because the Ukrainian arrived crocked, the wrong side of 30 and incompatible with Mourinho's plans. The Portuguese manager didn't use two forwards as much as Abramovich might have wanted him to, and Shevchenko wasn't about to unseat Didier Drogba from the centre-forward position. After all, the Ivorian had become quite good at scoring in cup finals for the Blues. And what it meant was that Chelsea were entering the April 25th, 2007 hosting of Liverpool in the semi-final of the Champions League with a quite frankly absurd quadruple looming large. The FA Cup win was to come, but the League Cup was already in the bank and Chelsea were within touching distance of Manchester United, and they still had the leaders to host at Stamford Bridge. Liverpool had finally got on a victory over Chelsea in league competition at the sixth time of asking. That defeat by Benitez inflicted on Mourinho must have angered the manager and his team, because they went on a 9-match winning run that stopped just about short of double figures away at St James's Park 3 days before the all-important European semi against the Reds. It was a missed chance for Mourinho to close the gap to a point at the top of the league. However, just as league form had gone against Mourinho versus Benitez, European form was about to turn on its head against Liverpool as well. And I suppose when you're chasing a quadruple, what we call the business end of the season trademark is always going to be congested at one point or another. April 28th was that afternoon. Manchester United travelled to Everton, Chelsea hosted Sam Allardyce's Bolton Wanderers, and both were due on away Champions League semi-final duty after winning their home first leg marginally. Neither team needed the most momentous day in the Premier League title race as both kicked off at 12:45.
Winds up, drills it, and it's played in by Temorian. And it's stabbed in! Bridge plays it in, and the equaliser!
Proceedings.
Lampard's delivery.
Ball from Arteta, still Fernandes! Straight into the arms of Turner, but it wasn't. Ronaldo, goalkeeper saved it off the line, and it's come to Rooney. It's brilliant from Rooney. It's fantastic for Ronaldo. It's Chris Eagles. Oh!
The gap was now 5 points with 3 matches to play. What it meant was an unassailable gap confirmed 8 days later when Chelsea couldn't match United's win in the Manchester derby when they travelled across town to the Emirates. It was a rare moral victory for Arsene Wenger over Jose Mourinho. But it wasn't the worst heartbreak Chelsea had suffered that week. Cue the cop, cue a Champions League semi-final under the Anfield lights.
It's gone short instead. With Dutchman. And Reina has saved it. Makes it 2 out of scores. And the 100%. Oh, and Reina's done it again. Liverpool are heading to Athens.
Chelsea had strived for a quadruple only ever experienced in Europe by Celtic 40 years previously. They wound up with the 2 they didn't want as Liverpool celebrated another Champions League final against Milan, and Chelsea mourned the fact that they couldn't get over the line again. For the first time, Mourinho looked dishevelled. Like I said, there were signs. Think back to those signings, Ballack, Essien, Cole and Shevchenko. Of those, only Cole was remotely defensively minded, and in fixing a left-back problem, he wasn't particularly versatile. It all came to a head at the home of Wycombe Wanderers, of all teams, on January the 10th in the first leg of a League Cup semi-final. Mourinho fumed that he had to play Paulo Ferreira and Michael Essien at centre-half and berated his lack of options in the position. When Abramovich supplemented those desires in signing Tal Ben Haim, the legendary Tal Ben Haim, Mourinho wouldn't be around to see his much maligned Stamford Bridge career that totalled a whopping 13 Premier League Chelsea games. No, Mourinho was gone after the atmosphere went to a simmer when Avram Grant was hired as a technical director in the summer of 2007. Within weeks of the Israeli watching over Mourinho, the manager had gone full Jose. After a league loss at Villa Park and a Champions League stalemate at home to Rosenborg, the special times at Stamford Bridge were over. It was the biggest downgrade in managerial history. Chelsea had traded in a serial winner in Jose Mourinho, a man who had won almost everything at record-breaking pace and with record-breaking numbers, for Avram Grant, who had yet to manage outside of his homeland. Mourinho's crime was becoming increasingly cantankerous, which is its now default setting, but also not being able to claim what was by 2007 Roman Abramovich's holy grail. He was desperate for the soft power and the material success a Champions League would deliver. Of all people, it was Avram Grant who got Chelsea to their first ever UEFA Champions League final. This probably less so down to the man management and tactical genius of Avram Grant, and more so attributable to the core group of players that were reared and raised on Mourinho, the spine of Cech, Terry, Lampard and Drogba, all of which could quite easily be placed into a world 11 by the time Chelsea met Manchester United in Moscow on May the 21st, 2008. After another battle for the ages, the Blues missed out, both at home and on the Champions League, and both too united by the narrowest of margins. First on the final day of the league season, second via penalties after John Terry crucially slipped and Edwin van der Sar was equal to Nicola Anelka's effort. Jose Mourinho would be back and he would be successful again. He'd perform his usual winning of the League Cup and the Premier League in typical fashion before flaking out on the big one, the one Roman Abramovich really wanted before torching ground. He received Chelsea the second time around as former European champions, the trophy that he was really designed to hand to Stamford Bridge but couldn't.
Ellen Road, home of the greats, Bremner, Gray, Lorimer, Reaney, Charlton, Hunter, Clark, Giles, Collins, the King John Charles, all under the peerless Don Revie. In more recent times, McAllister, Strachan, Dorigo, Chapman, Martin, Viduka, Badiyaboa and Gary Kelly. For more than 80 years, names have graced this famous old stadium. Promotions, championships, honours, league and FA Cups. Every domestic honour has come their way. And now, disgrace here, and unfortunately the darkest hour, the darkest day in the club's history, forever tainted by the fans on the pitch right now, and the names of Dennis Wise and Ken Bates will not be remembered kindly for what has happened to this club over the last few months.
Leeds Jol is a phrase used in South Korea that translates to Leeds days and refers to somebody's golden age. Leeds were certainly out of there, Leeds Jol plummeting from the Champions League semi-final to League One in less than a decade, but were these new Leeds days actually quite fun? Leeds United had woken up from living the dream and entered their deepest nightmare. The club was in financial ruin, they were back to where Howard Wilkinson had picked them up all those years ago in the late 1980s, and only now there were no adults running the show. Taking over from Eddie Gray was Kevin Blackwell, and he inherited one of the biggest messes English football had ever seen. Very few players from their heyday remained as the fire sale began, from the three transfers of Danny Mills, Dominic Matteo and Michael Bridges to the inadequate money recouped for talent like James Milner, Mark Viduka and Paul Robinson. Before the ultimate humiliation, Alan Smith signed for Manchester United. The local boy had just gone to the literal devils. In their place were players past their prime in Julian Joachim, Steve Guppy and Brian Dean, those that never had a prime. To begin with, Michael Ricketts and Danny Pugh.
Hits it left-footed, takes a wicked deflection. Neil Sullivan was big, unfortunately stretching the Leeds defence once again. There's Roberts.
And Kevin Blackwell's men were getting to grips with the demands of the championship.
He's in the centre, Bullard still, and he'll score.
His situation McLaren takes, and Marcus back heel.
37 Hull players were used in the 2004-05 campaign, and that hellacious turnover was enough to have them 19th by Christmas Day and fearing the worst. Thankfully, a more solid second half of the season restored Leeds, but only to the anonymity of mid-table. That's some of the whirling dervish of Leeds United quickened again, only they were lethal, saleable products from the academy that had been so fruitful in the 90s. All that was left was Aaron Lennon, who left for a nominal fee. Meanwhile, Seth Johnson snuck out on a Bosman back to Derby, whilst other famous names in Lucas Radaby and Eric Backer departed for nothing.
Fraser Richardson for Leeds. It was behind Hull. Luke Lewis though, and Leeds are in front.
And whilst Leeds were 90 minutes away from the Premier League, in their final 10 matches they had soiled the entire campaign by winning only one league fixture. It plummeted them into the playoffs, a space Leeds would become increasingly wary of in the intervening years.
stop him? They can't. It is Eddie Lewis. Gary Kelly's corner. It's a good one. Good Leeds be heading to Cardiff. Holt in the hunt again. And Fraser Richardson. It's in. He has scored. It is 2-0 to Leeds. And Ashley Young delivers. And Jay delivers. Throw time. Mimar. Towards Mackay and Henderson. And James Chambers. Oh, it's
Behind the scenes, though, all was not well, and that's to say the very fucking least.
Alright, here's the 411, folks.
A consortium by the name of Agilent Force took over, lasted 6 weeks before a fresh takeover was being demanded, but they remained, promising that they could pay off the club's £20 million debt if they returned to the Premier League, which you've just seen they had not. They tried to sell 20-year season tickets and only 100 were ballsy enough to take them up on the offer. Instead of reducing the debt, they added to it, took 8 mortgages out on Leeds property, sold off 4 parts before leasing it back with a buyback option. Then they defaulted on a £2 million payment to Inland Revenue, not people to be owing money to, before the club finally underwent a takeover in January 2005. Hello, Ken Bates, whose arrival thwarted administration and allowed Leeds to be a little bit more structured ahead of the promotion push in 2006, which you've just seen. He then promised to keep the club out of administration, increased ticket prices, sacked Kevin Blackwell and sold off Ellen Road to some mysterious hooded figure from the British Virgin Islands to do so, before hiring Dennis Wise with the club skirting relegation to League One, and they went into administration anyway. If the clubs were in shambles beforehand, they certainly were now. With 5 matches left, Leeds were only a point away from the relegation zone, and it was still Dennis Wise tasked with saving the club.
As the final whistle blew, it was clear that although they weren't technically down, they'd need a 9-goal reverse against Hull on the final day. It felt like relegation because, frankly, it was.
I'll take full responsibility for the whole situation.
This was uncharted territory, for as bad as things got before names like Don Revie showed up in the 60s or Howard Wilkinson rocked into view in the late 80s, Leeds had never sunk into the 3rd tier of English football. Nor had they become so insolvent that the very future of the club was at risk. Both in the summer of 2007 were a cold hard reality. But at least League One should be fun. Fun, maybe. Successful, nowhere near. Leeds United had won 91 points out there on the pitch, and yet they found themselves behind the automatically promoted Nottingham Forest, who had 82 points, and both Doncaster Rovers and Carlisle United, who had 80. Cue Mo Sislak once again.
Alright, here's the 411, folks.
After missing payments totalling £200,000 to HMRC, another organisation you really don't want to owe money to, they now kindly requested the full amount owed of £5 million by the end of June. The administration we spoke of earlier, that Bates promised he wouldn't do, happened. Leeds were laughably docked 10 points despite being assured of relegation anyway, as Ken Bates tried to sneakily pay off some of their 1,350 creditors at just 1% by fixing a vote and transferring ownership to himself, and unsurprisingly that didn't go down well. Despite attempts by the club to trot out statements headlined Leeds United 0, Taxman 1, the EFL and its clubs voted to overwhelmingly punish the club. That punishment, 15 points. Bates went into overdrive, booting out BBC radio commentary in favour of his own personally owned radio team, barred local publications from reporting on them, and come pre-season, the club were playing in old kits with old sponsors taped over. This 6 years after being 90 minutes away from a Champions League final. Dennis Wise then ran off to Newcastle United to take up a more lucrative job, allowing a man who actually cared about the club to take over, Gary McAllister. Again, the playoffs.
On the volley! He's done it! And it's in! It's 2-0 and Mark Bridge Wilkinson! All very pretty, but it's quite effective. There's Huntington, might just be one last effort here for Leeds. Chandel climbing forward, is he going to break one? Off target.
least a calming influence from the dugout, Leeds briefly resembled a coherent place, at least in the controllable atmosphere of a match day. Players like Robert Snodgrass, Luciano Becchio and Fabian Delph turned up, but still, Leeds suffered.
Decent cross, and there's the opening goal!
Outside of the playoffs, Gary McAllister was sacked midway through the campaign. The man now tasked with taking Leeds up was Simon Grayson, another man who deeply cared about the club, but this time he could marry that with experience. Jermaine Beckford started to score more prolifically, players like Richard Naylor were acquired, and of course the rich vein of form meant only the playoffs, which in turn meant this.
Waiting in the middle was Harris, has got a chance here. Neil Harris from Millwall has scored!
It was obvious now that there was some kind of curse over the club in the playoffs. Some might argue convincingly there still is. Therefore they needed to get into that top two to go up automatically. Best way to start thinking of that naturally was to sell Fabian Delph for £6 million, and not only that, with the deadline of Thorpe Archer's buyback clause also conveniently placed around £6 million, Ken Bates allowed it to lapse. Leeds United entered the 2009-10 season their third in the third tier of English football in a much weaker position. Through the experience of Grace and the acquisition of players like Patrick Kisnorbo, Michael Doyle and Max Gradle, they had done it. Leeds were back in the Championship with a sigh of palpable relief. And it probably wasn't even the most enjoyable part of their season. Nah, that had come 5 months beforehand.
And this is Beckford, he just ran away from him, but they'll still get a strike in and goal. And score at the Stretford end for Leeds United. And it doesn't get any better than that.
Leeds United were back, they were upwardly mobile and had momentum carried right through the club thanks to their manager and thanks to young and hungry talent. More and more was being unearthed by the day. Johnny Howson and Bradley Johnson were entering peak years. Together with a strike partnership in Becchio and Beckford, Leeds would be a match for anybody. Then naturally, Jermaine Beckford was sold to Everton. Cardiff's Ross McCormack was his replacement and didn't get up to speed immediately, whilst Adam Clayton was sourced from the Manchester City Academy and not ready yet. Behind them a young goalkeeper by the name of Kasper Schmeichel. A season that should have been one of celebration went a bit like this. The club were housed within the dreaded but somehow comforting playoffs practically all season, then it all went awry, and obviously Ken Bates was involved. Go on, Mo.
Alright, here's the 411, folks.
With the club heading towards a potential promotion at the first time of asking, Bates stuck himself into the middle of 2 contract situations and rejected the idea that Bradley Johnson and Neil Kilkenny needed a contract before thwarting all moves for defensive reinforcements that Simon Grayson had previously signed off on. Leeds finished 3 points off the playoffs, sold both Johnson and Kilkenny as well as Schmeichel for good measure. Their replacements were laughable. 34-year-old Michael Brown with 2 goalkeepers in Paul Rachugba and Annie Lonergan were signed. Money was now being spent on executive suites and officers as opposed to players, fees dwarfed by the legal costs of Bates' ramblings in the weekly programme notes. Then there was a small matter of the Premier League wanting to know who actually owned Elland Road and consequently a large chunk of the club. You know, should Leeds actually get promoted? Bates said nuh-uh and continued to tank the club. Max Gradle was sold to Saint Etienne with Danny Pugh bought back to fill his vacancy. Then the unofficial arrangement of Leeds United being a feeder club for Norwich fucking City continued. Johnny Howson following Bradley Johnson. Don't worry, that's a trend that would continue into the following summer when both Robert Snodgrass and Luciano Becchio both decided to chip to Carrow Road. Who'd fill all these voids? Robbie Rogers on a free, obviously. You're probably thinking who? Most Leeds United fans were, as he played just 4 times before sneaking off to Stevenage on loan as Simon Grayson told Bates to stick his job up his arse, and as if to try to add petrol onto an already smouldering wreckage, Neil Warnock was hired. The renter quote Warnock was returning the club to 14th before mercifully Ken Bates finally sold the club. Now you're thinking surely things can't get much worse. As Neil Warnock was signing players he would go on to call sewer rats, no, not Paddy Kenny, El Hadj Diouf, Bates handed the club to the romantically named Gulf Finance House Capital. No track record in football, it didn't matter because Leeds United had stopped being a football club years ago. Warnock didn't last much longer after his own player Ross McCormack told him to fuck off mid-match. In came Brian McDermott and things were actually alright at first. At first, the January window came along and the club refused McDermott his desired signing of Ashley Barnes because the ownership compared him with Luke Varney's stats on Football Manager. Their actual attempts on the market brought in Jimmy Kebe, Cameron Stewart and Marius Zoliakis, and they probably made things worse. Then GFH decided to sell off parts of their stake in the club and nearly cannibalised themselves by running opposing ownership attempts. Then the mad shit really happened on Mad Friday, which took place a full month after the real Mad Friday. Shut up. So Massimo Cellino comes in. He's the new owner, one with 22 years of experience with football, with Cagliari, and one that actually fits a Leeds model since he'd sacked about 3 dozen managers in that time frame, and he does what he does best immediately, sacks McDermott. He'd previously been blocked from buying West Ham on grounds that he was a wrong-un, and in his first night as quote-unquote Leeds United owner, heads continued to roll as Chief Executive Paul Hunt and Managing Director David Higg, who was part of GFH's opposing consortium, also left. Who was the moral high ground in all this? Yes, Flamingo Land obviously, they pulled their support from the club. Still, Cellino wasn't done. Andrea Tabernelli was signed from where else but Cagliari, only days after signing for Cagliari, and Ross McCormack took to Sky Sports News to back Brian McDermott. Still the same day this, by the way, and it turned out that Cellino wasn't even the official owner yet and couldn't do any of this mad shit anyway. Eventually, Cellino would get his 75% stake from GFH as McDermott gingerly stepped back into shot and McCormack stepped back into the score sheets. By April 2014, Cellino was officially the owner, redid all his hard work, and in the midst of all of this nonsense, Leeds United's position in the league had just been about the most stable thing ever, as he dropped 2 places and 4 points down to just 15th. Cellino's tactic mirrored the local governments of its day, austerity on a crippling level, right down to the draining of the 4-part swimming pool. Not that it translated to a more spendthrift approach on manager payouts. David Hockaday lasted 70, Darko Milanic lasted 32, and Neil Redfern lasted over just 200, a comparative eon. Those are days, by the way, not matches, as Leeds finished 15th again. When Leeds did get some money, £11 million from Fulham for Ross McCormack, Cellino spunked it all largely on blow-ins from Catania, Cagliari of course, Palermo and Sassuolo, all of Serie B. In the end, Cellino was banned by the Football League, told everybody that would listen he wasn't returning, then returned, sacked Neil Redfern and his wife Lucy Ward despite the glut of young talent they had nurtured through the first team, and hired Uwe Rosler. He lasted 12 games, Steve Evans only 38, and Leeds remained in what is now called the Preston North End position, inconspicuous mid-tableness, going from 15th all the way to 13th. That glut of young talent had all quickly come and gone, namely Lewis Cook and Sam Byron, who had quickly identified the clown show for what it really was. In the end, a broken clock is always right twice a day, and with the hiring of Gary Monk, Cellino was finally able to drown out the more bloodthirsty fans who had just about gotten sick of his dogshit ownership. And still it wasn't enough. All that swimming against the tide just to collapse into a gut-wrenching 7th place finish and then see your local rivals get promotion via the playoffs anyway. As Huddersfield Town were starstruck by their new place in the Premier League, some of that positivity finally bled elsewhere in West Yorkshire.
Welcome back to Ellen Road. Delighted to have you here this morning following last night's fantastic victory against Derby, and to introduce you to our new co-owner, Andrea Radrizzani.
It finally returned to Elland Road, where the ownership of the club passed from one Italian to another and to Andrea Radrizzani. He ended all the fun Leeds United supporters weren't having. He was allowed one fumble, and that was replacing Gary Monk with Thomas Christiansen, but it's safe to say that was quickly corrected, after the Paul Heckingbottom malaise and return to 13th.